Blackstone Publishing presents Alien Isolation by Keith R. A. DeCandido. This book is read by Sarah Malo Christensen. To Sigourney Weaver, who gave us Ellen Ripley, one of the greatest heroes of science fiction. 1. Salvage Vessel Anesidora, November 2137. Henry Marlowe sat in the cramped mess hall of the salvage vessel Anesidora and tried to come to grips with his 17th straight meal of slop. The company that manufactured it called it food stuff, and the container label went on at great length about how it served all your nutritional needs. It was slop. Marlowe, the shipmaster of the Anesidora, bought foodstuff in bulk because it took up very little space, 2 cases could feed his crew of 5 for months, and because it was dirt cheap. That was the most important criterion. With each year, he made less and less salvaging, yet his clapped-out old ship needed more and more maintenance. As it was, he'd cut off Atmo and gravity to the cargo hold to save money. Marlowe was taking a break while the rest of the crew sorted through the latest pile of garbage they'd pulled from space in hope that there was something valuable. There usually wasn't, but Marlowe lived in hope. That was all he had left. If they didn't find anything good in this haul, he was seriously going to have to consider turning his 5-person crew into a 2-person crew. He held the spoon of processed food up near his face, but found he couldn't bring himself to put it in his mouth. His brain, his tongue, his taste buds all rebelled at the notion of being subjected to this tasteless, odorless collection of off-white molecules with the consistency of snot. Desperately, Marlowe tried to conjure up a memory of what real food tasted like. When he was a kid, he'd loved grapes. They couldn't always afford to get them, but his parents nabbed him some when grapes became available and they could swing the price. It didn't happen very often, so it was a special occasion when they did. It had been years since he'd had a grape. Or any fruit, for that matter. He tried and failed to imagine that the mush in his spoon was a grape. Or grape juice. Or grape-flavored mush. Suddenly, the intercom crackled with static, startling Marlowe enough for him to drop the spoon to the deck. Unconcerned with the loss of the food, he went over to the comm and tapped the call button.
Marlowe, say again.
Another burst of static, but this time it sounded like the voice of Dean Lewis, the engineer. After a few moments, he gave up trying to figure out what the man was saying.
I'll be right down,
he responded, hoping that was what Lewis wanted. And if it wasn't, too bad. Ducking his head to exit the tiny room, Marlowe squeezed through the narrow corridor and headed toward the engineering bay. There, he found Lewis bent over his work table, which was piled with various bits of detritus they had gathered.
When the fuck are you gonna fix the intercoms, Lewis?
Marlowe said without preamble.
What are you talking about?
The engineer replied.
They work fine, I heard you loud and clear.
Makes one of us, the shipmaster said.
I couldn't hear you for shit. Speaker in the mess hall's probably blown, I'll get to it.
Lewis always said he'd get to it, but he rarely did anything without having to be reminded, and repeatedly. It was one of the many things Marlowe hated about the man, though the thing that bugged him most was Lewis's huge beard, which was so thick you could hide a nest of birds in it. Marlowe was about to say something rude when he noticed that the item on the work table looked familiar.
Is that what I think it is?
He asked.
There was a flight recorder in with that junk?
He tried not to sound too optimistic. Ships in distress often dropped their flight recorders, but he'd been burned before by finding recorders for boats that had long since been recovered or destroyed. Sure, someone was likely to pay something for it, but it was too much to hope that it would lead to a bigger salvage.
Oh, yeah.
Lewis grinned underneath his ridiculous facial hair.
And it's the fucking mother lode. Yeah, right.
Folding his tattoo-covered arms in front of a barrel chest, the shipmaster just glared.
The only mother lode I know of is the Nostromo. With what the company's been offering for, forever, every scavenger out here wants a piece of that one. So don't even...
Suddenly, Marlowe realized the man was still grinning.
No shit,
he said.
You're screwing with me.
Lewis just gestured.
Take a peek.
He pointed at the object, and for the first time, Marlowe took a real look at what had held Lewis's attention. It was a red box with a small data screen and an even smaller keypad. There was something stenciled on the side. USCSS Nostromo. Registration 180924609.
Holy fucking shit. Right?
Lewis clapped his hands.
The fucking mother lode. Damn. Weyland-Yutani's been looking for that boat for, 15 years now? Shit.
Marlowe shook his head. His mind was flooded with images of a cargo hold filled with actual food, with a full crew instead of 5 people doing 6 jobs each. Hell, of a new ship that actually had parts made in this decade. Then he noticed that the screen on top of the recorder was blank.
Any luck breaking into the thing?
He had a sinking feeling that he knew the answer. Lewis shook his head.
Nah, it's Weyland-Yutani encryption. They have the money to pay the good programmers. Working on it, though. I got the nav data. They never encrypt that since they want the ship to be found, and I sent it up to your wife. Good,
Marlowe said.
Maybe we can find the ship. Get to it before everyone else. And even if we can't, the company will pay through the nose and the ass just for this.
The ship's intercom let out a loud squawk of static and they both jumped. It was followed by a stream of static. As he walked to the wall unit, he glared back over his shoulder.
Loud and clear, huh?
Lewis just shrugged and scratched his chin. Marlowe swore he'd lose his hand in there someday.
You know, I'd rip that beard off if I didn't think it'd take for fucking ever.
He tapped the intercom.
Marlowe.
A voice crackled back at him. Get up here, now. It was barely recognizable as his wife, Catherine Foster.
Why? What happened?
Just get up here. Lewis chuckled.
You've been married how long and you still don't jump when she calls? That ain't the way holy wedlock works, boss. More than likely, she just didn't want to fuck with this shitty intercom,
the shipmaster said.
Fix it, Lewis, or I promise you I'll set aside half a day and I really will rip your beard off. Screw that.
Lewis pointed at the intercom.
It works now. You heard her, didn't you? Loud and clear, like I said.
Rolling his eyes, Marlowe decided it wasn't worth the effort to argue and headed for the hatch.
Just give me that data. I want to know the minute you've got it.
Slipping back through the narrow hatchway, he snaked his way through the Anisadora's tight corridors and in a few minutes reached the flight deck. The ceiling there was too low for him to stand straight, so he dropped into his seat.
What's happening?
We got a signal, Alan Meeks said. Sounds like a distress call.
Yeah, so?
Marlowe sighed with irritation.
We ain't the fucking Marines, Meeks. Someone's in distress, that ain't our problem.
No, Catherine Foster said from her console at the very front of the deck. But it might be to our benefit. Marlowe liked the arrangement of the bridge consoles because he could see the back of Foster's neck. He wasn't sure what it was about the nape of her neck that turned him on so much, but seeing it always made him happy. He'd arranged the flight crew so that when they were both on the flight deck, he had a great view of that particular curve.
Come again?
He said. She turned and he got to see her face, which he also enjoyed. The distress call's coming from LV-426. It's a shit piece of rock, Atmo's not breathable, but get this. According to the data Lewis sent me, it was on the Nostromo's flight path. Here's the thing, Meeks added. I've spent the last half hour digging up everything I can find about the Nostromo. All the official records, all the crazy-ass sightings, all of it.
Wait, half an hour? When the fuck did you find out it was the Nostromo? Half an hour ago. Didn't Lewis tell you? Yeah, he did. 5 minutes ago.
He shook his head.
That asshole. Point is, boss, one thing's for sure, Meeks said. Nostromo wasn't supposed to make any stops on its way back to Earth. Way I figure it, something went wrong on the ship and they wound up on LV-426. Maybe crashed there? Distress call might be from them. What do you think, Foster?
Marlowe asked his wife.
Hell if I know, she shrugged. Decryption is Lewis's thing, not mine. It's encrypted? Well, I can't make heads or tails of it.
Marlowe shook his head.
Why the fuck would anyone encrypt a distress call?
What part of hell if I know don't you get? Either way, we should plot a course to LV-426 and check it out.
I agree, Meeks said. This could be it, Marlowe. The fucking motherlode.
He sighed when he realized he was using Lewis's turn of phrase.
All right, Foster. Set a course.
She and Meeks worked the controls and fired their thrusters to turn the vessel so that it was pointing in the direction of LV-426. The Anesidora wasn't a new ship, and it was a laborious process. Finally, after about an hour's worth of maneuvering, Meeks spoke up again.
Windows open.
Foster fired the rockets, and the Anesidora shot toward their destination. ETA 3 days, Foster said.
Good.
Marlowe rose from his chair and hunched toward the entryway.
Maybe by then, Lewis will have got something useful out of the flight recorder.
Maybe by then he'll have fixed the intercoms, Foster added. Meeks snorted.
And maybe by then, pink elephants will fly out of my ass. Hope they do,
Marlowe said as he departed the flight deck.
Then maybe they can pull together and manifest for Seegson. Hey, Meeks said in a whiny tone. It's almost done. You said that 4 days ago. I'll be finished before we head back to Earth.
The navigator started waving his arms around.
Look, it doesn't matter when I get it done. They won't get it and won't pay us until after we're back home. So as long as I get it done before we head back, we're fine.
Marlowe didn't reply, but just squeezed his way out of the cramped flight deck and into the slightly less cramped corridor. Meeks's rationalizations were getting tiresome. He needed a drink. An hour later, Marlowe sat on the bunk in his quarters nursing a glass of bourbon. There was only one bottle left, and he wanted to make it last. There wasn't space for a chair or a desk, just enough room for the closet where they kept clothes, a tiny commode, and the bunk. Foster came in and immediately pulled her shirt over her head, climbed out of her pants, and dropped onto the bunk with him, resting her head on his shoulder. Her body was nice and warm against his, and he smiled, wrapping an arm around her. "Any more bourbon left?" she asked. The smile fell.
"Only if you want to finish it."
She grinned. "We'll save it for when we salvage whatever's on LV-426. Which, by the way, is almost definitely not the Nostromo." He looked down at her.
"You sure?"
"Pretty sure. Lewis decoded some of the data."
"Son of a bitch."
Marlowe pulled out of the embrace and glared at her.
"He was supposed to let me know the minute he got that done."
Foster patted him on the shoulder. "You can kill him later. Look, what's important is what he found. According to the recorder, the Nostromo diverged from its course to head for LV-426 and went into orbit. Its tug disengaged from the hauler, landed for the better part of a day, took off, and then they headed back to Earth. About 30 hours after that, they dumped the flight recorder. After that, nothing." She paused. "If they're back on LV-426 sending a signal, it's because they turned around, which makes no sense." She went silent and waited for a reply.
"If it was the Nostromo,"
he said, frowning,
"those 30 hours wouldn't exist."
An empty feeling appeared in his gut. Foster nodded. "I'm sorry, Marlowe." He stayed quiet for a moment, then shook his head.
"Nah, it's okay."
He thought about the Seegson job and how long it was taking them to get paid.
"It's fine. Honestly, this is better. Yeah, sure, the Nostromo itself would be a great haul, but at least we've got the flight recorder.
He shot her a reluctant smile.
As it is, the company'd probably make us jump through 8 billion hoops and then find a loophole to keep from paying us. We'd be years trying to squeeze blood from a rock, trying to pry money out of them. No, this has to be something different, something we can't identify. Yet.
He continued.
It's not the Nostromo, but the Nostromo went there, and they had to have a good reason. Ship like that, why else would they change course?
His grin turned into a smile.
Whatever it is, we're gonna find it first.
2. Salvage vessel Anesidora, in orbit around LV-426, November 2137. Following a 3-day transit, they went into orbit around LV-426. Then, after 2 orbits, Meeks tracked the source of the beacon and landed the Anesidora nearby.
Based on the air sample,
Meeks said,
the atmosphere's nitrogen, water vapor, CO2, methane, ammonia, and oxygen. Oxygen and nitrogen?
Crispin Heist generally took the night watch while the others slept.
Means it's breathable, right? Man, I live for this kind of thing. Wrong, Meeks said, but hey, Heist, you want to go out without a helmet and suck methane and ammonia? Be my guest.
Marlowe tapped the intercom, looking at it as if it might bite him.
Lewis, get your ass up here.
Then he turned.
Everyone else, let's suit up and see what's down there.
Standing, almost, he moved to exit the flight deck. Foster, Meeks, and Heist followed him down to the airlock. There, they clambered into their EVA suits. Marlowe held his breath, figuratively speaking, while they ran through the checklist. Of all the things on board the Anesidora that had to be in tip-top shape, the EVA suits were second only to the hull, especially since the cargo hold had to remain a vacuum.
Tank check,
he said.
Tanks all show green,
Meeks replied.
Integrity check.
Meeks peered at the readout on the screen next to the airlock controls.
Integrity shows green.
Marlowe then tapped the intercom switch on his suit's glove.
Comm check. You getting me, Lewis?
He waited, expecting the all-too-familiar burst of static. Instead, he heard Lewis's voice, loud and almost clear.
A little fuzzy, Marlowe, but you're coming through.
Let's take it slow, Foster said to Heist and Meeks. I want us to be in one piece when we get to that beacon.
If you're looking for peace, Foster, I got something for you right here.
Heist's grin was visible even behind the dirt-smudged helmet of his EVA suit. Marlowe just sighed. The guy never stopped. God knows they'd tried, reminding him, firmly, that Foster was the captain's wife. It just got worse after that. Foster smiled. I'd need scanning equipment to find it, Heist. Meeks burst out with a laugh, and Heist looked as if he was about to respond.
Okay, enough already,
Marlowe said.
Focus on what we're here for. I don't want any mistakes.
He slapped a gloved hand onto a large red button, and the hatch started to fall open. Normally, the mechanism made a horrible squeaking noise that was enough to wake the dead, but this time it only lasted for about half a second before the howling wind from the planet drowned it out. Dust came swirling into the airlock, making it hard to see. Already dirty EVA suits quickly became filthy. Heist and Foster took point, followed by Meeks. Marlowe followed them.
Let's get a fix on that beacon.
Holding up his scanner, Marlowe found that he could barely see the glowing display past the sandstorm through which they were walking. Squinting, he saw with satisfaction that it was picking up a signal.
There you are. Foster, Meeks, keep your eyes open. Roger,
Meeks said. Not that it'll do any good in this, Foster muttered. The planet's surface was rocky and uneven, and Marlowe could only see a few yards ahead of them. A sudden movement off to one side caused him to jump. Then he realized it was a spout of steam coming from somewhere underground. Turning his head, he saw another spraying upward into the gassy soup that passed for an atmosphere. What the fuck was the Nostromo doing down here, he thought. The vessel had been a modified CM-88 Bison. They weren't a salvage ship, and besides, their hauler was full. Where do they get off answering a distress beacon?
I hate these kind of jobs, man, Meeks was grumbling out loud. Listen to that fucking wind.
Sub-zero temperatures, low visibility. Foster spoke as if she hadn't even heard him, providing readings off her own scanner, speaking them aloud for the benefit of the Anisadora's own flight recorder. Marlowe decided to play optimist, mainly to distract himself from thinking about the fact that he couldn't see a damn thing and was depending on a scanner he could barely make out.
Lewis, have you managed to decode the signal yet?
He asked.
Negative. I can't tell what it is.
Oh, of course not. Nevertheless, Marlowe decided to keep the mood going.
That's good. If it's a mystery, then it's unknown. If it's unknown, then it could be valuable.
This could be our biggest score, Marlowe, Foster said, picking up on what he was doing.
Yes, dear,
Marlowe said.
That's what I said to you 3 days ago.
Well, obviously, I thought you were right. This time he just grunted. Inwardly, he grinned.
I hope we're getting a hazard pay for this,
Heist muttered.
Don't worry,
Marlowe said. He'd almost added, you'll be lucky if you get paid at all, but managed to restrain himself. It was hard enough getting Heist to work when the payday was a sure thing.
If it's a distress signal, no one could last long down here, which means we get salvage rights to anything we find. You think this could be the big one?
Heist said.
No more shitty salvage work?
His eyes were always bigger than his brain. Then again, the average microbe was bigger than Heist's brain.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Marlowe tried to keep his tone neutral.
Besides, I thought you lived for this stuff. What, you never think about the future? I just worry about what's right in front of me,
Marlowe replied. Truth was, he usually didn't look too far ahead. Yeah, he was the boss, but he had expenses coming out the ass without enough income to cover them. It didn't do to think about it much. The wind died down for the moment, and visibility improved. Taking advantage of the lull, Foster moved ahead of them all and climbed up over a rise. Well, what's in front of you right now, Marlowe, she said, is pretty fucking impressive. He stepped up onto a rock and stood next to his wife. Heist and Meeks followed.
Holy fucking shit,
Heist said. 3. LV-426, November 2137. From where they stood, Marlowe had a clear view of the terrain. Most of the rock formations were dark and jagged and patternless, but jutting up into the sky was a huge cylindrical structure bent into a horseshoe shape. In the dim twilight of the planet, with the swirling dust making it even harder to see details, it almost looked like part of the landscape. Closer examination proved otherwise. This object wasn't the result of geology and the chaos of erosion. It had been formed by an intelligence. This was a ship. A huge ship, embedded in the planet's surface. Far too big to fit in their cargo hold. But ships usually had things inside them. Marlowe held up his scanner just to prove to himself that the beacon came from there. It did. He lowered the instrument.
Let's move.
It took them the better part of half an hour to cross the distance. All the while, Foster kept scanning it, but all she could read were the external dimensions. She rattled them off for the benefit of the Anisadora flight recorder, but Marlowe wasn't paying attention. It was what was inside the thing that mattered. An alien ship, he thought, excitement building alongside awe. An honest-to-fucking-God alien ship. And I found it. The hell with buying a new ship. He'd be able to retire and buy a house somewhere. He could have a garden and grow nothing but grapes in it. Or a vineyard. Not only would he eat grapes, he'd celebrate his brilliant salvage with tasty wine. Though, come to think of it, Marlowe didn't like wine all that much. He could always sell it. Gotta stop getting ahead of myself. They reached the towering structure, and it loomed over them like a gigantic, slumbering creature trapped in the ground. Switching on their helmet lights, they began a clockwise circuit, searching for a way inside. After a short time, they found an opening. It had been some kind of hatch or airlock, though whatever door had been there was gone, leaving only a black, gaping hole. Tons of rocks were piled in front of it. "Somebody must have knocked the door off," Foster said.
"We won't be able to fly it until we patch that up,"
Heist added.
"Fly it?" Meeks laughed. "You out of your fucking mind, Heist? This thing's deader than your sex life. No power source, no way we're gonna get this thing off the ground, much less achieve escape velocity."
"What the hell you think we're gonna find in here?" Foster asked breathlessly.
"Something big."
Marlowe looked at her and smiled.
"Come on, let's go in."
Clambering carefully over the debris, they hesitated at the verge of the blackness. It seemed to swallow their lights. After a moment, however, Marlowe stepped across the threshold and was followed by the rest. The opening led to a long, winding, bell-shaped corridor. The walls had a ribbed appearance, rows of rectangular vertical ridges giving an almost skeletal impression. "Careful," Foster said as she entered. "There are tubes all over the place." Even as she said that, Meeks almost stumbled on one of them.
"Fuck, who built this thing?"
"Someone who never intended anyone to just walk into it unannounced," Foster said. "The layout's weird, too, all tubes and weird shapes." She peered all around them. "This is probably some kind of maintenance hatch."
"Then why make it so difficult?"
Meeks sounded dubious.
"What, they don't do maintenance?"
"Maybe they have drones that do it." Continuing cautiously down the winding corridor, they were careful to walk between the cylindrical tubes that were embedded in the floor. None of them wanted to risk a twisted ankle or worse. After a while, Marlowe started to wonder if the whole damned ship was made up of an endless series of maintenance tunnels. "There's an opening up ahead," Foster said.
"About time,"
Marlowe muttered. His wife and Heist were in the lead, blocking his view of a bell-shaped entryway. "Oh my God," Foster said up ahead.
"Holy shit,"
Heist said at the same time. Meeks made a gurgling noise. They were still standing in his way. Marlowe growled and pushed past them to see what had them so worked up. He stopped in his tracks, speechless. Marlowe had spent most of his adult life on enclosed vessels, where space was always at a premium. Even back on Earth, large areas were reserved for things like arenas and warehouses. People didn't warrant such a luxury. As a result, he was used to confines that were generally cramped and made use of limited real estate. To him, that was normal. Thus, as he stood in the doorway, a shiver traveled down his spine. The dimly lit chamber they were entering was so huge Marlowe had trouble gauging its scale. The dark gray ribs and repeating shapes gave it an organic impression, enhanced by the gleam of light that didn't seem to have a source. Back when he'd first purchased the Anesidora, he'd marveled at how massive the cargo hold was. He didn't care that the rest of the ship was cramped, as long as he had tons of room for salvage. At a conservative estimate, he could fit 4 Anesidoras into this space. If nothing else, he could stack them, as the chamber looked as if it encompassed the entire towering height of the vessel. Its walls stretched away into the shadows as well, beyond the capabilities of their EVA searchlights. Even so, as he entered, he could make out a large object in the center of the chamber. It was a human-like form, sitting at the center of an object that looked like a huge gun turret. It was difficult to tell where the seat ended and the occupant began. All around it were pillars and indentations and something that looked for all the world like a moat.
"Careful with what you touch,"
Marlowe said as they walked in.
I don't want anything damaged."
His voice sounded small in the cavernous space as the shadows swallowed it. They all moved toward the turret, or maybe it was a telescope. Or a cockpit. Marlowe had no idea, and he didn't much care. There would be time to figure that out later. As they got closer, he realized that the human form was huge, at least 16 feet tall, and it had been there a long time. It looked like a fossil. Foster must have been on the same wavelength. "It's amazing," she said, sounding uncharacteristically breathless. "How old must this be?"
"What is it?"
Heist stared up at the turret.
"A cockpit? That'd make this a ship,"
Meeks said, his voice soft. Marlowe cringed. No shit. It wasn't as if this could be anything but a ship. Then again, he hadn't hired Meeks and Heist for their brains. He hired them because they were rated for operating a ship of the Anisadora's class, and because they worked cheap.
"Ha!"
Heist raised his arms in triumph.
"I think we found our big payday."
"Hey, quiet," Meeks said in a loud whisper. Heist's sudden loud snort hurt Marlowe's ears over the suit's speakers.
"What, you think we're gonna wake him?"
He turned to look up at the huge alien.
"Hey, sorry, pal."
"Can it?" Marlowe shouted. He'd had enough of their bullshit.
"We're wasting time. Have a look around, see what else you can find."
The others fell silent, and he gestured to send them in different directions. Foster moved to the turret and examined the alien creature seated there. Parts of it looked human, others more like an elephant? Its chest was exposed, and from his vantage point, Marlowe could see its rib cage, the center of which seemed to have exploded outward. "It's some sort of suit, Marlowe, but it looks organic," she said slowly. "It's hard to tell where the suit ends and the wearer begins, but it's not a synthetic. It's definitely a life form."
"It was a life form. Now it's our property,"
he grinned.
"Salvage rights."
He blew her a kiss, and she blew one back. Off to one side, Heist made a retching noise. They all fell silent after that. He and Foster made a circuit of the cockpit, or turret, or console, or whatever the hell it was. Marlowe saw footprints in the dust.
"Damn it,"
he muttered, hoping it was just Meeks getting there ahead of him. Then Foster called out, "Marlowe, we found something. Tracks." So much for that idea. He walked over to where she and Heist were standing, where there were not only footprints, but disturbed dirt that indicated something had been dragged. What the hell? "That's not the least of it." Foster stepped aside to reveal a winch. Its cable disappeared into a hole that led down into the chamber beneath them. It was the machine itself that held his attention, though. Unlike everything else they'd found in this chamber, this was very obviously made by humans. It had a word stenciled on its side. Nostromo. Bingo. "Maybe they abandoned ship and landed here," Foster said. Heist threw up his hands.
"Well, if they're still alive, there goes our salvage rights." "Don't jump to conclusions," Marlowe said. "Let's find out."
A thought struck him, and he peered around the chamber.
"I'll find that beacon and shut it off. Don't want anybody else finding this place."
He pointed.
"Meeks, Heist, check out the cavern below."
As they moved to comply, Foster moved back to the pilot. That was what he had to be, and continued her examination. Marlowe consulted his scanner, picked up the signal again, and worked his way across the huge chamber. It led him to a side room. Walking through another bell-shaped entrance, he found himself standing on something that looked vaguely like a catwalk. It led to a giant console, also bell-shaped. On either side of the walkway, there were protrusions with lights atop them, giving the impression of guardrails. Beneath the catwalk, an open space seemed to stretch forever in all directions. The result made him dizzy, so Marlowe was happy to have something to grip. With each step that brought him closer to the console, he felt a dull ringing in his ears. The ringing increased, even though low-level sounds shouldn't have been able to penetrate the EVA suit. Nausea started to build in his stomach as he approached, until the ringing started to sound, and feel, like the tinnitus he'd suffered ever since being too close to a cargo hold explosion when he was a teenager. He considered going back. Throwing up in an EVA suit wasn't a pleasant prospect. The least disgusting likelihood was the harmless but still gross notion of having the puke just sit in your helmet, right by your nose until you got back to real air. The worst case, of course, was aspirating the vomit and then dying. Just a few more steps. Reaching out, he touched a blue light shining at the center of the console. All at once, the light died. He glanced at the scanner and found that it no longer read the beacon. The nausea abated and the ringing went away.
"The beacon stopped,"
he began. "Marlowe, you've got to see this," Foster said, cutting him off. "It's amazing." Momentarily distracted by her enthusiasm, Marlowe turned and walked carefully back down the catwalk toward the bell-shaped exit. Crossing the floor of the huge flight deck, he arrived back at the winch. It was humming with life, and Meeks was staring down into the chamber below. When he looked up, Marlowe could see his grin clearly through the EVA helmet. In the stark shadows cast by the spotlight, the expression was downright macabre.
"This place just keeps on giving,"
Meeks said.
"Come on, strap yourself in."
He handed the winch's hook over to Marlowe, who attached the carabiner to the belt of his EVA suit. Stepping into the hole, he felt the line go taut. As Meeks lowered him down slowly into the underchamber, he found himself covered in a soggy blanket of humidity. The EVA suit was supposed to keep them safe from extreme temperatures. It had done just fine outside and in the rest of the ship, but down here, even this suit couldn't keep out the cloying heat.
"Well, this is gross,"
he muttered. More than ever, the walls were curved down here, and the floor had the same ribbed quality that everything on the damn ship seemed to have. Beneath that, he found a trench that ran the length of a large chamber. Even through the foggy gloom, he could see row after row of oval shapes. When Marlowe was a kid, on one of those rare occasions when his parents did something nice for him, they took a trip to a museum in Europe somewhere. He couldn't remember where exactly. They had an exhibit of fancy eggs. Jewel-encrusted, painstakingly preserved, they were some of the most beautiful things 10-year-old Henry Marlowe had ever seen. "When I'm rich, I'm gonna own one of these," he'd thought to himself back then. Now, looking across a massive chamber that was full of such shapes, albeit much larger, he felt a ripple of anticipation. These were alien artifacts. These were his eggs. He could name his own damn price for these things, and best of all, they were portable. He had no idea how to salvage the alien tech or the turret, cockpit, whatever the fuck it was, but these things? These he could carry back to the Anesidora. Visions of the vineyard dancing in his head, he clambered down to the lower level and joined Meeks and Foster. They were both motionless, peering intently at the objects. Mist surrounded them, and a vague blue light seemed to come from the floor. Or deck, since this was technically part of the ship. Or maybe it was a cavern beneath the ship. At this point, Marlowe's sense of scale had gone out the window. Each egg had a sheen on it, and out of the corner of his eye, Marlowe swore he saw one of them move. Could they still be alive? The idea seemed ridiculous. The ship had been there for a very long time, as the desiccated pilot proved. Surely the eggs would have hatched a long time ago, or died. Yet, if they hadn't, alien life forms, and live ones, not the dead fossil upstairs. As if on cue, the moving egg started to shake. The top of it split open, peeling back like a banana. Foster leaned in close to take a look. Marlowe and Heist were right behind her. Inside the egg was a gooey mass that Marlowe thought looked like an oyster with a pituitary problem.
"See if you can,"
he started to say. She reached for it. A squelching noise, a screeching howl, and a giant bony thing just burst from the egg and attached itself to Foster's helmet. It looked like a spider or a scorpion, and it dripped with a disgusting, viscous slime. "Foster!" he cried out as she fell backward to the mist-enshrouded floor. He heard the sound of shattering glass. Or maybe that was just his heart. The bony thing was about the same size as her helmet. It had broken through. That was the broken glass sound, and attached itself to his wife's face. He wasn't sure if she could even breathe.
"Foster!"
he cried again.
"Jesus Christ, Foster!"
All thoughts of food and grapes and vineyards and great wealth fled his mind, for those things were pointless if he didn't have Foster to share them with. He grabbed the creature, tugging at it with all the strength he could muster, but it had dug its sharp pincers into her skin and wouldn't relinquish its grip.
"Get her back to the ship,"
Marlowe said, stubbornly refusing to let go.
"Marlowe, the
Heist started, but Marlowe didn't want to hear it.
"Help me get her back to the goddamn ship right fucking now."
Part 1. Determination. Seegson Technologies Client Presentation. Working Joe Androids. Sevastopol Station, May 2137. Welcome to the buzzing heart of the Sevastopol synthetic solution. Next up on your tour will be the Systax Spire and the Apollo core itself. But first, an example of Android self-governance. When Apollo's synthetics require a little more care than the repair wards can provide, they come here. We believe this is the first rollout of fully automated synthetic-to-synthetic medical intervention. No human expertise required. No costly human surgical training. All data is streamed directly from Apollo, and every incision is recorded in its logs. This is the future. Tomorrow together. 4. Tranquility Base, Luna, November 2137. Excuse me, Sergeant. Have you seen Zula, Private Hendricks? The sergeant to whom Amanda Ripley posed the question had the name Meseret stenciled on his green fatigues right over his heart. He was striding past the Marine barracks. Amanda had come there expecting to meet Zula for lunch, but the barracks were empty, which was unusual in and of itself.
"Last time I saw the private was this morning,"
he replied.
"right before she boarded a transport vessel."
She went on a mission? Amanda's eyes widened. Why didn't she tell me?
"I would imagine it's because you're a civilian and don't have any business knowing the comings and goings of military personnel."
Sergeant Meseret stared at her with the disdain people in specialty fields always had for people who weren't in those fields. "I don't expect to know her comings and goings, Sergeant," she replied, frowning with irritation. "I just expected her to have the decency to cancel our lunch date. Guess I forgot the Marines aren't trained in manners."
"That's supposed to be a joke?"
Meseret moved in toward her, his shoulders forward, his muscles tense. He was armed. Amanda could see the M4A3 9mm service pistol holstered at his side, and could easily overpower her if he decided to go that route. Amanda flinched. Or trained in sarcasm, either. She straightened and refused to back down. If Meseret got it into his head to raise a hand to her, or a weapon, well, it wouldn't be any different if she backed off or stood her ground. And backing off had never gotten her anywhere. Then again, neither had standing up for herself. If she was going to go down, though, it was going to be fighting. Damn it. For a moment, Meseret just loomed over her, breathing heavily. She could smell the sugary odor of those shitty pastries the Marine mess always served. She shoved her jaw out and stared at him. Finally, he stepped back.
Well, Hendricks is gone. So you don't have any business here. Move along.
Saluting sloppily, Amanda said, "Yes, sir, Mr. Soldier, sir." Then she turned on her heel, letting a smile play across her features. One thing she'd learned from her nascent friendship with Private First Class Zula Hendricks of the Colonial Marines was that the best way to piss off a Marine was to call him a soldier. That was for the Army. As she walked toward the exit, her irritation subsided. Truth be told, she was happy for Zula. Amanda had first met the woman in the infirmary here on Tranquility Base, where the private was undergoing rehabilitation for a spinal injury. They'd shared a few meals, and during her rehab, Zula had shadowed Amanda on some of her gigs, mostly just to get out of the damn infirmary. She'd been a big help to Amanda when that asshole Brodsky nearly got 5 people killed. But if Zula was mission-ready, it meant her rehab was finally over. Good for her. It was nice to see someone get good news for a change. Heading over to the food court, she grabbed some venison lo mein that smelled like old tires and beet rice that was roughly the consistency of overcooked oatmeal. Whipping out her notepad, she found 2 messages from her stepfather, which she trashed just like she had all the others, and a reminder that the next item up on her maintenance schedule was the repair of the Lagdaman engine. This was why she'd wanted to have lunch with Zula. The Lagdaman X-34 land buggy was a useless piece of shit. It broke down constantly, but Tranquility had a contract with Lagdaman to provide the vehicles they used for travel across the lunar surface. Since coming to Luna, she'd spent more time fixing Lagdamans than doing anything else. She'd wanted to vent to her friend, and since Zula had shadowed her on a Lagdaman repair gig, she knew she could commiserate with the Marine. Another alert hit Amanda's notepad as she finished her meal. It was a vid from her boss, Dmitry Slavashevich. She played it back.
When you go to repair the Lagdaman, there'll be a B-7 from Suchao that needs an overhaul,
he said.
Please do not touch the B-7. A certified master engineer needs to do those repairs, so Alvarez will get the assignment.
Son of a... On the screen, he held up a hand.
And before you complain, I remind you that I'm well aware you are capable of overhauling a B-7, and that you likely could overhaul the B-7 faster and more efficiently than Alvarez. However, if the repair is not done by a master engineer, a whole slew of Suchao lawyers will destroy us for allowing unqualified personnel to operate their machinery. So leave it alone and fix the Lagdaman.
Amanda mustered the effort she needed to keep from throwing the notepad across the food court. All that stopped her was the fact that she couldn't afford to replace it. Instead, she sat there, thinking about what Dmitry had said. At least he'd had the good grace to sound apologetic. It wasn't her fault she hadn't been able to afford the proper certifications. It wasn't her fault that... She cut off that line of thought. Regrets were for people who could afford them. She couldn't even afford an edible meal. After washing down the gamey lo mein and the mushy rice with a flat seltzer, she headed to the engineering bay. After all, the Lagdaman wasn't going to fix itself. When she arrived at the shop, she looked at the B-7 sitting invitingly across the room. The B-7 was a better machine than the B-6, and leaps and bounds ahead of the disaster area that was the B-5. She would have loved to have gotten her hands on the B-7 and seen what made it purr. But no, Alvarez got to do that. He'll probably fuck it up, she thought, and then they'll send it back and he'll have to fix it again. That means Dmitry can bill them twice, the sneaky bastard. Turning away from the B-7, she put on a pot of coffee. While it brewed, she started to work on the Lagdaman. Kneeling down in front of it, she opened the central hatch, only to discover that the manifold had cracked. Again. It was a simple enough welding job, one she could do in her sleep. She was tempted to forego the coffee and see if she could do it in her sleep, but that thought was fleeting. Even if it was shit work that was beneath her ability, if not her pay grade, she would do it well, damn it. Not everyone was as hidebound as Sue Chow when it came to certifications, and as long as she kept up her rep for doing good work, she'd stand a chance of working better jobs. Maybe even tune up someone else's B7. As long as they didn't hold the past against her. Grabbing her Mazursky D121 welder, she pulled the pack strap over her head, settling it on her shoulders, positioning the welder's power source on her back. She placed the helmet strap atop her head and yanked the metal mask down to protect her face. Let's get this shit over with. Just as she was finishing putting the manifold back together, a voice came from the doorway behind her, loud enough to be heard over the Mazursky.
Ripley?
At first she figured it was Dmitri, but the accent was wrong. Shutting the welder down, she lifted her helmet and turned. The figure in the doorway was too tall to be Dmitri and too skinny to be Alvarez. He wore a green jumpsuit, but it was clean and pressed, which meant he probably wasn't one of the regular staff on Tranquility. Or if he was higher up than the people with whom she usually dealt.
I'm Samuels, he said. I work for the company.
Great, a Weyland-Yutani drone. Wordlessly, she knelt back down, lowered her helmet, and continued her work. She was almost done, and she didn't want to hear what someone from the company had to say. Certainly, whatever this Samuels dink had on his mind wasn't something that was worth delaying what she was doing.
It's about your mother.
She turned off the Mazursky.
We think we may have found her, Amanda.
Your 11th birthday. I'll be back for that, and I'll buy you the best present ever. What kind of present? If I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise, now would it? Mom hadn't fulfilled that promise. The Nostromo had been missing for a decade and a half. I'll be back for that. She removed her helmet. Pushing some greasy parts aside, she put it on a cluttered work table and stared at Samuels, making it clear that he now had her full attention. Speaking at a normal volume, now that the Mazursky was off, he continued.
A commercial vessel, the Anesidora, has recovered what we believe to be the flight recorder of the Nostromo.
Amanda turned her head and looked away. They hadn't found Ellen Ripley. They hadn't even found the Nostromo. It was another tease, another piece of junk that may or may not have belonged to her mother's ship. Where? She asked, her enthusiasm dimmed.
Zeta Reticuli.
At least this was within the reasonable search radius. What did it tell you? She asked as she moved toward the coffee maker.
We don't know. The unit was taken to Sevastopol Station.
Another piece of the true cross, she muttered.
I beg your pardon?
As she poured him a mug of coffee, she said, "Couple years ago, someone told me that in the Middle Ages, people used to sell pieces of wood that they would claim were pieces of the cross that Jesus Christ was supposed to have been crucified on. But if he took all those pieces of the true cross and put them together, they'd make a cross as big as Europe." She handed Samuels the mug of coffee. He took it.
Thank you. Until we actually traveled to Sevastopol, we won't know whether it's legitimate or not. Of course, it's proprietary material, so the company wants it to be collected as soon as possible. Sevastopol's a supply depot in the region. It's a permanent free...
I know what it is. Amanda took a sip of her coffee and noticed that Samuels hadn't actually drunk from his mug, nor did he seem bothered by her interruption.
Transit's arranged, he said. There's a courier ship called the Torrens heading out that way in 2 days. We're going to travel out to...
Again, Amanda interrupted. We?
Me and another executive.
Amanda sighed, wondering why he was telling her all this. It wasn't even a guarantee, just some commercial carrier claiming to have something of interest. She'd serviced tons of salvage vessels over the years, and their captains were notorious for exaggerating at best. Lying their asses off at worst. Then Samuels dropped the other boot.
And you, if you're willing."
She almost dropped her coffee. She set it down. He continued.
"I've been cleared to offer you a place on the Torrens, if you want to come along. Maybe there'll be some closure for you."
Before she could stop herself, Amanda sneered at the company man. "I gave up on closure a long time ago, Mr. Samuels." She gestured around them. "And I have a job here, one I can't really afford to give up for however long it'll take the Torrens to get out to Sevastopol and back."
"That's not an issue,"
Samuels said calmly.
"You have had a standing job offer from the company since you turned 18.
Amanda snorted. She'd had enough of Weyland-Yutani charity as a kid. As an adult, she preferred to make her own way, rather than take the easy way out, the way the company wanted. Samuels continued.
"You'll be enlisted as a consultant for the duration of the mission. We will pay you a rate that is twice what you're getting from Mr. Slavashevich for these menial engineering tasks."
He stepped forward. She flinched at first, but he showed none of the menace that Sergeant Messeret had displayed.
"Look, Ripley, when this job came across my desk, I read the case history. I know you've been searching for your mother for a long time. I also know that you've taken on jobs that are far beneath your skill set."
Picking up her coffee, Amanda took a sip from it.
"The worst-case scenario," he continued, "is that we travel to Sevastopol and it turns out not to be—"
Samuels smirked, the first time his facial expression had changed since he arrived.
"a piece of the one true cross. Then you return here to Tranquility, or wherever else you wish to go, with considerably more money in your account. But the best-case scenario is that this really is the Nostromo's flight recorder, and you can finally find out what happened to your mother."
Amanda smirked back. "And you find out what happened to your very expensive ship."
"Also, yes,"
he said.
"But we're concerned about the entire crew, not just W.O. Ripley, but also C.O. Dallas, X.O. Kane, S.O. Ash, and the rest. Now, you—"
She held up a hand. "Relax, Samuels. You had me at double my current pay. Course, twice nothing is still nothing, but I'll take what I can get. Just promise me you don't use any equipment from Lagdaman."
"I cannot speak for every item on the Torrens, but Captain Verlaine has a sterling reputation. I can say with some certainty that she uses reliable equipment."
Samuels gave her a knowing smile at that. "Fine." She shrugged out of the Mazursky's pack and placed it next to the helmet on the work table. For this, for a real possibility of finding her mother, she'd finally take the company up on their long-standing offer of employment. "When do we leave?" Encrypted transmission from Captain Constantino Blaine, USCSS Rover, to Captain Diane Verlaine, USCSS Torrens. Date, November 19th, 2137. Nav officer. "Verlaine, you on the lookout for a navigational officer? I have a friend that's just lost his ship and he's looking for work. I can vouch for him. He's got good papers." Same old story. The megacorps undercut him, picked up all his clients. Contracts are getting harder to come by for the smaller companies, and I'm thinking of getting out myself while I still have something to sell. Sounds like you're doing okay, though. Dropped by the docks and heard you just shipped out. Sevastopol Station. What a shithole. Still, I hear Weyland-Yutani pay well. Good luck to you. If you can't beat them, right? Let's catch up when you get back. This message and any attachments are confidential, privileged, and protected. If you are not the intended recipient, dissemination or copying of this message is prohibited. If you have received this in error, please notify the sender by replying and then delete the message completely from your system. 5. USCSS Torrens, December 2137. Dreams while in cryosleep were surprisingly ordinary for Amanda. Under normal circumstances, her slumber was a chaotic mess, as if someone had eaten her entire life and puked it up onto a brightly colored carpet. The night before she boarded the Torrens, for example, right after she gave Dimitri notice and sent Zula a message letting her know where she was going, her dreams were a cacophony of images and sounds. Some familiar, others not so much. The deafening noise made by her Mazursky welder. An Earthrise as seen from Luna's observation port, only the Earth was as red as Mars. Coffee spilling over a giraffe that looked like the one that had kissed her on a safari trip when she was a kid. The very next day, she stripped down to her underclothes, climbed into the cryo chamber, and heard the pneumatic hiss of the seal. The machine slathered her in cryogel, the anesthetic put her under, and she fell into stasis. Once there, her dreams were amazingly straightforward as her mind harkened back to her earliest memories. Her mother holding newborn Amanda in her arms, singing, "Oh, little lotus flower in the shadow of the wall. Oh, little lotus flower far, far away. Oh, little lotus flower shines like the moon. Oh, little lotus flower gone, gone too soon." Trying to sleep while Mommy and Daddy are fighting.
What is that you've been feeding her?
It's called nutrients. It's got everything she needs.
So you're not breastfeeding her?
We agreed I wouldn't be.
No, you decided. I just went along.
That's agreement, Alex. If you disagree, you have to say something. Mommy taking her home from the park. Alex, are you here? Alex? Alex! Damn it, he couldn't even leave a note. Going to school. Why isn't Mommy taking me to school, Daddy?
Because your mother has a job.
Oh, do you have a job, Daddy?
You don't have to call me Daddy, baby girl. I'm not your father, you know.
Maybe, but I don't remember Daddy much, and I like you as my daddy.
That's sweet, baby girl. Anyhow, I don't have a job right now. I'm still looking.
I thought you were an engineer.
That's engineer, baby girl, and I can't be one yet.
Why not?
Because I have to go to school.
Like me?
Kind of, yeah. I'll get to do it someday.
Her mother playing with her in the park. Catch the ball, sweetheart. I got it. Hey, isn't that Daddy? What? No, of course not. Daddy's at work. That is Daddy. Paul?
Ellen, hi,
Why aren't you at work?
Because they escorted me out of the building when they fired me.
Damn it.
Last week.
Last week?
Look, they were all morons there.
And you just had to tell them that they were morons, didn't you?
Come on, the job was beneath me and everyone knew it.
Getting up in the middle of the night to fetch a glass of water from the kitchen. Amanda hears the apartment door slide open, wondering who it is in the middle of the night. Where the hell have you been, Paul? Her mother is mad.
Out?
Doing what? Oh, fuck, never mind, I can smell it on your breath.
I just needed to relax.
Horizons Beyond ends next week, and the only thing I've got lined up is the Saturn run on the Kurtz.
Thought you weren't gonna take that.
I wasn't, when you weren't drinking away the rent money. And don't deny it, because that's the only money we have at this point. Sitting on a hard bench while Mom talks to a police officer.
Look, Ms. Ripley, we can let Mr. Carter off with a fine, but if you can't pay it, we're going to have to keep him.
Don't tempt me. Mom? What is it, sweetheart? Are we bringing Dad home? I hope so. Officer, I'll pay the fine.
All right, and you might want to suggest to your husband not to pick fights with people twice his size.
Sitting on the other side of the door to her room, eavesdropping on her parents. I'm done, Paul. I can't keep doing this. I want a divorce.
You can't do that, Ellen.
Really? Then try and stop me. By the way, you'll need a lawyer, which you can't afford.
Neither can you.
And whose fault is that? Packing her things in her mother's apartment. I don't want to go to Paul's. Amanda, sweetheart, I'm going to be on the Sephoria. We're going to the Oort Cloud and back, and that'll take a few months. Why can't I go with you? I think you'd put me over my weight allotment. Hiding in her room, waiting for Paul to stop yelling at nobody and pass out so she can go to the kitchenette and make dinner. Paul coming home after a job interview.
I didn't really want that job anyhow.
Her mother, back from the Sephoria with enough money to pay off all their debts, then getting into another argument with Paul over all the new debts he'd racked up in 9 months. A year with her mother on paid parental leave. She told the company that she was a single mother, even though Paul was legally her stepfather because they were married so long. It was just a white lie. Her mother talking, but Amanda can't hear her because of the loud noise. The pneumatic hiss of the cryo chamber as the lid swung back. It felt as if she'd only just gone into stasis, yet like she'd been under for half of her life. The hiss died down, the dream images faded from her consciousness, and Amanda found herself chilled to the bone. Part of it was the nature of cryosleep, as the body's metabolism slowed considerably, causing her to feel colder. Another part of it was the cryogel, the nature of which she neither understood nor cared about. She was happy to understand the machine itself, but the biological aspects were of little interest. As a mechanical engineer, she needed to know how to fix what was broken. As a passenger on a spaceship, she was simply grateful that it wasn't broken. Swinging her legs around to sit upright on the horizontal platform, she hugged herself, shivering uncontrollably. Goosebumps rose on her exposed arms and legs, and her teeth chattered loud enough to wake the dead. Except there were no dead, nor were there any living. The other 7 cryochambers were empty. 2 had been empty from the start, and in fact they'd been deactivated. The remaining 5 had been assigned to Christopher Samuels, the Weyland-Yutani lawyer Nina Taylor, and the 3 members of the Torrens' crew. The stasis pod sat in the center of the room, fanning outward from a central unit. Along the wall, across from each pod, there were control units with a central monitor flanked by 2 smaller ones. Each screen displayed the same phrase, "User signed in." The only exception was the monitor that stood at the foot of her cryochamber. There, the blinking message was clear. "Please sign in." Guess I'm the last one up. At the head of her cryochamber were a plain white towel and a keycard bearing her image and a barcode. After wiping as much of the cryogel off her as she could, she stepped onto the cold metal floor, then over to the terminal. There, she inserted her keycard. As soon as she did, the command stopped blinking and changed. "Welcome, A. Ripley." She toweled herself off some more, and it helped, but she needed to locate some clothes or she was going to freeze her ass off. Padding through a doorway, she found herself in the locker room adjacent to the cryochamber and went to the locker that had been assigned to her. Just as it had when they'd set off from Luna, it opened at the touch of her keycard. Inside, right where she left them, were her clothes. Given her profession, Amanda generally preferred clothes that offered a full range of motion, could be put on and taken off easily, and offered places to put her tools of the trade. She climbed into a green jumpsuit with plenty of pockets and zipped it up. Reaching into the locker again, she pulled out a hair tie, yanking her long blonde hair back into a ponytail. She didn't need to do that, strictly speaking, as she was just a passenger on this trip. Tying her hair back was something she did to keep it out of her face while working. Dimitri had asked her once why she didn't just cut her hair, since it got in the way. 1, she'd replied, tying it back isn't that much trouble. 2, I hate the way it looks when I cut it myself. And 3, you don't pay me enough that I can afford to pay someone else to cut it. On this run, though, the only work she'd be doing was getting her hands on the flight recorder to find out if it was the real deal or not. A low throb behind her eyes reminded her that it had been weeks since she'd last had any coffee, so she headed over to the mess hall. A short, prim-looking woman sat alone at the big round table in the center of the mess hall. She wore spectacles and was picking at a bowl of something that looked like glorified mush. Around her were a couple of place settings that had been abandoned. Empty mugs, crumb-covered plates, and a few playing cards showing the half-hearted remains of a solitaire game. "Taylor," Amanda said to the woman as she walked in and headed straight for the coffee dispenser. "Good morning." Nina Taylor scowled up at her. "Ripley, it's certainly not good, and I very much doubt that it's morning, either." Amanda said nothing as she retrieved a cup and poured coffee into it. As she moved to take a chair where someone had been playing solitaire, her companion's expression softened. "I'm sorry," Taylor said, her voice also softening. "I feel like death. I don't know how you people put up with hypersleep regularly." Shrugging, Amanda said, "You get used to it. I just focus on trying to remember what I can of the dreams." She frowned as she realized her most recent ones had left only vague impressions. Taylor echoed her expression. "I don't recall dreaming. I simply lay down in the chamber, the door closed. A moment later the door opened, and I felt as if someone had beaten me with a series of ball-peen hammers." She poked at her food some more. "What do you recall from this trip?" "Just a lot of memories bubbling up into my brain. You know how they say that when you're dying, your life flashes before your eyes? My life flashes before my eyes when I'm in cryosleep." Amanda took a sip of the coffee. Years of needing to caffeinate quickly had trained her to get used to drinking her coffee black. It also trained her to learn to hate the taste of bad coffee, which was pretty much all she got. The oil slicks she'd guzzled down on Luna were particularly bad. The Torrens coffee made her nostalgic for Luna's sludge. "Well, perhaps your mind thinks you're dying because your metabolism slows down." Taylor sighed. "Who knows? I don't do long hauls very often. Most legal execs don't travel further than the coffee machine. Speaking of which, that looks very refreshing." She stepped over to the counter where the dispenser was located. "Looks are deceiving," Amanda said dryly. "I'm surprised Weyland-Yutani felt the need to send legal along." As Taylor got her own coffee together, dumping in a ton of sugar, though no dairy, her tone became enthusiastic, as if shop talk made her feel better. "The loss of the Nostromo and its cargo cost the company a lot of money," she said. "It's important we find out what happened. If I can close the case with a conclusive accident report, it will look great." Looking up, Taylor cut herself off and regarded Amanda apologetically. "I'm sorry," she said, her words soft again. "That was insensitive. I realize your mother has been missing for 15 years, and you—" "It's okay." Amanda waved her off. "You have your job, and I have mine." "Yes, but I'm just doing a job." "So am I. Samuels is paying me and everything." "Yet I imagine it's more than that for you," Taylor said, sipping from her cup. She made a face. "And you're right, this coffee is dreadful." "It really isn't. More than that, I mean. Not that the coffee isn't dreadful." She paused and shifted gears. "Let's put it this way, Taylor. I'm not really expecting you to come out of this with a conclusive accident report. This isn't the first time I've been sent on a Nostromo hunt, and 15 years of bullshit and disappointment have pretty much beaten expectations out of me." "That's terrible." Taylor looked genuinely horrified. Amanda chuckled. "What, my life or the coffee?" "I wouldn't presume to judge your life, Ripley," the lawyer responded. "But you can't give up hope. Hope just leads to disappointment. I've had enough disappointments, thanks. I prefer to expect the universe to fuck me over repeatedly. That saves time when it does so." "That's an awful attitude to have." "It's not all bad." Amanda took a thoughtful sip of her coffee and flipped over one of the solitaire cards. It was a red 2 that she could place on a black 3. "At least this time I'm the one getting paid rather than some scam artist." She looked up. "Like I said, far as I'm concerned, this is a job. Usually, when I find a lead on what happened to Mommy, the money flows in the other direction. I like this way better. That's sweet, Taylor said. Excuse me? Amanda wondered what the fuck the woman was talking about. That you still refer to Warrant Officer Ripley as Mommy. I did? Amanda blinked, flipping over an ace and placing it above the other cards. I didn't realize. Fuck, I haven't thought of her as Mommy since I was 6. Probably those bad memories I dreamed. When I remember my childhood, I remember my mother, not Ellen Ripley. Your father wasn't on the Nostromo, was he? Which one? Quickly, she added, not that it matters, neither one was. My biological father walked out when I was 3. I don't even really remember him. My stepfather is Paul Carter, but he wasn't on the Nostromo either, and he and Mom divorced ages ago. Honestly, I haven't spoken to him in years. I haven't thought of him as Dad either, since the divorce. He's been Paul, even after Mom disappeared and he made his half-assed attempt to raise me on his own. I've been on my own since I was 18. Taylor smiled. Perhaps you are allowing yourself some hope. Really not, Amanda said emphatically. How long has it been since you've seen your mother? Taylor asked. I wasn't even 10 yet when she went off on the Nostromo. Amanda blew out a breath and flipped over a queen, but there was nowhere to place it. It's funny, there are days when I forget what she looks like. I mean, I have pics on my notepad, so I can always remind myself, but some days... She shook her head, tossing the cards aside. Then again, other days, her face and voice are all I see and hear. But I remember that last day I saw her like it was yesterday. Sevastopol Station, December 2137. I don't deserve this. I'm a good man. A decent man. I gave up my dreams of becoming Clark Dozerian best-selling novelist to come to Sevastopol and start a business for my family, be a provider. I wasn't bitter when the megacorps put the squeeze on the little guy and Sevastopol went down the tubes. So what if I had to close the shop and take a minimum wage job? I'd gotten my hands dirty before. Good, honest work. Margaret didn't see it that way. She took the kids and left last year. But I was glad. Sevastopol's no place for kids. I didn't panic or take up arms when the killings started. I had faith in the marshals. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Then I saw that thing kill my neighbor and I found myself a gun. I only had 2 bullets left. I heard something coming up behind me. I turned and I shot it twice. I wasn't going to let it kill me. But it wasn't the thing. It was one of the marshals. And I shot him. I didn't mean to. Never killed anyone before. It was an accident. Know what the sad thing is? I still hadn't killed anyone. He was still alive. Until the thing killed him. I don't deserve this. I'm a family man, a provider, law-abiding. Got my hands dirty. I'm still a decent man. 6. Vancouver, Canada, Earth, July 2120. Sitting on the floor next to the door of her tiny bedroom, head against the wall, Amanda tried not to cry while listening to Mom and Paul shout at each other. She failed, though, and tears burned around her eyes. It wasn't really her bedroom. Paul's apartment only had one tiny bedroom, but he let the 9-year-old sleep there when she was staying with him, while he crashed on the couch in the tiny living room. Half the time, he never even made it that far, just collapsed on the floor by the front door when he came in from a night out. Amanda tried to be in bed asleep when he had his nights out. She got yelled at less that way. The apartment was filthy. Paul never bothered to clean it, so she did what she could. It was never enough. The windows were always closed, so the air was thick and stifling, and the shades kept it gloomy. She left hers open, so her room was the brightest, but the window was small, and the walls were thin. "God damn it, Paul, I've been gone for 4 months, Mom yelled. Would it have killed you to be at Tereshkova when my shuttle landed?
I'm sorry,
he responded.
I lost track of what day it was. Thought it was tomorrow.
I put it on Amanda's calendar before I left. Didn't she remind you? Amanda bent her knees and wrapped her arms tightly around them. Burying her face in her thighs, she hid her tears, even though the only one who could see her was her stuffed tiger, Daniel. And Daniel was the only one who didn't care when she cried. She had, reminded Paul. That morning, and he'd said he'd pick her up after school and they'd go to Tereshkova Terminal together, and to Mom when she disembarked from the dropship that would bring her down from the Sotio. That was the ship she'd been serving on as warrant officer. But Paul never showed.
Look,
he said, louder now.
It's been rough. I got laid off when Weyland-Yutani bought us out.
Laid off or fired for being an asshole?
Fuck you, Ellen.
Even louder.
I've been taking care of your kid while you've been herring off across the solar system.
Really? Taking care of her? Is that why when we hit orbit I got 20 messages from the school saying she'd been late or absent? The warnings had been coming for weeks.
It's fine,
he said.
I took care of it.
They're threatening to expel her, Paul.
I fucking said I fucking took care of it.
Amanda had been tempted to go ahead to Tereshkova without him. Technically, she wasn't allowed to ride the train by herself, but she'd already done that to get home since she had missed the bus waiting for Paul to come get her. The problem was, the school gave all the students rail passes that enabled them to travel for free, but only from school to the stop nearest their homes. Hers allowed her to go to either the 49th Street station near Paul's apartment or the Main Street station to go to Mom's. She couldn't use it to get to Tereshkova, and while she had a little bit of money on her, it wasn't enough to get a rail pass to go all the way out to the terminal. Suddenly, the door slid open. Amanda let out an "eep" of surprise, her heart beating faster, scared that Paul was going to come in angry and yelling. But no, it was Mom. Her head turned as she looked around the room, then stopped when she saw Amanda on the floor next to the door. Smiling, she reached out a hand. "Sweetheart, what are you doing on the floor?" "Just sitting." She reached out eagerly, her mother's large, warm hand embracing hers like a tiny hug. Amanda wiped away the tears, hoping they weren't noticeable. Climbing to her feet, she wrapped her arms around Mom's waist for a proper hug. "It's so good to see you, sweetheart." "I'm sorry we didn't get to meet you," Amanda said quickly. "I tried to tell Paul, but he wasn't home." Mom stroked her hair. "It's all right. I'm here now, and I'm home for a month." That got Amanda to break the embrace and look up. "Only 1 month?" "Yes, and then I'm gonna be away for a really long time." The tears had stopped when Mom came in, but they started up again. "Why?" "Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you about," Mom said. "Come on." She led Amanda over to the bed and sat on the edge. Amanda sat right next to her so she could snuggle into a shoulder. Her mother put her arm around her. "Do you remember when I was on leave?" she began. "And we went out to Mars on the Tremolino?" Amanda nodded. She loved that year of Mom's leave. Thanks to the job on the Sephoria, they'd actually been able to buy real food sometimes, instead of those awful quick meals, and they even went out to eat once, and Mom was able to get her vidscript reactivated. But best of all was being able to take that trip to Mars on the Tremolino. "That was Captain Dallas's ship, right?" "Yes," Mom smiled. "This has to do with him." She had a nice smile, and Amanda was glad that she got to see it again, especially in this apartment where hardly anyone ever smiled. Well, except for Daniel the tiger, who always smiled, but he was usually the only one. Amanda recalled that Dallas was a nice person. She actually enjoyed the trip on the Tremolino almost as much as being on Mars. What about him? Well, he has a new ship, a cargo hauler called the Nostromo. His warrant officer just retired and he needs a new one, and he asked me. So you get to work for him? She wiped her nose and grinned. That's nifty. Mom chuckled. Yes, it is. Nifty. When did you start using that word? Amanda shrugged. A Feo at school used it and I like it. It's a nifty word. Again, Mom laughed, and Amanda felt better. She got to laugh at school, but never at home. At least, not in this home. The point is, Dallas wants me on the Nostromo, and they just took on a big contract to bring cargo back from Thetis. Amanda pulled away from Mom's shoulder and looked up at her. Where's that? A long way away. We're going to be gone for about 2 years. Amanda leapt away from the bed. That's forever. It's not forever, sweetheart. You can't go away that long. She backed away. It's not fair. Sweetheart, please, listen. No, you're going away and leaving me with Paul. Just for a little while. Her mother stood up, but kept her distance. That's why I'm doing it. See, this job pays better than any job I've had since ever, really. Even more than this Euphoria. It's a huge contract, and when I get back, I'll finally be able to pay off all our debts, maybe move to a better apartment. Best of all, we might be able to send you to a better school. She moved closer and put her hands on Amanda's shoulders. Even better than that, after this job, I won't have to take long trips anymore. I can stay in the solar system, maybe even stay on Earth. Then you'll be home all the time? Amanda couldn't believe it. Mom almost never had good news. That's the plan, Mom said. We'll be taking the ship out to Neptune first to meet up with the hauler, so we'll be in the system for a month. That made her grin. So you don't have to go sleepy byes? Amanda mirrored the grin. Not until we get to Neptune, no, Mom said. We can send each other notes. Then after that, it'll be sleepy byes for 8 months until we get to Thetis, a month to load up the hauler, and then 13 months back, since the ship will be heavier with all the cargo. She held out her hand. Come here. Amanda let her mother lead her over to the tiny desk with her computer on it. She called up the calendar and saw the entry Amanda had put on that day's date. Mom's home. That got another smile out of her. Then she scrolled ahead 23 months. Amanda's birthday was already flagged. Your 11th birthday, Mom said. I'll be back for that, and I'll buy you the best present ever. What kind of present? Amanda asked eagerly. If I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise, now would it? Amanda huffed. Fine. Now give me a hug, then get your things together. Tonight, we're going to Zorba's. Yay! Zorba's was Amanda's favorite restaurant in the whole world. And remember, I don't even leave until a whole month from now, and it's just going to be you and me the whole time. She held up a hand. I promise. Yay! Amanda said again. Mom always kept her promises. The next month was the best of her life. Even better than when Mom took that year off. For the first 2 weeks, they went to the zoo, they went shopping, they caught up on all the vids they could sit and watch, they ran in the park, and so much more. Sometimes they met Captain Dallas, and he joined them on their outings. Mom made sure Amanda got to school on time every day and picked her up and rode the train home with her. Their home. When it was time for Mom to head out on the Nostromo, Paul met them at Tereshkova Terminal. He looked like he was growing a beard again. Glad you could make it, Mom said, hands on hips.
I said I'd be here. I'm here.
Then he looked down at Amanda.
How are you doing, baby girl?
Okay. Paul smelled bad, and Amanda didn't like it. She didn't want her mother to leave. They stood in the waiting room at the security gate. Paul and Amanda weren't allowed to go past that part, and there were lots of people all around saying goodbye to other people. There was a man with dark hair and a beard, wearing a ball cap that said Nostromo on it. He approached, and Amanda brightened as soon as she saw him. "Captain Dallas!"
Hey, Armadillo.
Dallas came closer and picked her up. Amanda had liked spending time with him. Mom seemed more relaxed when he was around. "It's Amanda," she said, pretending to be exasperated just like she always did when Dallas got her name wrong. Last time he had called her Aardvark. He'd been doing that sort of thing ever since the Mars trip on the Tremolino.
I knew it was something like that.
He put her down, then looked at Dad.
You must be Mr. Carter. I'm Arthur Dallas. The Nostromo's my boat.
Paul just kind of stared at Captain Dallas's hand for a second, then reached out and shook it.
Hi. You and Ripley raised yourself a fine daughter here,
Dallas said.
I'm sure you'll take good care of her while we're out yonder.
Paul looked confused, like he didn't know what to say. So he didn't say anything. If Captain Dallas noticed, though, he didn't mention it.
Well, I'd better be getting on,
he said.
See you on board, Ripley?
Mom nodded. As soon as Dallas was out of sight, Paul finally remembered how to talk.
You're sleeping with that guy, aren't you?
He's my boss.
Yeah, so? How the hell else did you get such a plum assignment?
Mom wasn't relaxed anymore. It's called being good at my job and taking pride in it, she said, and she sounded angry. Granted, you've never actually tried that, but—
Hey, I take pride in every job that's worth being prideful about.
And when was the last time that— Mom cut herself off. No, I'm not having this argument. You want to fuck up your life? Go right ahead. But I swear to you, if anything happens to Amanda—
She'll be fine.
Paul actually smiled.
She's already smarter than the both of us put together.
Mom looked down at Amanda, and she also smiled, ruffling her daughter's blonde hair. That much we can agree on. She knelt down in front of Amanda. Take care of yourself, okay, sweetheart? I will, she said, and I'll see you on my 11th birthday. Yes, you will. Mom laughed and hugged her tight. Amanda felt the tears coming and held her mother so hard she didn't think she'd ever let go. But eventually, she had to. She wiped the tears away with her wrist as Mom straightened and walked toward the security gate.
Come on, baby girl,
Paul said, and he started walking away to the exit without even looking up to see if Amanda had followed. She turned and ran to catch up with him. By the time she did, she noticed they were headed toward the south exit, instead of the north one where they'd come in. Where are we going? The north exit led to the train line that would take them to Paul's apartment.
We just need to make a stop,
he said over his shoulder.
Won't be long, I promise.
Amanda sighed. This wasn't the first time they'd made a stop on the way home, and it usually took most of the night. She'd just hoped that they would go to a bar that had good vid or games to play. Maybe he'd go to the one that had that vintage pinball machine. She'd always loved that one, with the mechanical levers. For the next month, she and her mother exchanged messages. They were too far away for real-time calls, but Amanda made a recording each and every day, and her mom recorded one for her. The farther away the Nostromo got from Earth, the longer they took to arrive. Hi, sweetheart. Things are going well here? Mostly well, at least. Our 2 engineers are annoying. Kane, the exec, runs a good ship, though. I can see why Dallas hired him. I miss you, and I hope your father remembers to take you to the botanical gardens for that orchid show that's supposed to be opening soon. I love you, and I'll see you when you're 11. Hiya, Mom. Paul said he was going to take me to the orchid show yesterday, but then he got a job interview, so we didn't go. He didn't tell me if it went good or not, so it probably didn't, especially because he went out late. I miss you so much, Mom. See you when I'm 11. Hi, sweetheart. So I've been thinking that Kane is a hard-ass, but he's got a sentimental streak. Yesterday, he organized an early surprise party for Lambert's birthday, since we'll be sleepy bys when it should happen. He planned this weeks ago, before we even embarked, hid a cake in the freezer and everything. It was small, but it got everyone comfortable after that. The whole ship feels more relaxed. There are 7 of us stuck in a tin can for a month before we go into before we go sleepy bys, so it's good that Kane did that. Even Dallas is more relaxed, and I didn't think that was possible. I miss you, sweetheart, and I love you, and I'll see you when you're 11.
Hiya, Mom. So I'm finally going to see the orchid show. Paul didn't take me. He kept forgetting or saying we couldn't do it. But then Miss Figueroa gave us a surprise. We're going on a field trip to the botanical garden next week. Paul still hasn't replied to the permission note yet, but I'll keep reminding him. I love you tons, Mom, and I'll see you when I'm 11.
Hello there, Anteater. Your mom told me that you were kinda upset because your stepdad didn't give you permission to go on the field trip to the botanical garden, so I thought I'd cheer you up with a message from your old pal, Captain Dallas. Now, I know you had your little heart set on seeing those flowers, Alligator, but you know what the great thing is about flowers? They come back. Every year there's always new flowers, and they're just like the old flowers, except not exactly. They're slightly different. And that's what's great about the universe. There's a whole lot of beauty, and it's all just a tiny bit different from all the other beauty. We just passed Saturn, and every time I see those rings, I see something different, even though they're the same rings I saw the last time we flew by. My point is, Alpaca, there's beauty everywhere. Just 'cause you don't always get to see it doesn't mean it's not there. And if you're patient, you'll get to see it. Take care of yourself, Anaconda, and I'll see you when we all get back home.
Hello, Mom. I just got home from school. Oh, before I forget, please say thank you to Captain Dallas. His message was really great. Anyhow, Ms. Figueroa gave us something she called an attitude test. No, wait. Aptitude. That was it. Aptitude. I answered all kinds of questions, and it said I should be a mechanic, an electrician, or an engineer like Paul wants to be. He's walking in, so I gotta go and tell him. Oh, and tell Captain Dallas it's Amanda. See you when I'm 11.
Hi, sweetheart. This is the last note I'm going to be able to send you for a while. We're going sleepy bys tonight, and I have a ton of things to do to get the ship ready before our nap. Kane just called me to the mess hall for a meeting. It's probably something Parker's annoyed about, since all he ever does is complain. It's KK and go all over again. Anyhow, I have to go, but just remember, sweetheart, I love you, I miss you, and I will definitely see you when you're 11. About a month before Amanda's 11th birthday, she was sitting on her bed doing math homework on her notepad. Daniel was snug up against her hip. Paul was watching a vid in the living room. The doorbell rang. Amanda had the door closed so Paul's vid wouldn't distract her, but she was curious. So she put down the notepad, picked up Daniel, and went to the door, sliding it open a crack. Paul was leaning heavily against the doorframe, wearing a dirty t-shirt and loose slacks. A woman in a suit stood on the other side of the threshold. "Mr. Carter," she said, "my name is Yoshiko Tanaka. I'm with the company, and I'm afraid I have some bad news. We've lost all contact with the Nostromo. There've been no updates, no contact, and the company is being forced to declare the ship and its crew missing in action." No. Paul didn't say anything. Amanda clutched Daniel to her chest. Tears welled up in her eyes. No.
Okay, Paul said finally. So what's the bad news? It's not like my ex-wife is an actual part of our lives.
He waved an arm above his head.
She flies off through space 90% of the time and thinks that makes her Amanda's mother. Stupid bitch always had a high opinion of herself.
The woman stared at him, her mouth opening and closing. "Perhaps I should come back when you're more sober."
"I'm perfectly fucking sober, thank you, Ms. Tanaka."
He stepped back and put one hand on the door.
"If there's nothing else, I have to go back to raising her kid. Alone, like I've been doing all along anyhow."
Amanda shut the bedroom door and leapt onto the bed, burying her face in the pillow. It can't be true. Mom said she'd be back. They're lying. For the better part of 2 years, Amanda had looked forward to her 11th birthday more than any other day in her life. Since the day Mom had told her about the Nostromo, she had played it out in her head, over and over, endlessly. Not once did she picture herself at the police station. She sat on the uncomfortable bench across from the main desk for an hour before her stepfather finally showed up. Her butt hurt, her back hurt, and her eyes were stinging from all the crying she'd been doing. Paul walked over to the desk and stood before the large uniformed man who sat there.
Are you the girl's father? Stepfather, yeah. I'm Paul Carter. Where the hell did you find her? At Tereshkova Terminal. She was just hanging around, and finally someone asked her what she was doing there.
Mom was supposed to be there, Amanda shouted. She jumped off the bench and ran over to the desk. She promised.
She gave us her mother's name,
the officer said, still speaking to Paul as if Amanda wasn't there.
We checked and there was no Ellen Ripley scheduled to come in. We checked the last week's worth of logs and everyone scheduled for the next week as well. Nothing.
But she promised. Amanda stomped her feet, something she hadn't done in a long time.
I'm sorry, Sergeant,
Paul said. Then he knelt to look at her face to face.
Baby girl, don't you remember that woman who came by the apartment? From the company? She said that Ellen's ship had gone missing. They haven't found her yet.
No, she was lying. She was lying and you're lying and everybody's lying. Mom said she'd be back. The officer spoke again.
Mr. Carter, I'm sorry, but you need to take her home, or it's fine, Sergeant. I've got her.
Paul put his hands on her shoulders.
Baby girl, Amanda, listen. It's not her fault. She didn't mean to not be here, but something happened to the Nostromo. It's very dangerous out there in space. That's why I never liked her going out there. Now come on, let's go home.
But why didn't Mom come home like she said?
Like I told you, baby girl, it's not her fault.
He took a deep breath, looked at her, and added,
She'll be home eventually, I'm sure of it. Now let's go.
Oh, okay. Amanda sniffed and wiped her eyes. But it's not fair. Gemini Exoplanet Solutions, a Seegson company. Memo. From Chief Porter. To Sevastopol Station Engineering Staff. Date, September 17th, 2137. So, boys and girls, you've probably heard the whispers by now, and I can confirm that it's official. Sevastopol is being decommissioned. I will go over with each of you what this means regarding your contracts and next placement, but for now, as engineers, we still have a job to do. The suits want us to continue with a skeleton crew, which means we'll only be getting a few outside contractors to help. However, it does mean overtime. I recommend taking what you can while it's available. I should point out that the decommission does not mean lucky dip. Everything here has to be accounted for, and I will personally hand over to Marshal Waits anyone found helping themselves to equipment. This message and any attachments are confidential, privileged, and protected. If you are not the intended recipient, dissemination or copying of this message is prohibited. If you have received this in error, please notify the sender by replying and then delete the message completely from your system. 7. USCSS Torrens, December 2137. Taylor dry-sipped her mug of coffee, then looked down with the belated realization that it was empty. Amanda watched as she stood and walked over to the coffee station to refill it. That must have been horrible for you. She sounded concerned, and Amanda couldn't help but wonder how genuine it was. She was a lawyer, after all. It sucked, yeah, Amanda said. Took a while to sink in, too. Even after what happened at Tereshkova, I kept hoping she was just running late. And there's been no word since. Taylor sat back down at the table. I've read the file. The company has endeavored mightily to locate the ship, but no joy. And I saw that they helped support you after she went missing? Some, Amanda said neutrally. The last thing she wanted to discuss with a Weyland-Yutani lawyer was the company's attempts to buy off her grave. Let's hope that this flight recorder is the real thing. I'm not holding my breath. Taylor nodded. Have you seen Samuels? I'm assuming he's been up for ages, but I haven't run across him yet. I haven't made it any farther than this room once I got dressed. Nor I, Taylor said. I'll catch up with him. Amanda gulped down the last of her second cup of coffee and then got up, put it in the recycler, and headed for the exit. Ripley? Taylor prompted. Amanda stopped, turned, and faced the lawyer. I just want to thank you for confiding in me. You didn't need to tell me all that about your family, but I'm glad you did. It helps put a human face on what we're doing. I guess, Amanda shrugged. It's no big deal. It's not like any of it's a secret, either. With that, she left the mess hall and headed down the narrow corridor. As she did, she wondered to herself just why she had been so frank with Taylor. For all Amanda's bravado, Taylor was only the second person since she was 16 to whom she'd opened up about her childhood. The other had been Zula, and then only to let the private know that she wasn't the only one on Tranquility who'd had a shitty youth. Of course, there had been plenty of news stories about the missing ship. Not just Amanda, but all the families of the Nostromo crew had been paraded in public by Weyland-Yutani for about a year after the ship disappeared. That stuff was all still easy enough to find, if anyone cared. Across from the mess hall was the aft airlock hub. If the Torrens was like the other M-class ships she'd been on, there was a fore-hub also. This one only had 3 EVA suits, which made Amanda wonder what they'd have done if there was a 4th passenger to go with the 3-person crew. Then again, nobody had asked her. Nobody ever asked a mechanic how to design a ship, even though Amanda could probably have done a better job than most. Continuing down the corridor, she approached the medical bay, and there she saw Samuels, his back to her, checking out the equipment. Upon her entrance, he turned to face her. "Ah, Ripley." "Samuels," she said. "Did you wake early?"
"Well, I don't really need as much sleep as the rest of you," he said with a wave of a hand. "I was just inspecting the Torrens' facilities. A well-maintained ship. I realize it's a very similar model to—" Samuels cut himself off, probably realizing that he might have been insensitive, but Amanda didn't give that much of a fuck. It was just a ship. "The Nostromo," she said, finishing the thought for him. "I've worked engineering jobs in ships like this," she added by way of reassuring him that she wasn't offended or annoyed at the reminder. Besides, the Nostromo was why they were all there. "Of course," he said. "Is Taylor up yet? She's not a seasoned traveler. Hypersleep may have been punishing for her."
Amanda nodded. "We talked?" Samuels picked up a notepad and tapped on it.
"She's a skilled executive, and I'm sure she'll be very helpful with any legal issues we might encounter."
"Whatever those might be," Amanda muttered.
"If nothing else," Samuels said, "salvagers tend to exaggerate their claims and their rights. Taylor should be able to keep them within the bounds of the law."
Amanda couldn't argue with that. Not that she particularly wanted to, or cared to. She just wanted to find out if the Anesidora really had salvaged the Nostromo's flight recorder. Salvage rights, scavengers, they were the company's problem, not hers. "All personnel to the bridge," the voice of Captain Verlaine sounded over the ship's speakers. "Approaching Sevastopol Station." Amanda regarded Samuels. "Looks like we're up." Heading out the door, they proceeded to the bridge. Amanda was impressed with how well-maintained the Torrens was kept. The medical bay that Samuels had been examining had sported top-of-the-line equipment. It wasn't as complete as, say, the infirmary at Tranquility, but the military supplied that base with both government and private resources. For a tiny transport that wasn't exactly fresh off the line, the ship's tech was top-rate. The engineer in her longed to take a gander at the ship's guts, but she somehow doubted that the captain would let a single passenger into the engine room. Captain Diane Verlaine greeted them as they arrived on the bridge. Taylor was already present, fidgeting near one of the aft consoles, looking very much as if she wanted to be almost anywhere else. "Hope you all had a restful journey," the captain said with a smile that was polite but didn't really reach the rest of her face. Samuels replied with an echo of Amanda's own thoughts.
"The Torrens is in very good order for an old M-class, Captain."
At that, the smile broadened into something more genuine. Amanda knew the look of a shipmaster who was proud of her boat. "She was a wreck when I bought her. Took a few years and a lot of contracts to refit. She pays for herself now." Amanda nodded knowingly. She reconsidered requesting to see the engines, but decided against it. As far as Verlaine was concerned, Amanda was just another company employee she was ferrying from point A to point B. No sense in drawing unnecessary attention to herself. You said we're approaching Sevastopol Station," Taylor stammered. Are we docking?" She asked the question as if she expected Verlaine to toss them out an airlock, hoping they'd hit the station. Instead, the captain nodded in the affirmative. "I believe your contact is Marshal Waits. Is that right?" "Yes," Samuels said. Amanda had no idea who that was. Samuels had provided her with briefing materials, but she hadn't seen how they were relevant, so she hadn't bothered reading them. All she cared about was the Nostromo's flight recorder. And her mother. No, that wasn't entirely correct. The material she'd managed to read outlined the code for activating the flight recorder, once they'd found it. That was something Weyland-Yutani must have kept close at hand, ever since the Nostromo had gone missing. Amanda still didn't really understand why the vessel was so important to them. "I'll hail Sevastopol," Verlaine said, "and arrange boarding." "Good." Taylor started shifting her weight back and forth on her feet. "Let's get this done."
"Don't worry, Ms. Taylor."
Verlaine reverted back to the first smile she'd used when Amanda had walked in, the one that didn't seem quite real.
"Routine. In and out."
With that, the captain turned her back on the passengers and looked at one of the crew. He sat with his feet up at a fore console and seemed to be picking at his fingernails.
"Connor, how we doing?" "My SMG loaded and calibrated."
Connor glanced at his readouts.
"Approach vector locked."
The navigator was lazy, and Amanda couldn't really blame him. The ship ran on automatic. Most of the time in space, it didn't make sense to worry because there was so much nothing that the odds were against a collision. But once a vessel approached a planet or a station or another ship... If she had been the captain, she would have ordered the man to stay sharp, now that they were approaching just such a physical object. However, Amanda wasn't the captain, and she couldn't imagine a circumstance under which she'd be one.
"Prep comm so I can say hello,"
Verlaine instructed as she moved to sit at the other fore console, next to Connor.
"Channel open, Captain,"
he said, flicking a switch. Samuels turned.
"Do we all have our document packets?"
"Of course," Taylor said, sounding as if it was the stupidest question he could have asked. Amanda just nodded. Strictly speaking, the answer was yes. She did have the packet. Somewhere.
"On final approach,"
Connor said. Verlaine spoke into a headset.
"Can we see it?"
Samuels asked.
Verlaine looked up, distracted. "Yes, of course. Switch feed to the monitors."
Something was wrong, and Amanda wondered what it was. Verlaine had gone from solicitous and routine to concerned in just the time it took her to send a message to Sevastopol. Then the station came up on the large monitor at the center of the bridge. That clinched it. Something was wrong. The steely gray and black form of Sevastopol consisted of 3 large towers bristling with antennae and constructs of varying shapes and sizes. The towers were linked at the base by a single platform and at various levels by small bridges. It was dimly lit by KG-348, an orange gas giant that the station orbited. Amanda had been to other similarly designed stations. Normally, there were a lot more running lights, yet here only a few were visible. Those that were lit were far too dim. Then she saw the damage to the platform and noted that a couple of the bridges had lost integrity. Trying not to be too obtrusive, she asked, "Is that damage?"
"It looks like damage,"
Samuels said grimly. Amanda also noticed that the docking bay wasn't actually there. Where there was supposed to be a giant set of bay doors, there was instead a gap between broken portions of the hull. They were still too far away for her to assess the extent of the damage. She was about to point out the problem with docking there when Verlaine spoke to Connor. "Punch up 74, tight angle." Connor toggled the switch, and the monitor showed a close-up of the docking bay. Amanda's respect for Verlaine went up a notch.
"Looks like the dry dock is screwed,"
Connor muttered. Verlaine nodded. "I can't take the Torrens into that." She put her headset back on. "This is commercial vessel Torrens out of St. Clair, registration number MSV7760, calling Sevastopol traffic control." They listened, but there was nothing but static. There should have at least been an automated return signal. After a pause, Verlaine continued. "We're carrying 3 passengers on a Weyland-Yutani bond. You're holding the Nostromo's flight recorder unit. We request immediate permission to transport the passengers portside." Again, static. Then it intensified. Amanda thought she heard a voice and the occasional word.
"Wait, situation, you repeat, don't..."
There was more, but none of it came close to making sense. With a sinking feeling in the pit of her stomach, Amanda knew that this was going to be another dead end. Something had happened at Sevastopol, and even if it was there, the flight recorder wasn't going to be a priority. If they even still had it. "Hello, Marshall?" Verlaine leaned forward, hand on her headset. "Marshall, this is the Torrens. Say again?" Now all she got was static. "Sevastopol, please respond. This is the Torrens. Please repeat your message."
"We got nothing, Captain."
Connor's fingers were dancing over his console.
"They're not even broadcasting anymore."
"Damn it." Samuels stepped forward.
"We have to get on that station."
"We can't dock," Verlaine said. "That bay is toast. We don't have any shuttles, and I'm saving my escape pods for an emergency, thank you very much." Taylor folded her arms. "What are we to do, then? Get out and walk?" "Actually, yeah," Amanda said. The lawyer whirled on her. "I beg your pardon." Amanda ignored her and regarded Verlaine. "Can you hit this station with an EVA cable?" "Sure," Verlaine said with a nod. "But have any of you actually done a spacewalk?" "Of course," Samuels said. "Tons," Amanda said at the same time. "Oh God, no, never," Taylor responded. "Great." Verlaine instructed Connor to locate a viable airlock. Then she stood up. "All right, let's get you 3 suited up." Taylor gaped at her, but she ignored it as she exited the flight deck. Verlaine led them to the 4 EVA hub, which, just like the aft one Amanda had passed before, boasted 3 oversized yellow EVA suits. Amanda practically had to drag Taylor along forcibly, and then she had to do all the work kitting her up before repeating the process for herself. Samuels suited up, then he and Verlaine left them there, disappearing through the hatchway. "This is fucking insane," Taylor said. "My pay scale does not cover bloody spacewalks." "It's the only option," Amanda told her, "and it's perfectly safe if you do what I tell you." That last was a lie. Spacewalks were incredibly dangerous under the safest of circumstances, and with Sevastopol in who knew how bad a shape, These circumstances were hardly ideal. But Taylor seemed to accept the reassurance to a degree. Nevertheless, she was sweating like mad, even in the climate-controlled EVA suit. Verlaine and Samuels came back as Amanda was finishing the final check on her suit. She noticed that there was a small module on Samuels's helmet. "The station's comms seem pretty screwed up," the captain said, "so I've fitted Samuels's suit with a radio booster." She paused, a slight frown on her face, and then added, "I can keep the Torrens in position for 24 hours. That's all. You understand?"
"You'll have heard from us long before then, Captain."
Samuels spoke with a confidence that Amanda didn't share. But regardless of what happened, all that mattered to her was that the flight recorder was on that station. She'd find it, come hell or high water, then worry about getting home. Amanda pulled 3 Sukdar carabiners from the supply closet and handed one each to Taylor and Samuels. "Attach this to the cable once the airlock doors opened. 2 pedals will extend from the bottom and slide your boots into those. They'll keep you steady. Control your forward motion with the joystick." She pointed to the knobbed handle on top of the Sukdar. "So we don't have to actually walk on a cable?" Taylor asked. Verlaine chuckled. "We prefer our passengers to make it to their destination alive." The captain moved to the other side of the airlock so she could cycle it. With a jaunty wave, she said, "Happy landings." "Ha, bloody ha," Taylor muttered. They stepped into the airlock, and the hatch closed behind them. Connor's voice sounded over the intercom.
"At station keeping in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, locked. Holding station at 100 yards.
"Can't we get any closer?" Taylor asked. Her voice cracked on the last syllable. "Not safely," Amanda said. "It'll be fine. It's just the length of a football field." "I hate football." Amanda rolled her eyes.
"Umbilical released,"
Connor said, even as Amanda watched the tiny monitor which showed a large cable bursting forth from a housing in the hull and zipping across the void to attach itself to the outer hull of one of Sevastopol's spires. She was impressed with Connor's aim. The cable hit right above the outer control for an airlock, so getting in would be easy. A loud hiss signaled that the process of evacuating the air prior to opening the outer door had begun. Over the large metal handle, a light glowed red. "Depressurizing," Amanda reported out of habit. "Oh, fuck," Taylor muttered. "Hating this." "Just shadow me, Taylor." Then, to make it look as if she wasn't babying the lawyer, she added, "You too, Samuels."
"Affirmative,"
Samuels said with blessed calm. Amanda had no idea if this reassured Taylor or not, but anything they could do to make the lawyer relax would be worth the effort. Space was too damned unforgiving to try to move through it in a panic. Once the airlock was depressurized, the red light turned green. Amanda reached out and pulled the handle upward, allowing the outer door to slide open slowly. At only 100 yards, all they could see was the station spire, and it was an even bigger mess when viewed this close. One of the bridges to the next spire was completely shattered. Amanda spied 2 broken dishes and 3 more empty housings that should have held dishes, which helped explain the comms problems. The hull integrity had been compromised in at least half a dozen places. What worried Amanda most was how non-centralized the damage was. This wasn't a meteor strike or a focused malfunction. The damage was everywhere, and none of it was catastrophic on its own. "What the fuck happened here?" she muttered as she attached the Sukdar to the cable. As if in response, Taylor started rapid-fire babbling. "I want to go back. Ripley, I want to go back." "You're doing fine, Taylor." Amanda reached behind her, grasped the lawyer's Sukdar, and attached it to the cable for her. "Just put your feet in. You'll be fine." Taylor nodded quickly and then slid her feet into the pedals. She actually missed the first time, cursed, and then got it right. "Now just move slowly." As she spoke, Amanda pushed her own lever forward. Exiting the airlock, abruptly engulfed in semi-darkness, She slid quickly but smoothly toward the station. Taylor was next, and Samuels followed. Amanda was glad they'd put Taylor in the middle. With people on either side of her, she was unlikely to try to go back in a panic. Though she did seem to be going forward in a panic. "My God, Ripley," Taylor said over the comms. "You're doing fine, More than 100 yards above them, a large chunk of the station hull exploded in a ball of fire. Seegson Technologies Client Presentation. Working Joe Androids. Sevastopol Station, January 2125. Seegson, tomorrow together. For your comfort and reassurance, our Working Joe synthetics are designed to be instantly recognizable. Surveys have shown that consumers are often uncomfortable dealing with advanced human-real androids. Seegson Working Joes are unmistakable, so you always know exactly who you're dealing with. Be reassured. That's the Seegson promise. Your user comfort is our priority. You can trust our Working Joes. Always there, always helpful, always working for you. Our synthetics are made to be simple. No emotional simulations, no real-life qualities. They just work. For you, so you can get on with your life in perfect peace of mind. Working Joes. Brilliantly simple and simply brilliant. 8. Solomon's Habitation Spire. Sevastopol Station, December 2137. There was a bright, stuttering flash in her peripheral vision, and the hull of the spire lurched violently in front of her. The vibration traveled up the EVA cable and rippled through Amanda's body. The throbbing rang in her ears. As quickly as the flames had appeared, they vanished, snuffed out by the lack of oxygen. She heard a gasp from Samuels and a choked whimper from Taylor. While the cable vibrated through the Sukdar, that was all it did. Like all the other new equipment on the Torrens, the Sukdars were top of the line. It would have stayed attached through a much bigger explosion. She smelled the sweat that broke out on her skin, despite the suit's climate control, and she tasted the adrenaline that coursed through her system as she realized that the debris from the explosion was flying in all directions, including right at them. "Keep moving," she shouted. At first, she'd only pushed the joystick about halfway, not wanting to zip too far ahead of Taylor nor go at a pace she couldn't handle. Now, though, time was suddenly of the essence, and she throttled it. A large hunk of ragged metal hurtled right toward them. Amanda leaned forward as she pushed the joystick, trying to will the Sukdar to go faster. But the math was never going to work. She couldn't possibly go fast enough to get to Sevastopol before the debris struck home.
"Ripley, Taylor, hold on,"
Samuels cried out. Suddenly, she was yanked from the Sukdar as the cable snapped. She was only about 100 feet from Sevastopol. The bitter taste of adrenaline became intense as she found herself suffering the worst nightmare of anyone who worked in space, hurtling untethered through the vacuum. Her first EVA walk had been during a summer internship at Pasco Keen when she was still attending Delage Technical School. She was assisting an engineer who needed to service the comms system on a satellite, but the mag boots in her suit had been faulty. Amanda let go of the satellite in order to retrieve a tool, thinking she would remain safely attached to the satellite. Luckily, the engineer with whom she had been working was able to grab her before she floated away, but the 2 seconds when she wasn't attached to anything had to be the longest of her life. The funny thing was, the final thought before her boss grabbed her ankle was that, at least out in space, nobody and nothing could disappoint her. Out of the corner of her eye, Amanda saw the part of the broken cable that was attached to Sevastopol whipping toward the spire. Lunging for it as best she could in freefall, she somehow managed to wrap her gloved hand around the thick metal cord. Luckily, its momentum was greater than hers, and it continued its journey toward the station. The cable carried her along, and within seconds, she crashed into the hull of the station with a bone-jarring thud. Again, she reached out blindly, and her hands found purchase in a pair of handles which some smart engineer put there. Such handles were all over the outer part of most objects created to function in space, and Amanda had never been more grateful for that design standard. For a second, she paused, getting her breath under control, blinking the sweat from her eyes. Samuels? Taylor? Nothing. She hadn't seen what had happened to either of her comrades when the cable had snapped. Respond, anybody! Still silence. Torrens, this is Ripley. Do you copy? And then, finally, Amanda realized that the silence in her ear was complete. She couldn't hear any response, nor could she hear the low hum that indicated the comms were on. She touched the activation button on her collar, but that did nothing. The comms in her suit must have been damaged when she smashed into Sevastopol's hull. Taking several more breaths, she lifted her head for a look around, realizing that her luck, for once, was actually pretty good, dead comms notwithstanding. Not only had she grabbed the cable and made it to the spire, but she'd landed right next to the airlock. Gripping the handle tightly with her left hand, she reached up with her right one to pull down the lever on the outer door. Moments later, the light above the lever went from red to green, and the hatch slid open. She glanced from side to side, but still there was no sign of the others. Pulling herself in, hand over hand, she flicked down the equivalent lever as soon as her entire body was inside. With a loud hiss that was the most glorious sound she'd heard all day, the chamber refilled with air. Then, with a grunt, Amanda fell to the deck as the gravity reasserted itself. For several seconds, she just lay on the deck, breathing heavily. Could you maybe have provided a warning that the gravity was back on? She mentally queried the station. After a few moments, she got to her feet, half surprised that no one had come to greet her. Usually, when the airlock was activated from outside, someone came to investigate. Padding through the small chamber to an inner door, she looked out into a corridor. It was empty, and only the emergency lights were on. Even in the gloom, she could see that the facility was dilapidated, especially in contrast to the Torrens. Clambering out of her EVA suit, she was particularly grateful to be able to palm the sweat from her eyes at last. She started to hang it in the closet and noted that there was plenty of room there. That meant a lot of them were in use. Once it had been stowed, she proceeded out to the promenade just past the airlock bay, only to find it deserted. It was difficult to make anything out in the emergency lighting, but there was a giant window that looked out onto the gas giant. This was obviously some kind of lounge, distinctly decrepit, and she could make out a large information desk that probably should have had someone stationed at it. The window provided a spectacular vista of the bright oranges and shimmery reds of KG-348. Under other circumstances, she'd have been impressed by the view. Hello? Anybody here? Her words echoed through the large lounge, but nobody replied. There was no movement. The space boasted tables and chairs, but there were no signs that anyone had been there recently. Some graffiti on the walls, but that could have been normal. No food on the tables, no drink cups, nothing. Moving into the chamber, she approached a small terminal, and it lit up, blinking a single word centered in a circle. Welcome. Figuring she had nothing to lose at this point, she touched the circle. A female face appeared on the screen, and her mouth started to move. A second after that, words came out of the speaker, slightly out of sync with the woman's lips. Welcome to Sevastopol Station, your home away from home, the woman said. Situated in the Zeta Reticuli region, the station is the #1 gateway to commerce and resources abundant in this sector. The image flickered and went out. Then it came back on again. A map of the station appeared for a second, then it went dark again. Throughout, the woman's disembodied voice continued. There are maps for your convenience at dedicated console points. All organic material must be scanned and signed in and out of the station. Sevastopol is an Apollo integrated system. All synthetics must register at Sevastopol Immigrant. Suddenly, the sound went out, and then the woman's face returned, continuing to mouth words. Doesn't anything here fucking work? Amanda asked the console, but the woman continued to babble silently. Irritation began to build toward frustration and anger. Giving up, she moved toward a set of stairs in the hope of finding her way to some actual people. Her path provided a much better view of the window, the gas giant, and the Torrens, moving slowly past her vantage point. At the sight of the vessel, she scanned the lounge for a comms system. Spotting something that looked like an intercom, she stepped over and hit a button, but it didn't respond. Damn it. Moving over to the huge window, she jumped up and down, waved her arms, and shouted as loud as she could. "Verlaine, it's me!" The chance was infinitesimal that Verlaine or Connor would see her tiny figure in this particular window among the many on the station. But infinitesimal wasn't zero, and she had nothing to lose by trying. However, the ship passed by without giving any indication that she had succeeded. More likely, Verlaine was looking for the three of them out in the void. Moving back to the stairs, she climbed them to the next level, finding herself in a corridor that had several information screens along the wall. Most were dark, but 2 were lit up with text. One offered an image of the gas giant, and words scrolled across the screen. KG-348 is a Jovian gas giant, situated at a mean distance of 6.2 astronomical units from the heart of the system. Initial surveys of its cloud layers show a rare mix. Amanda moved past it, to another that had an illustration of a bald male human figure. Apollo is the central AI that monitors and provides guidance for all the Seegson working Joes on Sevastopol. Apollo also oversees all communications on the station, so wherever you are, you know you're in safe hands. Unable to help herself, Amanda burst out with a bitter chuckle. Then she continued her search, but if there were any working comms on the station, she hadn't found one. Moving along the corridor, she reached a junction and turned right. Repeating this process several times, she moved deeper into the station. Nothing was working except for a few lights, and she wished she'd brought her toolbox with her. It was safely in a storage unit on Luna, however, along with her other possessions. She hadn't brought anything except toiletries and clothing, which were all back on the Torrens. Turning a corner, she found herself at some kind of lockup, a cage door protecting a room full of shelves, and a dead body on the floor. At the sight of the human form, lying in a substantial pool of blood, the meager contents of her stomach threatened to move up into her throat. She swallowed them back down, leaving a burning sensation around her vocal cords. What the fuck happened here? She wished then that they had armed themselves before leaving the Torrens. They had assumed that whatever had happened to the station, it had been a natural disaster of some sort. Amanda had been so focused on her personal mission that she hadn't thought to question it. She no longer had any faith in that assessment. Then she caught sight of what the dead body was gripping in his right hand. A Weinschelbaum K92 maintenance jack. One of the finest multi-tools on the market that would be incredibly useful. Certainly more so than anything else she had on her, which was nothing. While the cage was locked, she saw a maintenance hatch to the left, and if she remembered correctly, she could get into the lockup from there. She located the button that would release the hatch, and miraculously it slid open. Dropping down onto all fours, she crawled into the maintenance tunnel, turned left, and found another hatch that led right into the cage. Clambering to her feet, she checked the boxes on the shelves, discovering that they were all code-locked. Looking down, she saw a flashlight on the deck. Picking it up, she tested the switch, only to find that it, surprise, wasn't working. She tried smacking it on the side, having learned early in her nascent career that percussive maintenance could be very effective, but the flashlight refused to cooperate. Dropping it, she looked down at the body, peering closely to see any details in the gloom. It was a man, wearing a blue jumpsuit which had been torn at the stomach. That appeared to be where all the blood had come from. Holding her breath and trying not to be ill, she pulled the Weinschelbaum from the corpse's grip. "Sorry," she said as she wiped the blood off the tool and onto the leg of her jumpsuit. "But I need this more than you right now." Rising, glad to be away from the body, she moved to the door and found that it could be opened from the inside, so she went back out into the corridor. Working her way through the corridor, past several signs advertising Siegson products and Siegson properties, she came to a giant set of double doors that had been sealed shut with a red brace. She recognized it at a glance. It was an old Blue Doe X13. Nobody used the X13s anymore because they were too easy to bypass. In fact, Amanda thought, with the first smile she'd been able to muster since waking up on the Torrens, the best way to do it is with a Weinschelbaum. The K99 would be best, but I think I can jimmy it with this K92. Before she could wield the tool, however, she felt the slight pressure of a cool metal cylinder on the back of her skull. Her heart beat faster in her chest as she heard the distinctive click of the safety being released on a pistol. A whispery voice came from behind her.
"Stay still."
"9. Solomon's Habitation Spire, Sevastopol Station, December 2137. "Okay." Amanda swallowed and tried to keep her breathing under control as she felt the cold metal against her head. "No problem. I'm not moving." Her assailant yanked the K92 out of her hand.
"Turn around."
Make up your mind, asshole, Amanda thought, but she refrained from saying it out loud. One of the first lessons life with her stepfather had taught her was not to antagonize people who wanted to hurt you, especially when they had the means to do so. She turned and saw a bald man in an orange jacket with a stylized W over the heart. Under it, he wore a green undershirt, and there were dog tags around his neck. Was he military? A contractor? The weapon he was holding was a Jacobs 1070 revolver. It was a retro design that was very popular, looking very much like an old-fashioned Saturday Night Special. Zula had mentioned that it was popular as a backup weapon among some of her fellow Marines. "I'm Ripley," she said, hoping it would lead to him being forthcoming.
"Where'd you come from, Ripley?"
Or not. "Off station. A ship."
"There's no ships here,"
the man said, his voice rising.
"You're lying."
"There is now. We just arrived." The bald man then laughed in a manner that reminded Amanda far too much of Dad when he was seriously drunk. As he spoke, he kept moving back and forth, glancing furtively around the corridor but never taking his eye, or the revolver, off Amanda for very long.
"Well, that's good news," he said, "'cause things are not so good here."
"I saw the explosion," Amanda said neutrally.
"Oh, trust me, Ripley. That's the least of the problems here."
He stopped and stared.
"There's something on this station. Something you won't fucking believe."
Mostly, Amanda couldn't believe that the station was such an unholy mess, but if there was something responsible, she wanted to know what it was. When the man refused to speak further, she prompted him. "Like what?"
"A killer."
He leaned in toward her, and she could smell his rancid breath. "Okay." That didn't really tell her much that was useful, and the dead guy from whom she took the K92 kind of indicated a killer anyhow. She decided to try a different tack. "What's your name?" The man blinked, seeming surprised at the question.
"Axel,"
he said. She rewarded this gesture of trust with one of her own, hoping it would get him to lower the pistol. "I was boarding with two colleagues, EVA. We got separated by that blast. Can you help me find them?"
"Why?"
Amanda shrugged. "'Cause you know your way around?" Axel waved the K92 back and forth.
No, I mean why? What's in it for me?
A place on the ship. Our ship. She had absolutely no authority to make this offer, but Axel didn't need to know that. It's a transport, the Torrens, M-Class, in good shape. Can take you wherever you want to go. Frowning, Axel asked,
How do I know I can trust you?
Again, Amanda shrugged. You've got the gun. I need to find comms and contact the ship, see what happened to my comrades. She stopped, waiting to see where he'd take it from there. For several seconds, Axel stared at her, unblinking. Amanda wondered if he'd pull the trigger. No matter where he stood or how he moved, the muzzle of the weapon was always pointing somewhere on Amanda's person. Then, at last, he lowered the revolver and held out the K-92.
This is your lucky day.
She took hold of the tool, but at first he didn't let go of it. She just stared at him, and he smiled, but it was a predator's smile. Amanda yanked the tool from him, and he let go. Then he put the safety back on the Jacobs, placing it in the pocket of his orange jacket.
Let's go, sweetheart,
he said. She bristled as he moved down the opposite corridor, back the way Amanda had come.
Siegs and comms is in the Systech spire. It's quite a distance, but we can get a transit through the freight area.
Not having read the briefing material, and having left it behind on the Torrens, Amanda had no idea which of the 3 spires he was talking about, but based on the way Axel was speaking, it wasn't the one they were in. She followed until he stopped abruptly, turned, and pointed a finger at her.
But watch yourself. We can get into all sorts of trouble there, okay?
She nodded, and that seemed to satisfy him. They took off again at a forced walk, then arrived at another door that was sealed with an X-13.
You know how to use that thing?
Axel asked, nodding toward the Weinschelbaum. Amanda just rolled her eyes and flipped open the tiny hatch. She used one end of the K-92 to undo the seal, and within seconds the X-13 was off and the hatch opened. They stepped through, Axel in the lead, and it looked as if they were in some kind of elevator hub. The corridor was even darker than the previous one, but she could see one elevator that was open but pitch dark, and another that was lit up inside. Great, she thought. Now There in the darkness, they froze. There were 2 people inside the lit compartment, a man kneeling in front of an open maintenance panel and a woman beside him. She seemed to be standing watch, but badly. Before Amanda could do anything, Axel whispered to her.
Stick close to me,
he said. Then he pulled his revolver out and pointed it at the woman.
Hey, don't move.
His loud bark was startling in the relative silence of the corridor, and both of the people jumped noticeably. The woman threw her hands into the air. Regaining his composure, the man just ignored them, returning to his work, which Amanda couldn't help but admire. If the guy was technically inclined, she suspected he'd be more helpful than the trigger-happy goon she was stuck with. Okay, the woman shouted back nervously. We're not looking for trouble. She peered around in the darkness. Who are you? Amanda started to identify herself when her companion snarled,
I'm John. This is Ringo.
Without even looking up from the panel, the crouching man responded.
They're just some assholes,
he said, loudly enough that they could hear him.
We haven't got time for this. Come on, Jenna.
He stood up and turned, at which point he finally noticed Axel's weapon.
Jesus, look, you got your problems, we got ours, okay?
Amanda tried to bring some sanity to the conversation. We're trying to get to comms. Can you help us? The woman, Jana, looked as if she was about to reply, but the man cut her off.
Don't tell them anything.
At the same time, Axel glanced back at her.
We don't need their help. Look,
the other man said.
I've got the elevator working. Jana, let's go.
Jana looked at her companion, then gazed at them apologetically. I'm sorry. Good luck. The elevator doors closed on them. Shit. No. Amanda whirled on Axel, who was lowering his weapon, at least. What the hell was that all about?
Everyone's running scared, keeping to their own, he replied. Safer that way.
Safer from what?
Hold up.
Axel ignored the question and ran ahead to the other open elevator.
Let me get this.
He entered it and stared at the buttons, none of which were lit. Then he slammed a fist into the wall, and they all lit up. Percussive maintenance. This time, it didn't fail. A voice sounded over the speaker as Amanda joined Axel in the elevator. Spaceflight terminal to freight shipping. Then the doors closed, the elevator jerked, and it started to move downward. Since they had a moment, Amanda turned and looked up at Axel. Look, I'd appreciate it if you'd tell me—
Keep the noise down, he whispered. There might be people around.
Taking a breath, Amanda spoke again, more softly. I'd appreciate it if you'd tell me what the hell is going on. Waving her off, Axel said,
Listen, darling, when we get to the ship, we can kick back, braid each other's hair, and chat all you want.
Given his bald pate, Amanda wasn't sure how that would work. When we get to my ship, she said, if you want to even see my ship, I suggest you start telling me what's going on and right fucking now.
Look at you, little Miss Demanding.
He rolled his eyes.
Fine, like I said. There's a killer.
He said the words slowly, as if doing so would cause them to make more sense. But they didn't, and she was tired of his bullshit. What does that even mean?
I ain't seen it, but it's here.
Axel shuddered.
Pecking us off. All of us. One by one.
What are you saying? A psycho? What?
Nah, something else. A monster.
Amanda blew out a breath through her teeth. This was getting her nowhere. Not near finding out what was happening, not near contacting the Torrens, and not near the Nostromo's flight recorder, which was somewhere on this ghost town of a station. What about the authorities? She asked, recalling Verlaine trying to contact a marshal.
Ha!
Axel made an obscene gesture.
I haven't seen a badge since they knocked down the terminal. Wouldn't want to, either. Can't trust him. Or anybody else.
The elevator jerked to a halt, and while the elevator doors opened, Amanda tried to regain her footing. Axel didn't have any difficulty, and he made an exaggerated flourish.
Ladies first.
She shot him a disgusted look and then stepped through the doorway, which led into yet another darkened corridor, though this one was filled with shipping containers. Axel led the way, and they both moved more slowly, since some of the containers were dark blue or black and damned near impossible to see. They hadn't gotten more than a few yards when Axel grabbed her arm.
Get down.
Amanda started to object when he yanked her toward the deck into a crouching position behind a container. Again, she found her footing and opened her mouth to speak. She stopped herself, though, when she heard a voice from down the corridor.
This is bullshit, man.
It was a man's voice.
We should be looking for a way off. Are you crazy? There is no way off.
Peering over the top of the container, Amanda saw two figures backlit by the emergency lighting. They were both carrying items that in silhouette sure looked like rifles. Given that she and Axel were armed with one pistol and one K-92, she reluctantly admitted to herself that hiding was probably the right move. Especially given how hostile that guy in the elevator had been, and he hadn't been armed. She wasn't sure she believed Axel's bullshit about monsters, but obviously something really bad had happened here. So there was no telling how anyone would act, especially when faced with the possibility of a ship. The two rifle wielders continued, their footsteps echoing.
At least we're safe down here. For how long? What if it comes for us? Then we shoot the crap out of it. Now shut up, you're making me nervous.
They moved away, and the voices faded. Axel gestured toward another maintenance hatch.
We'll have to go around them. Follow me.
Friends of yours? Stooping to open the hatch, Axel didn't answer as he started to crawl into the ductwork. He moved annoyingly slowly. Amanda longed to crawl faster, but he seemed to know where he was going, at least roughly. He didn't seem bothered by the close quarters either. Amanda had spent all her adult life in such places. They were usually comforting and quiet, refuges where she could work in peace. Yet the more she thought about it, about the circumstances in which she'd been dropped, the more any sense of reassurance faded away. The two men had said something about an it, and that lent credence to Axel's monster. She couldn't quite buy it, though. What most people called monsters were usually figments of their imagination. Worse, the actual monsters Amanda had known were all human.
I've had run-ins with those guys before,
Axel said, his voice low.
They don't like strangers. Not even nice guys like me.
I'm shocked, Amanda deadpanned.
I ain't pulling your chain, darling. You want to go and say hello? It's your funeral. Those rifles ain't for show.
They continued to crawl, taking this turn and that until she had no idea where they had gone. Amanda thought back to a time when there was an intruder alert on Tranquility. It had turned out to be a false alarm, but there were procedures that had to be followed. Non-essential personnel were told to report to their quarters, and the Marines had done a room-by-room search. By comparison, this was chaos. Somebody should be doing something.
They are,
Axel said, and Amanda realized she had said that last part out loud.
It's called surviving. Everyone's turning on each other. The fear's making people crazy.
So I've noticed. As she said it, Amanda realized how unlikely it was that anyone was going to turn the flight recorder over to her, or even tell her where it was. If they even knew. Her hopes were crumbling, and there was nothing she could do about it. One thing at a time, she told herself. I need to get back to Verlaine. Axel turned a corner and opened another hatch. This opened out into what looked like it had been a storage area, but with stuff scattered around, including a bedroll and stockpiles of food. You live here? Bad as it was, Amanda had seen and lived in worse.
What can I say? My butler's on holiday.
Axel moved to the other side of the room and grabbed an ammunition box, even though he hadn't actually fired his weapon.
Grab what you need. Don't know when you'll get another chance.
The first thing she went for was a bottle of water from one of several cases he had stacked in a corner. She gulped down about a quarter of it, then put it in one of the zippered pockets of her jumpsuit. Axel flipped open the chamber to his Jacobs, revealing only one bullet.
Been hunkered down here for a week now, waiting for a ship.
He snorted.
Waiting for you, I guess.
Lucky me, Amanda muttered. She spied a headset that had a lamp attachment, which struck her as an incredibly valuable tool, given how little of Sevastopol seemed to still be illuminated. Picking it up, she put it on and hit the switch. The light shone brightly.
Careful not to flash that thing around too much, he said. We don't want to get caught.
Caught by what? She kept the headset, switching it off. Axel didn't answer, grabbing a bottle of water of his own, opening it, and swallowing it all down in one gulp. Then he tossed the plastic bottle aside unceremoniously.
Let's go,
he said, and he led her back into the maintenance tunnel. They clambered through as quietly as they could, not saying a word, which, given Axel's mouth, was kind of a relief, until they reached another hatch. Axel started to open it, then pulled his hand back and stopped. Instantly, Amanda understood why. She, too, heard voices, and they sounded a lot like the two guys with rifles.
Yeah, I hear you,
one said. That was followed by the staticky sound of a radio, but Amanda couldn't make out the words.
Will do. Out. Gotta meet the others,
he continued, most likely to his companion.
Something's going down.
When his companion spoke, it was with a long, suffering tone.
There's always something going down. Come on, we don't want to piss him off.
There was an echoed clomping as they moved away. Once the pair's footfalls were no longer audible, Axel opened the hatch, putting them in another darkened corridor, empty save for graffitis scrawled on the walls. Most of the tags were names, though Amanda's eyes couldn't help but be drawn to a group of large letters. The end is nigh. and right under it, in different handwriting, "No, the end is here." 10. Solomon's Habitation Spire, Sevastopol Station, December 2137. Axel took no notice, but just started down the corridor. Amanda followed. After a few seconds, they rounded a bend, but then Amanda heard more voices even as she saw a bunch more shipping containers. Ahead lay a full-on freight hangar, with a set of cargo doors on the right and smaller doors straight ahead on the far side. Off to one side were half a dozen civilians, all armed with rifles. 2 of them seemed likely to be the pair they'd seen earlier. At the sight of them, Axel and Amanda took cover behind a large container that still offered them a vantage point.
"What's the emergency?"
someone asked. It was one of the 2 people they'd heard outside the hatch. There was a reply, but the distance made it impossible to hear clearly.
"Someone else has been here,"
another responded.
"Everyone stay alert. Keep your rifles tight. Shoot anyone you don't know."
That came through loud and clear. Amanda gulped. How the hell did this station go from being a decent port of call, albeit run down, to the site of the apocalypse? She glanced at her companion. Axel was staring at the group.
"They're well armed,"
he whispered, as much to himself as to Amanda, she thought.
"Too many of them to take on."
Take on? She couldn't believe he saw that as an option. He ignored her words, though, and pointed to the small door on the far side of the hangar.
"We've got to get to the transit center and find a way to hook up with that ship of yours. First, we gotta make it through that door there."
He then pointed off to one side of the hangar. It wasn't near a group of survivors, but there wasn't a way to reach it without being seen. How? She looked dubiously at the 6 people, each holding a weapon of some sort. They continued to chatter, but kept their voices too low for her to understand what was being said.
"A distraction,"
he said. A moment later, he added,
"If the generator goes down, they'll have to check it out."
Axel pointed at the entryway that stood directly opposite the cargo doors.
"You're smaller than me. You'll make less noise."
Funny how that works, she thought. What an asshole. "Great," she said aloud. Knowing the way stations like this one were built, she was pretty sure the generator wasn't anywhere nearby, but often there were control panels placed throughout the facility in case of emergency. She nodded, more to herself than to him. Climbing to her feet as quietly as she could, Amanda started to move quickly, weaving through the containers, snaking around them and trying desperately to keep out of sight. Every once in a while, she caught snatches of conversation. They said something about supplies going missing. Nearing the entryway, she came closer to the group and peered over the top of a low container. Their conversation was clearer now. "Someone's gonna have to tell the boss."
"Boss is a goddamn store clerk."
Amanda winced as she ran into the side room, now fairly sure that these were all just regular civilians who had banded together in the crisis, which meant they weren't trained and would probably make things worse rather than better. Amateurs with weapons. As she'd expected, there was a control panel as well as a vent. Her fingers danced quickly over the keyboard. She called up a schematic of the station, but it would only give her one of the spires, the one they were in. That was enough, however, to confirm that Axel had been telling the truth. The way to the transit center was through that door. Or under it. She could control the vent from here, temporarily stopping the airflow so that she could crawl through it to the other side of the door. She had no way of telling Axel, but found it difficult to care. He would just run through the door on his own as soon as the civilian nutjobs were distracted. And if he didn't, she could find her way on her own now. Killing the vent airflow, she opened the door. Then she shut the generator down, which extinguished what few lights were remaining. Activating the flashlight on her headset, she jumped down into the vent. Behind her, she could hear confused cries.
"The fuck just happened?"
"The generator died."
"It didn't die on its own, someone shut it off." "How the fuck do you know that? Everything on the station's fucking busted."
Amanda crawled through the vent. It was an automatic door, so she couldn't shut it without power. Well, she could, but the manual override would take too long and make a lot of noise. But leaving it open would show the goon squad which way she'd gone. She just had to hope it would take a while for them to find it. With the schematic clear in her head, she worked her way to the other side of the hangar's door. This time she would have to use the manual override and hope she was far enough away that no one would hear. She pulled the housing off the panel, reached in, and yanked the lever down. The hatch slid open with a loud creak. As she crawled out of the wall, she spotted Axel, coming through the door to the hangar and visible in the glow of her flashlight.
"Nice work, Ripley,"
he whispered. Then he gestured.
"This way."
His praise made her bristle, and she was tempted to tell him that she already knew the way. She kept her silence, though. Besides, she had promised him safe passage on the Torrens. He might be an asshole, but a promise was a promise. Too many had been broken over the course of her life, and that was a family tradition she was hell-bent on ending.
"Keep it down,"
he added.
"They're still close by."
Amanda nodded. In the distance, she could hear them, still trying to figure out what happened to the generator. She only caught snatches here and there, and one voice came through more clearly than the rest.
"It couldn't have blown. If it had blown, there'd be smoke."
That elicited a new round of murmuring, which was fine with her. As long as they were still trying to figure out what happened to the generator, they wouldn't notice the open vent. That would give her and Axel a head start. Not exactly the galaxy's best and brightest, she mused.
"I just hope your ship's still there,"
Axel said, his voice low and carrying an undertone of menace. Amanda just ignored it. Verlaine had said she'd stay for 24 hours before everything went to hell. The captain seemed like a straight shooter. She wouldn't just abandon them. Would she? Then again, her mother had promised to be back for her 11th birthday. And her stepfather... No, she cut that off at the pass. Dwelling on shit like that would just make her upset. That would cause her to make mistakes that she couldn't afford. Switching the flashlight off again, she focused on following Axel, his shadowy form just a few feet ahead of her. They approached the entrance to the transit center, a long, narrow metal platform. She knew this from her cursory study of the schematic, and it was confirmed when she spotted a terminal that must have been connected to an emergency power source. It glowed with green letters. Sevastolink. Beyond the terminal was an open window that showed the tracks for the transit cars, as well as another that looked onto another long, narrow metal platform that, Amanda recalled from the schematic, was a mirror to this one. A catwalk crossed over the tracks.
"Not even supposed to be here,"
Axel muttered, and she wondered what the hell he was talking about.
"My shipping out papers were for a week ago."
As understanding dawned, for the first time, Amanda felt a pang of sympathy for the man. If the timing had been just a bit better, he would have missed this entirely. That was a frustration she empathized with. Not enough to say so out loud, but still. Axel stopped dead in his tracks.
"It's powered down,"
he shouted.
"Those assholes cut us off."
What happened to keeping it down, she thought, but she held her tongue. He was agitated enough. Amanda followed his gaze and saw a wire that ran from this console up through a pinhole in the bulkhead and across to the tracks on the other side. Axel was working the nearer console. He called up a status report on the screen, which confirmed that the two had been linked. To open the door, both consoles would have to be operated simultaneously. If they were to escape, she would need the man's help after all.
"I'll activate this one,"
Axel said.
"You go around and do the other at the same time. The system will tell us what to do."
Nodding, Amanda jogged across the catwalk. He called out after her.
"Hurry, Ripley. They could be here any minute."
Then why don't you shut the fuck up, she thought. Why the hell do I have to be stuck with this jackass? Dropping down on the other side, she stepped up to the console and entered the activation sequence. With her hand hovering over the big red button that would complete the process, she looked back across and waited for a signal from Axel. Why is it always a big red button? She wondered. Maybe it's for civilians who'd be too stupid to know what to do otherwise. Come on, Axel. Give the signal. As if on cue, Axel held up his hand and mouthed the word, "Ready?" He probably said it out loud, but they couldn't hear each other through the 2 windows. Amanda just nodded in response. Raising 3 fingers, he mouthed the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Amanda hit the button. Her console indicated that power was restored to the door. With a feeling of triumph, she looked across to Axel, and a wave of terror hit her. He was looking in her direction. There was a man sneaking up behind him, holding a wicked-looking crowbar. "Axel, behind you!" she shouted. "What?" Axel mouthed. The man raised the crowbar and brought it down on his head. "Damn it!" Amanda sprinted back to the catwalk and across the tracks. As she ran, she could see the man standing over Axel, who was writhing on the deck, hand to the back of his bald head. She drew closer and could hear the man talking into a radio.
"This is Jenkins. I'm at the transit center. Get over here, I found the thief."
Letting go of the radio, Jenkins kicked Axel in the ribs.
"Fuck you, asshole. Think you can fucking steal from us?"
Coming up behind him, Amanda raised her K-92 and returned the favor, hitting Jenkins on the back of the head.
"Ow! Fuck!"
Jenkins staggered forward, then turned around to face her.
"Jesus, 2 of you? I'll—"
He was interrupted by the report of a weapon, which blew a hole through his head, spraying blood on the bulkhead. "Fuck!" Amanda jumped back.
"Let's go."
Axel held the smoking revolver.
"There'll be more coming."
Climbing to his feet, he opened the door that led into the transit center. But Amanda didn't move. She couldn't stop staring at Jenkins' dead body on the floor. Hurting him was one thing, but killing him?
"We need to go,"
Axel said.
"Now."
Amanda still couldn't make her limbs move. Then she heard voices in the distance and realized it was the sound of Jenkins's buddies. In a flash, she knew what they would do when they saw the body. "We have to get out of here." The voices became clear as a small group came into sight.
"Jenkins, where— Hey, there they are."
"What's going on? Jenkins, what are you—"
"He's dead. They killed him. Get him. Shoot him now."
A bullet pinged off the metal floor and another struck the console. As more shots rang out, she ran after Axel, impact after impact coming dangerously close. More shouts rose up behind her. They were out for her blood. This would be a shitty way to die, she thought furiously. Then again, up to now it's been a shitty way to live, so what the hell? She caught up to Axel, and they ran past more consoles and toward the transit hub. Once they were inside, Axel hit a switch, closed the door behind them, and then locked it. Amanda was grateful for the chance to catch her breath. Then she turned on her companion. "You killed him!"
"Fuck that,"
Axel said.
"He was going to kill me."
He said it as if it was the most obvious thing.
"You saved my life."
"You're not welcome, asshole," she shot back at him. "What right do you—" Without warning, Axel grabbed her by the shoulders, leaning in. Amanda could smell his fetid breath again, which somehow had gotten worse.
"This is about survival,"
he said.
"Do you understand?"
Amanda shrugged out of his grip and moved away from him. She did understand, to some extent, but still couldn't—
"You hear something?"
Axel looked up. Amanda cut herself off as she did hear something. Something odd. It sounded like a snake slithering around, maybe. She looked over at him and noticed some gunk on the arm of his jacket. "What's that?" she asked, pointing at it. Axel stared down at it.
"What the fuck have I got on me?"
Then something sharp burst through his chest as if from the inside, blood spraying out in all directions. Amanda threw herself back as some of his blood landed on her cheek and neck. Transfixed, she stared as the sharp protrusion— was it a tail? Impaled Axel like a giant spike. His face was a portrait of shock and pain. And then he was gone. The tail, or whatever it was, pulled back into the shadows, taking Axel's body with it. His blood was hot and sticky on her neck. She palmed at it frantically to get it off. Somehow she found her voice as she wiped away Axel's blood. What the hell was that? The now empty transit hub provided no answer. If it wasn't for the blood spatter on the deck in front of her, Amanda would have no proof of what had occurred. It all happened so fast. 1 minute they were arguing, the next he was dead. Gone. She didn't even like the guy. He was annoying and obnoxious and a murderer, but he was also the only person she had in this madhouse. Then it dawned on her. For what it was worth, that weird, spiky tail lent credence to Axel's theory. No animal she knew of had a tail like that. Nor was there one that could kill so silently, so efficiently. Voices in the distance reminded her that she had more to worry about than Axel's killer coming back. There were a bunch of people with rifles who were pissed at her role in Jenkins's death. She needed to get out of here, and so she started to run, all the while trying to look in every direction, watching for that spiked tail. A few yards away, she finally found what she needed, a sliding door with a label glowing redly above it. Destination: Lorenz Systech Spire. She pushed the call button, and for a moment, nothing happened. In a panic, Amanda feared that her killing the generator had also killed the power to the transit system. Then common sense reasserted itself. She'd seen the schematics, and the transit center wasn't part of the same system. If it had been, neither her console nor the one Axel had used would have worked. Sure enough, the door slid open a second later. It wasn't non-functional, it was just poorly functional. Like every other damn thing on this station. She stepped into the car, and awful music started playing over the speakers. It was the most beautiful sound she'd ever heard. Then 2 chimes interrupted the music, followed by a sickly sweet voice. "Welcome to the Lorenz Systech Spire transit car. Please remain seated until the car has come to a complete stop." With a jerk, the car started to move. Amanda wondered what fresh hell would await her in the next spire. Encrypted transmission. From Marshal Jethro Waits. To Deputy Marshal Eamon Turner. Date: November 14th, 2137. San Cristobal. Turner, something's going down here in San Cristobal. Seal off the scene and make sure it's not touched until Garcia comes in with forensics. Keep this quiet for now. I want total silence. Last thing this station needs is a panic. And one other thing. If I find out who leaked this to Ransom, I'll make them eat their badge. He turned up, quoted Siegson privileges, and had a ringside seat for the whole mess. This is a serious incident. I do not need Ransom making it more complicated. This message and any attachments are confidential, privileged, and protected. If you are not the intended recipient, dissemination or copying of this message is prohibited. If you have received this in error, please notify the sender by replying, and then delete the message completely from your system. 11. Lorenz Systech Spire, Sevastopol Station, December 2137. Amanda didn't dare close her eyes. Every time she did, she was assaulted by a cascade of images. The body in the cage, lying in a pool of his own blood. Axel's bullet pulping the head of his assailant. Or the large tail bursting through Axel's chest. She should have just stayed on Luna. There she had work, she had Zula, she had food, she had light, and, best of all, nobody died. Instead, she'd left all that behind for a fool's mission and a nightmare that likely would lead to her death. 3 dead bodies in the course of half an hour. Prior to this, the only other dead bodies she'd ever seen had been in funeral homes. Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out the water bottle she'd gotten from Axel's little bolt hole and drank down the rest of it. Death had always been a threat, especially once she started working off-Earth, but while she knew of people who had died, she'd never been present for any of it. The transit car lurched to a halt. Station serving Seegson Communication Technologies, Tech Support Services, and Gemini Exoplanet Solutions. As soon as the door slid open, Amanda jogged out into the transit hub. This one was more wide open than the one in the other spire, yet just as dark and dank and empty and miserable as the rest of the fucking station. It was quiet, too. So much so that it put her nerves on end. Walking through the receiving area, she saw more graffiti. "Be good. Apollo is watching." Another example, done in huge letters on the floor, made her smile grimly. Seegson. No future. Alone. It was a riff on the company's slogan, "Tomorrow Together," and it showed how low morale had gotten. On the walls, few of the advertising screens were working, though there was one that flickered on a frozen image of the Working Joe androids. They did the grunt work for Apollo, the artificial intelligence that was supposed to be running Sevastopol. Aside from the graffiti, however, Amanda had seen no evidence that Apollo was even functioning. A map console was flickering on and off. Amanda walked up to it and smacked it on the side, at which point the image stabilized into a layout of the spire. She quickly determined there was a flight of stairs at the far end of the hub that would take her right to the Systech lobby. Let's just hope the comms are there and working better than the rest of this scrap heap. Jogging up the stairs, she found herself in a reception area. Several screens were active, but filled with static. Here, for the first time, Amanda saw personal effects. Coffee mugs, pictures, broken notepads, and more. Further in, she found a luggage trolley that had been knocked over. Half of the cases had been opened and someone had rifled through the contents. Someone had been scavenging, much like Axel had. Axel. Again, she saw his death in her mind's eye, heard the squelching sound of his organs being pulped by the tail, felt his hot blood spraying onto her face. Shaking her head to banish the sensory memories of his sudden, violent end, Amanda continued to move forward, trying to find some indication of the comms center. "What the hell is wrong with this thing?" The voice came from ahead. Peering through the dim lobby, she could make out a female figure who was kicking a bulkhead. "Work, damn you!" As Amanda passed by a kiosk, it lit up, activated by a motion sensor. "Welcome. Please register here." The screen showed the outline of a hand and the appropriate instructions. Place your right hand where indicated. As Amanda complied, the kiosk's recorded voice got the woman's attention, and she turned, raising a pistol. "Shit!" Amanda cried as she dove behind a couch. "Stay back!" the woman yelled as she pulled the trigger twice. There was the whiz of the bullets as they flew over her head. "Guys, over here! Someone's here!" The woman's voice seemed to fade as she spoke, and Amanda risked looking up. Sure enough, the woman was running away from her. Leaving the registration screen to complete its task without her, she gripped the K-92 in her left hand, hoping she could wield it menacingly enough to make an armed opponent pause. Then she went to the bulkhead where the woman had stood. There was a tiny table there, with some tools, one of which was a Halfin AW-15, used to access electronic signals. While they were created for diagnostic use, most people used them for hacking. The bulkhead itself, though, was of more interest. It was an elevator, and according to the status board above the doors, it went to several different locations, including the Seegson Communications Center 3 flights up. It was also offline, and the woman who'd shot at her must have been trying to hack it. She tried to turn the Halfin on, but the indicator light didn't work. Flipping it over, she popped the panel on the back to reveal the AW-15's internal circuitry, which she quickly realized included a fried energy cell. No wonder it wasn't working. Before she could consider where to find a new cell, though, She heard the familiar voice of the woman who'd shot at her. "She's up here!" Shoving the Halfin into one of her pockets, she ran toward a staircase that led downward into darkness. It wasn't the ideal place to go, but if she went back the way she had come, it would give the woman a clear shot at her. Moving as quietly as she could, she padded down the stairs. If she moved too quickly, they'd hear her footfalls, especially given how fucking quiet it was here. She heard the woman and another person. "She was right here!"
Maybe she was scavenging, like us.
"I think she went downstairs. Come on."
No way I'm going down there.
"She's got my hack tool."
You didn't know how to work this stupid thing anyhow. We'll find another way up. We've been here too long as it is.
The further Amanda moved down the stairs, the harder it was to understand what they were saying. This was comforting because it meant they weren't following. Good, she thought, and I'm better off with the AW-15 anyhow. You jerks couldn't even tell what's wrong with it, much less work out how to fix it. It always annoyed her when people tried to use things they didn't understand. She knew professionals, allegedly certified as engineers, who were clueless when operating a perfectly normal piece of equipment. That drove her up the wall. She'd lost track of the number of times she'd been forced to work under idiots like that, who were getting paid a lot more than she was. Reaching the bottom of the staircase, she found a long corridor and continued forward. With even fewer emergency lights to guide her, she had to squint to read the signs on the doors. Works Archive, Tech Support, Facilities Control. What she needed was another staircase or elevator that would take her back up the 4 flights she needed to reach the comms center. She also needed protection. For the moment, the best she could do was whack someone on the head with the K-92. It seemed like everyone else on this shithole was armed, and she needed to be as well. Preferably with something better than a Weinschel bomb. Gingerly opening the door and moving into the tech support room, she almost tripped on equipment that was scattered across the floor, most of it broken. Most likely anything useful had already been taken. Switching on her flashlight, she saw walls lined with inert screens, safety instructions, and a poster of a working Joe android that had a big X drawn in black over its face and smaller X's over its eyes. Subtle. She spied a small piece of paper on the floor and picked it up. There were hastily scrawled instructions on how to make a smoke bomb using ethanol, sensors, a bonding agent, and a few more items. Those components were among the items scattered across the floor, still in their containers. Someone's been improvising. Under other circumstances, Amanda would have admired the ingenuity. Here, she just found it threatening. In another room, she found a broken security camera and, to her delight, a revolver. Stunned that so useful an item had been left behind, Amanda picked it up, figuring it to be empty. It was another Jacobs 1070, just like Axel's. Levering the cylinder out, she was amazed to see that it had all 6 bullets in the chamber. Whoever it was, they must have left here in a real hurry. She flipped it closed and placed it in one of the zippered pockets near her hip, to keep it there as a last resort. Amanda had no desire to increase the number of dead bodies. 3 was more than enough. One of those smoke bombs would have been more her speed. Switching off the flashlight, she moved back out into the corridor. Then, listening for any hint of pursuit, she stepped into the next room. It was unmarked and boasted several cabinets with their doors torn off, along with a big table in the center. There were 4 items there. There might as well have been only one. It was a bright red flight recorder. Holding her breath, she picked it up and examined it more closely in the light of her headlamp. Sure enough, there were letters and numbers stenciled along one side. USCSS Nostromo. Registration 180924609. Son of a bitch. All thoughts of Axel's horrible death, of people shooting at her, of people being shot, of darkened, graffiti-stained corridors, of Taylor and Samuels and Verlaine and Connor, of weird creatures with stabby tails. All of it fell completely out of her head. For several seconds, she just stared, mouth hanging open. Regaining her composure, she began to examine her find. The top of the flight recorder had been forced open, probably by the crew that had salvaged the recorder in the first place, trying to get at it. No professional would cause such unnecessary damage. But they wouldn't have had the Weyland-Yutani code needed to access the data, beyond basic identifying markers and navigational data. This is it. This is really it. I finally got my piece of the one true cross. She would finally find out what happened to her mother, why she hadn't fulfilled her promise to be there for Amanda's 11th birthday, why she'd abandoned Amanda to be stuck with Paul. She'd almost thought to be raised by Paul, but her stepfather had done absolutely nothing of the kind, beyond giving her a place to live. A place where she spent most of her time either scared or angry, or both. By paying for her counseling and some of her education, not to mention bail that one time, Weyland-Yutani did as much parenting as Paul did. With no idea how long she'd been caught up in her thoughts, she shook her head to clear it. Hefting the box, she found no other overt damage and moved toward the table. Setting the recorder down, she located the keyboard and quickly touched the sequence of keys that was required to unlock the data. The recorder buzzed. Nothing happened. What? Amanda took a breath. She'd probably just entered the code wrong, or too fast. More deliberately, she entered the code key again. This time, the recorder made a beeping sound, as it was supposed to. And then 2 words scrolled across the screen. No data. No, she said. Then, no. She entered the code again, but the same thing came up. No data. God damn it! Why did I do it? She cried out inside her head. Why did I let myself hope? I told Taylor I didn't hope anymore because the universe would just fuck me, and then I let myself hope for just a second, and sure enough... God damn it! A wave of fatigue washed over her. It was another scam, another false lead, another round of bullshit designed to get her hopes up just long enough to slap her down. Just like Okeke had when she was a teenager. Encrypted transmission. From Chief Dion Porter. To Marshal Jethro Waits. Date November 12th, 2137. Flight recorder. Look, there's nothing on this thing, Waits. We've broken Christ knows how many corporate confidentiality agreements and come up with zip. Nothing except the Weyland-Yutani logo and an empty readout. These things are built to last, so either someone on board the Nostromo asked its mother core to wipe it clean, or somehow the data's been corrupted before it got here. Care to fill me in on why this was a priority job? Come find me in SysTech when you're done in medical. This message and any attachments are confidential, privileged, and protected. If you are not the intended recipient, dissemination or copying of this message is prohibited. If you have received this in error, please notify the sender by replying and then delete the message completely from your system. Part 2. Isolation. 12. Vancouver, Canada, Earth. April 2127. Amanda Ripley stared across the desk. She had received a message in her queue to report to the principal's office after her last class of the day at Delage Technical Institute. No reason had been provided, though Amanda assumed the worst. She generally didn't get called to the principal's office for a good reason. Principal Fatmata Bayo stared at her computer screen. She spoke without looking up. "Are you aware of why I summoned you, Ms. Ripley?" Amanda shrugged. I assume I'm in trouble for something? Not precisely. Bayo finally looked away from the screen and regarded Amanda with her brown eyes. What is it that you are doing here? Amanda blinked. You haven't told me yet. Shaking her head, Bayo said, Forgive me, I mean, what is it that you are doing here at Delage? Amanda was completely confused. Bayo's tone wasn't accusatory, and she didn't sound like she was delivering a reprimand. I'm 16, she said tentatively. This is where I go to school? Bayo shook her head. You received an assignment from Professor Rodriguez to create a schedule for repairing a Bundaberg 27Z generator. Amanda nodded. There were 12 of you in the class, and Professor Rodriguez provided all of you with a generator of that make and model. Each was in some form of disrepair, though no two had the same issue that required fixing. Rather than complete the assignment as given, you... She peered again at the screen, as if consulting something there. You instead chose to repair the generator as well as the 11 other generators issued to your classmates. For good measure, you said when asked. Amanda shrugged again. I was bored, and the assignment was dumb. You only create a schedule if someone else is going to do it, and I figured it made more sense to just do it myself. Bayo looked straight at her, and she seemed agitated. Again, Miss Ripley, I must ask why you are attending my school. We are a trade school. Our students tend to become low-level repair technicians and machinists at best. You have tremendous skills, Miss Ripley, plus you worked an internship at Basco Keen last summer, which I doubt any of our students would have qualified for, much less excelled at. She paused, as if gathering her thoughts. I am proud of our school, Miss Ripley, do not mistake me. We provide opportunities for people who may not have high aptitude for specialized work, but might be trained to perform tasks that could be of benefit to society, and which would provide greater remuneration than the unskilled labor that would likely await them without Delage's tutelage. Amanda shifted uncomfortably in the metal guest chair. I know all this, ma'am. Bayo smiled, showing impressively perfect teeth. Miss Ripley, allow me to be direct. You do not belong here. You should be attending an engineering school. Those schools cost money, ma'am. More money than Delage. Bayo frowned. I seem to recall that the first payments for your enrollment here came from the Weyland-Yutani Corporation. Surely they wanted me to go elsewhere, just like you do. Suddenly realizing that she'd interrupted the principal, she quickly said, I'm sorry, ma'am. Waving her off, Bayo said, It's all right. Continue, please. The company... Amanda hesitated. They were helpful when my mother went missing, but I didn't like the strings that started to become attached to their help. Their paying for me to go to an engineering school would force me to work for them when I graduate, and probably for the rest of my life. I'd rather not be so tethered. Why not apply for scholarships? The forms are not complicated. She smiled again. Your response to Professor Rodriguez's assignment proves quite handily that you are able to navigate complicated matters. Amanda shook her head. Weyland-Yutani's support over the years means that the scholarship funds all assume I have sufficient finances to pay my own way. She sighed. Maybe when my stepfather gets his settlement, he can afford it. Settlement? The principal folded her hands on the desk. He got hurt on the job not long ago. Amanda squirmed in the chair. He's supposed to have his hearing tomorrow, and he says he should get a good settlement. That was probably a lie, she knew. Paul wasn't that badly hurt, though it was enough to keep him from being able to work. His back was messed up enough that he couldn't lift things or even stay standing for very long. At least, that was what he said. Let us hope this settlement arrives before the next tuition payment is due, Bayo said dryly. She peered at the computer screen again. Your only listed family is your stepfather. I know your mother has been missing for several years now. Is that why you have received that monetary support from the company?" Amanda nodded. "The company says they're still looking for her." She knew they were more worried about the Nostromo's valuable cargo than her expendable crew, but Amanda didn't say so. That wasn't the principal's business. Bayo shivered visibly. "I do not comprehend why people feel the need to go into space. It is a brutal, vicious place that is not designed for life, only death." Okay," Amanda said. "I suppose." "My apologies," Bayo said. "We are getting off the subject. There is no other family?" Amanda shook her head. Bayo again folded her hands on the desk. "Professor Rodriguez asked me to speak to you because she wanted to give you a failing grade." That took Amanda aback. "Why?" She felt the beginning of anger in the pit of her stomach. "You did not complete the assignment, Ms. Ripley. Your task was not to repair the generator, but to provide a repair schedule." She sat back. "I am, however, willing to suggest a compromise. If you give Professor Rodriguez a schedule, as requested, by tomorrow, she will base your grade upon that. Whatever extra credit you might imagine you should receive for your work repairing the generator itself will be negated by your tardiness in turning in the assignment. Is this an acceptable course of action?" For a moment, Amanda had no idea what to say. She was only a teenager, and Ms. Bayo was the principal. It wasn't her place to say whether or not it was acceptable. "Should you not find it acceptable, of course, I will have no choice but to accede to Professor Rodriguez's desire to fail you for the assignment, which would have a deleterious effect on your ability to achieve your certification." So, no real choice at all, Amanda thought, the anger spreading. Like usual. "Then, yeah, I'll do that," she said. "In fact, I can do it now if you want." "I beg your pardon?" "Give me a minute." Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out the battered old pad that she had acquired from a second-hand dealer. An old Siegson A99 that they didn't make anymore. It took several seconds for the device to activate. Eventually, though, the display brightened to life, and she started writing down each step she had taken with the Bundaberg she'd been given. "By the way," she said as she wrote, "the Bundaberg she gave me was in way worse shape than any of the others." At that, Bayo smiled. "I am not the only one who believes you are too talented for a trade school, Ms. Ripley. Professor Rodriguez's willingness to fail you derives entirely from your inability to complete the assignment as given, not from any perceived inadequacy she sees in you." Amanda didn't reply, but instead finished the schedule, read it over, found one typo and fixed it, then sent it to both Rodriguez's and Bayo's cues. "Sent." Bayo stared at her for several seconds. "You finished it?" Unable to help herself, Amanda smiled. "I said to give me a minute." "You finished it that quickly?" She nodded and stood up. "Is that it?" "Yes, Ms. Ripley." Bayo rose also. "For now." Nodding, Amanda beat a hasty retreat. Closing the office door behind her, she headed down the empty hallway and left the building that housed the Delage Technical Institute, then walked 3 blocks to Kellaway's coffee shop. Ordering her coffee from the dispenser and paying from her account, which barely had enough to cover the beverage, she took the full mug out of the slot and went to find a seat.
"Hey, Manda."
A familiar dark-skinned face peeked up from behind a reader. Marvin Okeke waved. "Hi, Marvin."
"Join me?"
There weren't many free seats, but one of them was next to Okeke, so Amanda nodded and sat next to him.
"Been a while,"
he said. "My stepdad's out on disability, so you'll probably be seeing more of me. Easier to get my homework done here."
"That sucks."
Amanda shrugged. "It'll be fine as long as I have enough funds to pay for my coffee, and as long as they don't actually enforce the 30-minute rule."
"Please."
Okeke made a rude gesture at the handwritten sign that hung over the door. Please do not sit in the coffee shop for longer than 30 minutes per order.
I'm usually sitting in here for 2 or 3 hours on one mug of tea, he added. They just put the sign there to convince people that it's a rule. Power of suggestion's a powerful thing, if you know what I mean.
I guess, she replied. So have you been?
Not too bad.
He turned off the reader's display and set it down.
Doing my thing, you know. You still over at that technical school?
Amanda nodded. Just kept myself from failing a class. She gave Okeke the short version of her assignment from Rodriguez and the subsequent conversation with Bayo.
That's jacked up.
Okeke stared at her.
Why aren't you going to a good school instead of that shithole?
Same reason why I need to sit here for more than half an hour on one cup of coffee. No money.
I heard that.
Okeke took a sip from his tea and then leaned back and regarded Amanda with a look she couldn't quite identify.
So I'm kinda glad you're here, actually.
He looked uncomfortable.
You never really talk about your mother.
Amanda bristled. Why are you asking about my mother?
I might have some info about her.
What the fuck, Marvin? She stood up so fast her chair scraped against the floor. Okeke held up both hands and pushed back in his seat.
Easy, Amanda. Calm down.
She wasn't having it. What the fuck do you know about my mother?
More than you, I bet, he said,
and that surprised her enough to slow things down. He put his hands down, but still looked tense.
Come on, Amanda. You know what I do?
No, I don't, she said truthfully. She'd never asked what he did for a living.
Didn't I tell you?
Okeke blinked and turned his head in surprise. You're just a guy in the coffee shop, Marvin. She leaned in toward him. And you've got 2 seconds to tell me what the fuck.
I'm a DD.
That brought Amanda up short. If Okeke was a data dealer, then it made perfect sense that he might know something about her mother.
You sure I didn't tell you? He said.
Very sure.
Could have sworn I did. Look, Amanda, I'm real sorry. I thought you knew what I'd do. Would have led with that if I'd realized.
He glanced around the coffee shop.
Could you sit down, please? People are staring.
Only then did Amanda realize that a few of the coffee shop patrons were looking at them funny. One peered nervously over her notepad, and Amanda wondered if she was contacting the authorities. So she sat back down. You should have fucking told me, Marvin. Okeke held up both hands again.
Mea maxima culpa, Amanda,
he said, and it sounded as if he meant it.
Really thought you knew.
So, fine. What is it that you know about my mother? She was skeptical.
I met a guy who wants to sell some info on the Nostromo.
Skepticism blossomed into full-on disbelief. If he's got info on the Nostromo, your guy should be going to the authorities, she said, or the company.
Yeah, my guy?
Okeke shook his head.
He don't talk to Wei Yu 'cause they blacklisted his ass. You go to them, he's gone. As for the authorities, he don't talk to them either, on account of the authorities don't pay him. Mostly, they just arrest him.
Amanda didn't like the way this was going. I don't want to get involved in anything illegal.
It isn't illegal. Well, this isn't, he said. This is legitimate. Trust me.
Why the hell should I trust you?
Okay, you shouldn't.
Okeke grinned.
But my guy did provide what you might call a make good.
He pulled a pad out of his pocket and showed it to her. For a moment, Amanda just stared at the pad itself. It was one of the new Moran VDNs, top of the line and newly on the market. Once she got past her tech envy, she actually looked at what was on the display. A picture of Mom with shorter hair, though it was still curly. On the side was the Weyland-Yutani logo, and it listed Mom as a contractor.
This is her service record from about 14 or 15 years ago.
Not long after I was born, Amanda thought.
Did you know that she had to get a waiver to have you?
She shot Okeke a look. What? He pointed at the pad.
Scroll down a little. See? Wei-Yu has a family planning division.
Okay.
If you're planning on having a kid, you have to let them know. Thing is, your mother, and I guess your father, didn't know that.
What, they kept it a secret? Then Amanda saw a notation that Mom wasn't originally employed by Weyland-Yutani, but rather by Hannes Shipping on Luna, which was bought by the larger corporation 10 months before Amanda was born. Shit. Looking over her shoulder, Okeke saw what she was reading.
Yeah, she basically got screwed. Normally, Wei-Yu's policy is to fire you if you violate the family planning rules, but they gave your mother a waiver because of the timing.
Scrolling down, Amanda saw the notation about the waiver. There was more beyond that. Fuck.
What?
Okeke asked. My mother stopped a terrorist attack. She held the pad's display toward Okeke for a moment, then looked at it again. It was when she was at officer training school. That's when I was a kid, right after she graduated Evansbrook Academy with honors. She remembered Mom's time at OTS, but reading this was the first time she recalled anything about Evansbrook. Turns out, while she was there, she helped stop some Mother Earthers who'd taken a shuttle hostage.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okeke nodded.
That was your mom?
Apparently, she never mentioned it. Not to me. She scrolled down further, past the time at OTS, with notations on her jobs on the Kurtz and the Sephoria, but the information stopped there, when Amanda was 7. Nothing about anything after that. I thought you said this guy had info on the Nostromo.
All right, look.
Okeke leaned in and started speaking in a softer tone of voice. Amanda likewise leaned forward.
This all was just to show that my guy has information. But this is all pretty old. He's okay with you keeping this for free, but if you want the Nostromo data, that's going to require a payment.
Well, your friend is shit out of luck, Amanda said heatedly, because making a payment requires actually having money. She couldn't believe this. All she'd wanted was some coffee, and now her emotions were on an orbital jumper. For the first time, someone was telling her she could find something out about her mother, but like a good school, like decent clothes, like food that wasn't borderline inedible, like a pad that wasn't a piece of shit, it was something else she wasn't allowed to have because she didn't have enough money. And if she went to Weyland-Yutani for money again, they'd want to be involved in the deal themselves since it was info about their ship. From what Okeke was saying, their involvement would kill the deal. Okeke sat back.
All right. I guess I'll have to tell him to find someone else.
Your 11th birthday. I'll be back for that, and I'll buy you the best present ever. What kind of present? If I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise, now would it? Isn't there anything you can tell me? She asked, sounding more desperate than she liked. Even a hint? Okeke leaned forward again.
I'm sorry, Amanda, but this isn't a kid's game. It's serious.
She'd never seen him like this, and she didn't like it.
You want anything, it'll cost you $100, and if you can't pay it, my guy will go to someone else. As it is, I've been asking him to hold on to it because I knew you'd want first shot at it.
Amanda's mind raced. She had her own account, but there wasn't very much in it. She'd done some work here and there, but just enough that she could occasionally get some coffee after school and buy meals whenever Paul was so drunk he forgot to get food and didn't remember where he'd put his credit chip. Pasco Keene had given her a stipend, but that had been spent within a month after the internship had ended. Can you give me a day?
What will change in a day?
Okeke looked dubious. I'm not the only one who wants to know what happened to my mother, she said. When Okeke flinched, she added, Not the company, don't worry. Let me talk to my stepdad, see if he's willing to pay $100 for this.
You sure?
Okeke folded his arms and didn't look convinced. But he didn't shut her down. No, I'm not sure, she said honestly. Okeke had heard her bitching about her stepfather any number of times, so she couldn't blame him for not believing her. But even if Paul didn't give a space-bound shit about her mother and wouldn't give her the $100, she was pretty sure she knew where he kept his credit chip. Okeke's expression softened. She thought it was genuine.
Tell you what, keep that pad.
He reached into his pocket.
And here's my business card. Call me tonight and let me know if you can send the money. I'll give you my code then, and we'll meet back here tomorrow with another pad from my guy.
I can keep this? Amanda's eyes went wide.
Sure, why not?
Okeke said.
I got plenty.
Amanda bit her tongue. After struggling through on the piece of shit Siegson, she would have killed for a Moran. But she didn't tell him that. It wasn't the sort of thing that would inspire confidence in the person who was expecting payment.
I have to go,
Okeke said, jerking his thumb toward the exit. With his other hand, he gulped down the rest of his tea.
I'll see you tomorrow, with any luck.
She nodded and couldn't help herself. Amanda started playing around with the pad, and after Okeke left, she spent the next hour transferring all her files over from the Siegson. It shouldn't have taken so long, but the Siegson kept crashing. Once that was done, she tried to work on her assignments, which luckily didn't take long. Bayo hadn't been wrong about Amanda being too smart for Delage. Once she had finished, however, she read her mother's service record again. Mostly, though, she just stared at the picture. I miss you so much. Why didn't you come home? You promised. 13. Vancouver, Canada, Earth. April 21-27. Eventually, she worked her way home. Her rail pass was almost empty, and she needed to keep money in reserve, especially if she had any hope of coming up with 100. So instead, she walked the Burrard Skyway, which would take her to the building where Paul's apartment was. It meant about 45 minutes to get home on foot, but the longer it took, the more likely her stepfather would be passed out on the couch. The route was familiar. She'd taken it any number of times, and usually her mind bounced from subject to subject. Her homework, her teachers, what she'd eaten, whether or not she could afford to buy new clothes, and so on. This time, all she could think about was her mother. She wished she'd kept the recordings of the messages they'd sent to each other while the Nostromo had still been in system. I'll be back for that, and I'll buy you the best present ever. She'd erased them in anger on her 12th birthday. The most vivid memory she had of her mother, though, was how she would sing lullabies to Amanda when she was an infant. They weren't wholly formed memories, though, more like a screen grab, a brief moment in time, an ingrained impression with a soundtrack. Oh, little lotus flower in the shadow of the wall. Oh, little lotus flower far, far away. Oh, little lotus flower shines like the moon. Oh, little lotus flower gone, gone too soon. Then reality set in. On the one hand, 100 was a lot of money. On the other hand, it was a minuscule price to pay to find out something, anything. If her mother had died, she would be sad. In fact, she would be miserable. But at least that would be the end of it. Anything would be better than being stuck in this ridiculous limbo. Okeke's friend could get her out of that limbo. For that, plus a working pad, two, really, since he'd promised another one with the Nostromo stuff on it, 100 was next to nothing. I love you, I miss you, and I will definitely see you when you're 11. The more she had learned about space travel and how it worked, the more hope she'd had that her mother was still alive. Mom always talked about going sleepy-bys, but for years Amanda had never really understood what that meant. Now that she knew about cryogenics, she realized that Mom might still be alive in stasis somewhere, and she could still be roughly the same age as when she left. If only they knew where the ship was. If only Okeke's friend had something that could tell her. She had to find out, no matter what. After nearly an hour, she reached her building. There was an entrance that came directly from the Skyway, which put her on the 9th floor. She headed over to a small group of people who stood in the elevator bay and waited for one that would take her up to the 41st floor, where her stepfather's apartment was. The building was poorly kept, with walls that needed to be cleaned and trash in a lot of the hallways. Yet it was relatively safe, and for the most part, people kept to themselves. 5 years, and she could only sometimes think of this place as home. I don't even know what happened to Mom's apartment. She'd never tried to go back to that place, which prior to her 11th birthday had always been home as far as she was concerned. No doubt somebody else was living there now. Perhaps another little girl slept in her bedroom. 4 of the 10 elevators had red lights over them indicating that they were out of service. The call button had already been pushed. A woman holding a bag of groceries gave her a tired look. May want to just take the stairs. I'm on 41. Yeah, so? You're young. You can do it. An elevator arrived a moment later, saving Amanda from making a nasty response. She entered, holding up her key card so the car would go to her floor, then worked her way to the back. By the time she reached the 41st floor, everyone had gotten off except for the woman with the groceries. As Amanda passed her on her way out the door, the woman muttered, "Would have been faster to take the stairs." Before Amanda could reply, the doors closed behind her. Standing in the hallway, she realized she wasn't exactly in a tearing hurry to get home. As much as she needed the 100, she wasn't looking forward to what it might take to get it. Sure enough, her delaying tactics had done what they were supposed to do. She waved her keycard near the door, and it slid open to reveal this small living room. Paul was asleep on the couch, some vid or other playing. Amanda walked around him to the kitchen wall at the back of the living room and fixed herself a glass of iced tea. Locating the remote, she turned the vid off. Only then did Amanda hear the snoring. Paul's snores were light, but the fact that he was snoring meant he was thoroughly passed out. He wouldn't move until morning. That made it easier. His jacket was draped over the back of the couch, and it took only a moment to rummage through the pockets to find his chip. The last time she'd done this, Paul had threatened to change the code on his chip, but Amanda was fairly confident that he hadn't done so. She went into her tiny bedroom, which was just large enough to fit her cot. Sitting down on it, she removed the shiny new pad from her pocket and called up her account. Then she placed Paul's chip in one of the ports. If nothing else, meeting up with Okeke got her this new Moran. The Siegson didn't have a chip port, so she would have had to do the transfer manually. A display came up asking for the code, and Amanda entered the same 6 numbers she'd entered the last time she'd needed to take money from her stepfather's account. Then it had been in order to pay the rent. Even so, he'd been pissed. The code was accepted. Reliable as always, Dad. She transferred $150 over to her account. That didn't leave her stepfather with much, and Amanda had to hope that the bills had already been paid. There was food in the house that would last at least the next week, so they wouldn't starve. Grabbing her phone, she slid Okeke's business card into the slot. Moments later, his face appeared on the screen. He looked to be in a park.
"Amanda, what's up?" he said. "You got the money?"
Amanda nodded. "Just need the number."
"Good, I'm glad."
Okeke smiled.
"I really didn't want to sell this to anyone else."
"Thanks, Marvin. It means a lot." She wasn't sure how much she meant that, though. Knowing what Okeke did for a living cast a whole new light on her impression of him. She hadn't really sorted it out. Okeke gave her the number, Amanda transferred the funds, and then Okeke held up another Moran VDN pad.
"I'll bring this to Kellaway's first thing in the morning."
"Great, I'll swing by on my way to class." Hours later, Amanda stared through the semi-darkness at the ceiling, seeing her mother's face in her mind's eye. It was really happening. She would find out at last what happened to her and to Captain Dallas and all the others. Amanda didn't really know the crew, but after all the messages from the Nostromo, somehow it was important to her that they had survived. Maybe this information would help the company, too. They'd be able to locate the ship. Her mother would come home and she could finally live with her again and not have to put up with her stepfather. When she did sleep, she dreamt of Mom singing, "Oh, little lotus flower, gone, gone too soon." The alarm went off at 6. Normally it was set for 7, but she wanted to make sure she was at the coffee shop in plenty of time. Her stepfather was still asleep in the same position on the couch, still snoring, drool dripping down from the corner of his mouth onto the cushions. Won't have to put up with that forever, she reminded herself. If all went as planned, she'd finally be reunited with her mother. And regardless, in 2 more years she'd be legally an adult and could strike out on her own. She already had the responsibility of adulthood, since Paul sure as fuck wasn't bothering with it, but she wanted the power of independence to go with it. After a quick shower, she put on one of her jumpsuits. They were cheap and always had lots of pockets, and then headed out the door, the Moran VDN in her pocket. Using the extra 50 she'd taken, she refilled her rail pass and took transit to Kellaway's. Once there, she ordered, not just coffee, but also some eggs and bacon. It was a good day. She figured she could splurge, and then she sat down and waited for Okeke. After an hour, she started to get worried. She'd spent that entire hour reading over her mom's service record. It wasn't much, just some dry facts, but it reminded her that her mother was alive, that she'd lived a life before she disappeared. And she'd live one again. As soon as she came home. Where the fuck are you, Marvin? After 2 hours and another 3 coffees, she went to a public phone and put Okeke's card into it. The display didn't light up with Okeke's face, but instead with glowing green letters against a black background. No.
Amanda, that you?
Turning, Amanda saw a young woman whose name she couldn't remember, but whom she'd seen in Kellaway's before. Hi.
Not used to seeing you here this early. No classes today?
I'm supposed to meet someone. Marvin said he'd be here first thing this morning.
Marvin? Marvin Okeke? I just saw him at the rail station.
So he's on his way here? Hope filled Amanda as she had to refrain from grabbing the woman. She frowned.
I doubt it. He was boarding a bullet train to California.
That can't be. Amanda almost stumbled.
You okay? You don't look so good.
And then she understood. All Okeke had shown her was a pad with her mother's service record. Not public info, no, but something anyone could obtain for a small fee. Certainly for less than 100, especially if he was a DD. He may have already had it for a while and was just waiting until the right moment to tease her, hint at more data than he actually had. She never saw him with anything about the Nostromo. The pad he'd held up last night, when she called, had been turned off. He played her. He took his 100 and then left town on the first train. Having already missed her first class, she decided to just go home. Besides, what was the point? All she felt was numbness. Her mind was a meaningless blur. When she got home, tears streaking down her cheeks, her stepfather was awake and sitting up on the couch.
Don't you have school today, baby girl?
She wanted to scream at him not to call her that she was 16, but at that moment she felt as stupid as a baby. Instead, she asked him a question. If someone offered you data about the Nostromo and what happened to Mom, would you pay 100 for it? Paul just stared at her.
What?
He shook his head.
Fuck, baby girl, I haven't even had my coffee yet. I mean, I guess I'd consider it, but I'd need to see some of it first.
What if the person selling it said someone else wanted it?
What difference does that make? It's data. It can be copied over and over again, right?
Fuck. She really was stupid.
Look, I'm glad you're home,
he said, climbing awkwardly to his feet. He really did look as if he was in pain.
You don't need that stupid school anyhow, and I need you to come with me to the hearing.
Why?
Just come with me, okay? It'll make it go more easily.
I should probably get back to Delage.
I need you today,
he said, an edge creeping into his words.
My back's acting up, and I might need your help to get up and sit down.
She considered arguing, but given that she'd stolen money from him and given it to a con artist, she decided it was better just to go along with whatever he wanted. Besides, he had hurt his back. He showered and got dressed. Amanda had to help him with his pants, and then they took the train and a bus to the offices of Diamantakis Shipping. Once there, they had to sit in a corridor for an hour before they would be seen. The bench was incredibly uncomfortable, and the vid wall was broken, so it only showed images of a beach. Amanda hated the beach. Her new pad beeped with several messages from Delage. She read them, but didn't respond. They were asking why she wasn't in school today, and while she could have said she was helping her stepfather, she was too mortified to do anything. Finally, after a little more than an hour, a woman wearing a very nice suit stepped out into the hallway. "Mr. Chan will see you now, Mr. Carter." Amanda stood and held out her hand. Paul grabbed it firmly and pulled himself up, crying out as he did so. They both stepped toward the door, but the woman held up a hand just shy of Amanda's chest. "I'm sorry, but this hearing is for employees only."
This is my daughter,
Paul said.
I'm raising her by myself.
Amanda couldn't help but notice that she was always his stepdaughter or mom's daughter unless he needed to use her for something. Then, suddenly, she was his daughter. Nonetheless,
as you just saw, ma'am, I need her help to get up and down from a chair. Unless I'll be standing up for the hearing?
Well, no, but... The woman bit her lip.
Then she can come in. Come on, baby girl.
Her stepfather grabbed her hand and, in spite of his injury, practically pulled her into the office. A man sat behind a fake wood desk, reading a pad. He didn't even look up as they walked in, but pointed distractedly at the guest chair that faced the desk.
Have a seat, Mr. Carter.
There was only the one chair, so after holding out a hand and letting her stepfather use it to brace himself to sit, moaning the entire time, Amanda just stood next to him. At the sound of those moans, the man looked up.
I'm sorry, but your nurse will have to wait outside. That's not my nurse,
Paul said.
That's my daughter, and this affects her.
Chan looked as if he was going to say something, but apparently thought better of it.
Very well, as you wish.
He gestured to the woman who had escorted them.
Thank you, Ms. Gingina.
The woman nodded and left via a different door. Then Chan turned to speak directly to Paul.
Mr. Carter, you've applied for injury compensation based on the incident that occurred on the 9th of April. Is that correct? Yes,
Paul said.
According to the report your supervisor filed, you arranged a series of crates at loading bay 9, but your loader did not properly grip one of the crates and it fell to the floor. Your attempt to avoid being crushed resulted in a back injury. The loader wasn't working right, sir. In fact, according to the follow-up report by your supervisor, the loader was in perfect working order.
Chan looked up from his pad and stared at her stepfather.
However, according to the report from the company doctor, your alcohol level was at 0.9, which is over the legal limit for intoxication.
Amanda shot her stepfather a look.
That's not possible,
Paul said.
The test must have been administered wrong. I hadn't had a thing to drink on the 9th.
Thinking back, Amanda recalled being awakened by Paul coming home blind drunk on the night before his accident. So, strictly speaking, what he said was the truth. But there had to be alcohol in his system, left over from the previous night's binge.
The test was administered properly, Chan said firmly. You came to work in an impaired condition, and Diamantakis is not at fault for what happened. Therefore, as per the terms of your employment contract, you are not entitled to compensation. In addition, that self-same contract stipulates that being intoxicated during working hours is grounds for termination. Said termination is effective immediately."
"What? That's bullshit,"
Paul cried out as he started to get up.
"I wasn't fucking drunk. Oh, fuck!"
He fell more than sat back in the chair, as the act of getting up on his own was too much for his injured back.
"Please mind your language, Mr. Carter," Chan said. "Clearly, your injuries are real, at least. I have to admit that my first instinct upon reading the report was that you were claiming a worse injury than you truly sustained. However, they are due entirely to your own negligence. Your final payment, which will include the entire pay period through to the end of the month, will be sent to your account by the end of business today."
Good, Amanda thought. Then he probably won't even notice the $150 I took.
"This is bullshit,"
Paul said through clenched teeth.
"I wasn't drunk, the fucking loader was busted, and now you're trying to cover it up with—"
"Mr. Carter, I won't ask you again to mind your language. Your contract with Diamantakis is terminated. Please depart."
"I'm not leaving here until I get some fucking satisfaction."
Chan looked at Amanda.
"Please help your father to his feet and take him away."
She reached for her stepfather, but he batted away her arm.
"Fuck you, Chan, I'm not—"
"Mr. Carter, my next step will be to summon security. I can have them remove you forcibly with, I suspect, very little regard for your spinal difficulties, or you can allow your daughter to help you take your leave with your dignity intact. Please choose."
Chan stared at Paul with an almost bored expression. Paul stared back with a murderous one. Her stepfather blinked first.
"Fine. Give me a hand, baby girl."
Again, Amanda put out her arm for him to grab. He moaned as he got to his feet.
"Let's get the fuck out of here."
The epithet was said with a sneer aimed right at Chan. By that time, however, he wasn't looking at them. His attention was back on his pad. As they walked through the halls of Diamantakis, Paul said,
"Well, that school wasn't doing you any good anyhow."
"What?" Amanda shot her stepfather a look.
"I've said all along you're too good for that place. They can't teach you anything you don't already know, and there's no fucking way we can afford it unless you work. And if you work, you can't go to school. I'll call them today and tell them you're withdrawing, and we can start finding you a job. With your tech skills and that internship from last summer, you'll have something great real fast."
Amanda considered arguing, but decided there was no point. For starters, Paul was right. He couldn't work in this condition. And her meeting with Principal Bayo had proved pretty handily that she was, indeed, too good for Delage. Besides, she had to earn back the money she had stolen. "Let's go home," she said. Gemini Exoplanet Solutions, a Seegson company. Audio transcript. Message from Bartholomew Hughes to Marie Hughes, wife. Date sent December 5th, 2137. Marie, listen to me very carefully. I want you to leave work now, collect Claire, pick up the cat, and head home. We need to find someplace safe until Seegson sends a ship. I saw the guy from down the hall. Can't remember his name, the one in the dirty baseball cap, weird smell. He had something in his coat. I think it was a gun. He just looked right through me. Don't talk to anyone. Don't tell them where you're going. I'll meet you as soon as I can. 14. Lorenz Sistek Spire, Sevastopol Station, December 2137. With a cry of rage, Amanda threw the flight recorder across the room. It was happening all over again. Signs of progress, promises of news, and nothing at the end of it. Her stepfather had been wrong, of course. As a 16-year-old tech school dropout, the number of technical jobs Amanda could find were few and far between, even with the internship. Pasco Keene had indicated a desire to hire her after she got her certification, but without that, the offer was void. The one company that would give her the time of day was a fly-by-night operation that had no safety standards. Amanda was there for 2 days before she was nearly killed by faulty wiring, and she quit. After fixing the faulty wiring, of course, and sending them a bill for the repair work. Which they never paid. Now this. A dead end likely to leave her, well, dead. Why even fucking bother, she thought, both crushed and furious. Maybe I should just sit here and wait for whatever it is that's killing everyone. Then she heard a rattling in the vents, and a computerized voice sounded over the PA.
Unauthorized access. Security breach detected. Please wait for security check.
The doors all closed and locked. In the distance, she heard a klaxon, loud enough to be irritating. She was trapped, and she was getting tired. Fuck this. She wasn't going to just sit here and wait to die. Instead, she was going to find the asshole who brought this flight recorder back and see what else they might have found. Or maybe they copied the data before it was erased. Weyland-Yutani wanted that information, and the fewer people who possessed it, the more valuable it became. The rattling, again, louder than the alarm, and she moved quickly around the room. There were a ton of other things here that she had ignored upon seeing the flight recorder. In short order, she found a backpack, which she began to fill with useful items, including everything that piece of paper listed to make a smoke bomb. There was also a small fridge. The moment she opened it, her nostrils were assaulted by the foul smell of spoiled food, but there were also 4 water bottles on the shelf. Reaching past the desiccated remains of rotting meals, she pocketed 3 water bottles and opened the 4th, draining it in 2 long gulps. Searching again through the clutter, she found little else of value until she stumbled across an energy cell for the Halfin. Eureka! If she was going to venture out again, though, she'd have to be prepared. First, she took the time to put one of the smoke bombs together. That took the better part of an hour. The only item missing was a control circuit required to set it off, but she found a remote control she could cannibalize to do the trick. She thought she heard the rattling again, but decided it was her imagination. It took her all of 10 seconds to replace the AW-15's burned-out cell with the working one. The tool went live as soon as she turned it on, and she moved quickly over to the door. It took another 5 seconds for the Halfin to find the right code and transmit it. As the door slid open, she switched off the headlamp, pocketed the Halfin and the smoke bomb, shouldered the backpack, and gripped the K-92 in her right hand. She thought about carrying the revolver, but she wasn't eager to kill anyone, nor be killed by someone who saw her holding a gun. Better to be seen with a blunt instrument that could be explained away as a tool, and keep the firearm in her pocket. Stalking down the hall, she turned a corner to see a human figure. At first, she thought it was Axel. The person was both male and bald, but it turned as she approached. The figure had purple skin and glowing eyes, and wore a brown zippered jacket. This was one of the Working Joe androids. Nowhere near the sophistication of a synthetic, these were drones that were hooked into the Apollo computer that controlled the station.
Can I help you?
The android said in a scratchy voice loud enough to be heard over the alarm. Its mouth wasn't quite moving in time with the words that came out of it. Why should the Joes be working any better than anything else on this dump, she thought, then said aloud, I need to get to comms control. It's urgent.
That is a restricted area.
Amanda rolled her eyes. It's an emergency. Don't you realize what's going on? She gestured toward the distant alarm.
Apollo has the situation in hand.
It added,
Your registration is almost complete.
What the hell? Then she remembered. The console back in the lobby must have continued cycling through the registration process, even while she was busy dodging bullets. Without her active participation, though, would it be caught in a permanent loop? Forget it, she said. I'll find my own way. To her relief, the Joe did nothing to prevent her from moving on. It seemed blissfully unaware of the security alert, despite the alarm that was echoing throughout the station. She had avoided Siegson equipment as much as she could since ditching her piece-of-shit Siegson pad when she was at Delage. No reason to expect anything better out of the Joe. The corridor ended in a large console room that looked vaguely familiar. To her left was a staircase that led upward. It was clearly labeled Facility Control. As near as she could tell, they probably led to the other end of the lobby area where the woman had panicked and shot at her. Spotting a computer terminal, Amanda tried to activate it and call up a map. To her surprise, the terminal turned out to be fully functional and gave her a map of this spire. It verified that if she went up those stairs, she'd not only reach facility control, but also find an elevator that would take her up to the comms. About fucking time. The blare of the security alarm had devolved into white noise until Amanda barely even noticed it. Abruptly, it stopped. Either something had been fixed or it had just given up the ghost. Without the klaxon, however, she heard the rattling in the ceiling again, growing louder and more violent. Without warning, a vent screen crashed to the floor. Amanda jumped back, peering upward. Slowly, something came out of the darkness. At first, she thought it was an arm, but peering more closely at it, she realized it was a tail. The tail that had killed Axel. Heart pounding with sheer panic, she hit the deck, diving behind the desk that held the terminal she'd used. There was a weird slithering sound, then a thwomp of something landing on the deck. Amanda pulled the revolver out of her hip pocket. She crawled cautiously over to the side of the desk and peered around it. There was a figure there, but her brain refused to accept what she saw. At first glance, it looked like an insect of some kind, except it was at least 8 feet tall, with narrow arms, clawed hands, and spindly legs. Plus that tail, which she now realized was as long as the body. The creature's head was long and narrow, ending in a crest. There were no obvious eyes, but a huge set of wicked-looking teeth. She ducked back, thumbing the safety on the revolver. At least now she knew why Axel hadn't been willing to talk about it. It was a creature of pure nightmare, and he'd probably worried that if he'd tried to describe it, she'd scoff at him or think he was insane. Hell, one look had left her doubting her own state of mind. There were several thumps as the creature moved about the room. Suddenly, there was a loud one as the thing landed on the desk, sending vibrations that caused her teeth to rattle. It was all she could do not to cry out. Fuck, 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 fuck. She held the Jacobs close to her face, hoping to hell the thing wasn't bulletproof. It had what looked like a hard exoskeleton, so there was no guarantee. Although it hadn't yet seen her, its tail whipped down, striking the deck with a dull thud. The tail slithered back and forth right in front of Amanda for several seconds, confirming her fears. It was definitely what killed Axel. Perfect fucking ending to my life. Then the tail snaked back up out of sight. Another thwomp, causing the entire desk to shift, and then thudding footfalls. Once those faded, Amanda peeked back out over the top. There was a strange gunk that reminded her a little bit of the cryogel the Torrens had slathered on her for stasis. It was all over the top of the desk and smeared on the deck beyond. That was what she had seen on Axel's arm just before he was killed. The slimy trail went over to the stairs and up. At first, Amanda rejected the notion of going up after it. She could double back, return to the lobby, and go in that way. But time was of the essence. The longer she spent on the station, the more likely something, or someone, was going to kill her. Hell, everyone in the fucking universe needed to know about the damned monster. Unless they thought she was insane, too. She had to take that chance. Amanda had to contact Verlaine as soon as humanly possible and get out of this nightmare. So, Jacobs raised and ready, she ran over to the stairs and up, carefully avoiding the gunk. They led to a catwalk that overlooked what the map had called the Systech Hub. Consoles everywhere, all deactivated, including a central unit. At the far end, there would be an elevator bank, which she remembered but couldn't yet see. As she moved slowly forward, crouched down so she was hidden behind the railing, she heard voices.
Shoot it! Fucking shoot it!
Then the report of a pistol. Straightening a bit, Amanda saw that her fears had been well-founded. Rounds just bounced off the thing. The man with the gun was standing near the console on one side of the monster, while the woman who'd shot at Amanda was on the other side, at the very elevator bank that Amanda was hoping to access. The creature turned to face the woman, who held up both hands in a defensive posture. Amanda suspected it wasn't going to prove to be much of a defense. "No, stay back, stay back, ah!" Those were the last sounds the woman uttered. The thing slashed at her chest, and blood sprayed out all over the elevator bank. The man's response was to shoot at the thing some more until his pistol ran out of bullets.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
He tried to turn and run, but the alien caught up with him in 2 long strides, picked him up with one hand, and smashed the other hand through his skull, sending up a geyser of gore. Amanda crouched back down, unable to watch anything more, appalled that she'd reached the point where she barely reacted. It was bad enough that she could hear the man's gurgling and the squelch of his bloody body as it landed on the deck. Sitting stock still, hoping that the monster hadn't seen her, she waited until she heard the thing move away. Rising slowly to her feet, she saw the monster heading to the far end of the hub, back toward the lobby. That seemed like the first good thing that had happened to her all fucking day. Clicking on the safety for the Jacobs, she pocketed it and then ran across the catwalk, moving down the stairs to the elevator bank. She tried very hard not to look at the woman's body, nor step in the blood that pooled under her. Fumbling in her pocket for the Halfin, she pulled it out and managed to get the elevator doors open. Stepping inside, she hit the appropriate button and turned as the doors slid closed. The last things she saw were the 2 corpses. "Seegson Communications," the elevator said. "Going up." This one, amazingly enough, moved smoothly without a lurch or a jolt. It came to a stop, and when the door opened again, she found herself facing a completely darkened corridor. She fumbled with her headset, switched the lamp on, and began to walk. It was so incredibly quiet here, especially after the constant clanging of the security alarm and the chaos left in the wake of the monster. It was more than that, though. Downstairs there had been signs of habitation, but here it was as if the whole place had been stripped of everything that wasn't bolted down. Then she heard a sound that echoed in the hallway.
Access to the elevator is restricted. You are trespassing.
It was another Joe, with the same scratchy voice as the other one. Amanda kept moving down the corridor, and another voice responded to the first.
"Let me pass," someone said. "It's me, Hughes. Don't you recognize me?"
Turning a corner, she saw a slatted window that revealed a larger corridor. Quickly, she switched off the light, not wanting to draw attention to herself. 3 or 4 yards away, a Joe stood in front of a frantic man who was waving his arms about. The Joe was very overtly blocking Hughes's path forward.
"Your identity is irrelevant,"
the Joe said.
"Listen to me, we've got to re-establish long-range communications."
Amanda didn't like the sound of that. Re-establish implied that they weren't working, which was not good.
"You are becoming hysterical."
The Joe started to move toward Hughes. In response, the man whipped out a pistol.
"Get back, I'm warning you."
The Joe didn't stop its forward progress, so Hughes backed up and squeezed the trigger. But that didn't stop the Joe's forward progress either, as the white lubricant that passed for synthetic blood oozed out of its shoulder, let loose by a bullet wound.
"Tut, tut,"
the Joe said, unperturbed.
"Let's resolve this amicably."
The android then grabbed the man's shoulders and threw him bodily to the deck. Hughes struggled to raise his pistol again, but the Joe just grabbed him again, yanked him to his feet, and then started smashing Hughes's head against the bulkhead. Over and over and over again. Amanda looked away, not at all eager to witness yet another murder. She padded quickly but quietly down the corridor, more intent than ever on remaining unnoticed. This entire station was populated by crazy people, homicidal androids, and unstoppable monsters. She was done with all of them.
"Good day,"
she heard the Joe say to Hughes's corpse, and a shiver ran up and down her spine. Speeding up, she found her way to the door she sought. Central Communications Hub. Seegson employees only. Undaunted, she pulled the Halfin back out. Within seconds, it opened the way. As soon as the door slid open, she heard Verlaine's voice. "Sevastopol," the captain's voice said. "What the hell happened, Sevastopol? Did any of our EVA team make it on board? Please respond. Sevastopol, this is Verlaine on the Torrens, contacting anyone in authority. We've taken damage from the explosions and need to remove ourselves from space station so we can effect repairs. System will be down while we do so. I can't say how long, but we need to know if—" The room itself was in semi-darkness, with the only light coming from one working console on the far side. Amanda started running for it, determined to respond to Verlaine's call. By the time she reached it, the external link had been cut off. A deep male voice replaced it.
"External communications disabled by order of Apollo. Facility offline. All outgoing communications halted."
At that moment, the console went dark as well. Fuck! Amanda pounded on the console. If she'd gotten here sooner, if she hadn't stopped to gape at Hughes getting killed, if I'd told Samuels to pound sand and stayed on Luna where it was safe. She'd had a boss once who said that if wishes were horses, they'd be hip-deep in shit. Switching the headset lamp back on, she stared down at the console controls and tried to call up a menu. It took what seemed like forever before she got a response. "Internal communications open on limited channels," the computer informed her. "Finally," she muttered. "There's got to be someone I can contact." Before she could try, though, something grabbed her calf. Ow! The grip was tight and painful. She looked down, and her headset light shone on a working Joe android. Or rather, half of a working Joe android. It was a torso only. The Joe looked up at her, right hand wrapped around her calf, a trail of white lubricant streaked across the floor behind it.
"You shouldn't be here,"
it said in its mechanical monotone. "Can't argue with that," Amanda muttered. Her leg began to go numb. She pulled out the K-92 and brought it down hard on the Joe's head.
"Please come with me to—"
the Joe started, but then she hit it again. More lubricant splattered about, some of it getting on Amanda's jumpsuit. But the android still didn't let go. She smashed it on the head one more time, cracking the plastic skull like an egg, and finally the stupid thing released its grip on her ankle. For several seconds, she limped around, trying to get the feeling back in her left leg. The Joes had powerful grips, that was for sure, even after they were cut in half. Reaching down, she rubbed her left calf a bit. It felt bruised, but she could walk on it without much pain. Then all thoughts of her leg flew from her mind as she heard the most beautiful sound she'd ever heard in her life. 15. Lorenz Systex Spire, Sevastopol Station, December 2137. It was Samuels's voice.
"Hello, is anyone there? If anyone can hear this, we need help. Repeat, we need help urgently. Please respond."
Amanda typed rapidly into the console and replied to the incoming message. The screen lit up with Samuels's face. She was relieved to see that he appeared none the worse for wear. "Samuels, you're alive. It's Ripley."
"Ripley."
He turned away from the camera for a moment.
"Taylor, it's Ripley."
He looked back at her.
"We were getting worried. We thought—"
"Me too, but I made it. Where are you?"
"We're at a transit station now, right by medical."
That was less than helpful. There were transit stations all over. But while she spoke, Amanda traced the call so she could find them. "Okay, Samuels, listen to me," she said firmly. "It's not safe here. Siegson's got this place locked tight. Their goddamn androids are killing people."
That's impossible,
Samuels said with all the assurance of someone who hadn't just had his leg grabbed.
It's contrary to primary synthetic programming.
"I've seen it, Samuels. A working Joe killed someone right in front of me."
That's very peculiar.
Understatement of the fucking millennium. "I guess Siegson's notion of how to program a synthetic is a little different," she said aloud. "And that's not all. There's a creature. It's big and it's lethal."
Ripley, slow down.
Most likely, Samuels was still having trouble parsing psychotic androids.
A creature?
"It's a life form, an unknown type. At least I assume it's unknown, 'cause trust me, if anyone knew about it, we'd all know about it. The thing's a monster, Samuels. It's extremely dangerous. I'm pretty sure it's why this place has turned into a fucking mausoleum. You and Taylor need to—"
"Ripley, Taylor is hurt."
That brought Amanda up short. "What?"
"She was injured by debris during the crossing."
Amanda winced. "How bad?"
"I can't move her,"
he said.
"I need medical supplies. We need to treat and pack the injury."
She remembered that Samuels had the radio booster. "Can't you contact the Torrens?" Samuels shook his head.
"I'm afraid the radio was also damaged."
So was the ship. She filled Samuels in on what she'd heard of Verlaine's attempt to reach Sevastopol before Apollo cut her off.
"I've been unable to contact anyone but you with Sevastopol's equipment,"
Samuels said.
"We're on our own."
"I guess you haven't come across any locals?"
"Not as yet, no."
"Count your blessings. They're in survival at all costs mode, and it's everyone for themselves." His location came up. "I'll try to get down to you as soon as I can. Keep your eyes open."
"Of course, I'll—"
The communication cut off. The computer voice came back on. "Unauthorized communication. Please wait to be attended by a member of Siegson personnel. We will be with you shortly." "Shit," Amanda muttered. She had a sinking feeling that the Siegson personnel they were going to send would be more Joes. Getting down to Samuels and Taylor was a priority anyhow, but she needed to do it fast before more of these murderous androids showed up. The next one might still be in one piece. Luckily, not only had she been able to trace Samuels's call before Apollo cut it off, she had also called up a map to show her how to get there. They were at a transit station right near an airlock. Probably the airlock they came through. If Taylor was hurt, Samuels probably didn't get very far. Moving quickly through the darkened corridors and hoping she wouldn't come across the legs of that Joe whose head she'd smashed, she worked her way to the reception area, which included a transit stop. A Joe was sitting at the desk, blithely operating a computer terminal as if nothing was wrong. At her approach, it looked up at her with its dead electronic eyes.
"Please take a seat. I'm sure someone will be with you shortly."
"I'm not sure of that at all," Amanda said, putting her hand in the pocket with the smoke bomb. No wonder Siegson's losing the tech race. She started to walk past the desk, but as she did so, the Joe spoke again.
"This is a restricted area. You may not pass. Please take a seat and someone will be with you shortly."
"Sorry, can't do that." She tightened her grip on the smoke bomb.
"Registration complete,"
the android said.
"Ripley, Amanda. Consultant, Weyland-Yutani. Clearance, green. Welcome to Sevastopol, Ms. Ripley. Please take a seat and someone will be with you shortly."
Amanda had no idea what having green clearance actually got her. Nor did she much care. She continued past the desk, pulling her hand out of her pocket. This time, when the Joe reached for her, she managed to dodge out of the way and started running.
"Stop,"
the Joe said, starting to rise.
"That is a restricted area."
It was a public transit stop, so the notion that it was restricted was bullshit. Not that the Joes were in any way constrained by reality at this point. There were no transit cars at the station, so she slammed her hand down on the call button. The Joe came toward her, moving awkwardly. Looking down, she saw that its right leg had taken on damage. Grateful for small favors, she moved further down the station. Then 2 more Joes appeared. She didn't see where they had come from and began lumbering toward her, moving more nimbly and approaching side by side. When they spoke, it was in perfect unison.
"This is a restricted area."
The sound sent a shiver down her spine.
"Please return to the reception desk and someone will be with you shortly."
A display showed that a transit car would be there in 2 minutes. That wouldn't be quickly enough. The two Joes were getting closer. At first, her hand went to the pocket where she kept the Jacobs, but then she recalled how ineffective bullets had been against the Joe that killed poor Hughes. So instead, she pulled out the smoke bomb, hoping it would at least slow them down. Flicking the switch, she tossed it at the floor in front of the Joes. Seconds later, the area was filled with smoke.
"Optical sensors impaired,"
they said.
"Switch to infrared."
Then one of them said,
"Infrared sensors non-functional."
Well, at least one of them's blind. The other Joe kept moving at full speed. Ahead of it, she kept moving in a zigzag pattern around the transit station, gripping the K-92 firmly in her right hand. She kept strict track of where she was in relation to the elevator, and just needed to stay ahead of her pursuer for another minute or so.
"I can't help you if I can't find you,"
the stopped Joe said.
"You must come with me,"
the other one added as it barreled toward her. She managed to dodge it, counting on her memory to stop her crashing into anything. Then, with 30 seconds left before the transit car arrived, cold plastic hands wrapped around her throat. She stumbled backward, hoping to loosen the android's grip, but it just moved with her until they were up against a wall. Spots danced before her eyes as the Joe's grip tightened. Lifting the K-92, she smacked her assailant on the head. Unfortunately, the Joe was too close this time. She didn't have the leverage to do any damage. With no other option, however, she just kept striking it, hoping the repetition might have some effect. More spots popped in front of her eyes, and still she swung the K-92. Her vision started to blur, and still she swung the K-92. She made a strangled noise as she tried and failed to breathe normally, and still she swung the K-92. Just as she was about to pass out, she took a deep gulp of smoky air and her vision started to clear, as did the smoke. The grip was released and she staggered back, looking down. The Joe lay at her feet, a giant hole in its head. Putting a hand to her throat, she took several deep breaths and coughed several times. Not far away, the other Joe registered that its partner had failed and began to move toward her. The transit car pulled in and the doors opened. She ran for it. As soon as she crossed the threshold, she slammed her hand on the closed door button. Unfortunately, the second Joe was too fast and got its arm through before the door could complete its slide shut. Sensing obstruction, the door slid back open. This time, though, she had positioning on her side. Pulling back as far as she could, she swung the K-92 like a baseball bat, crying out as she slammed it into the side of the Joe's head. It crumpled to the floor, sparks flying. The doors shut completely. Gotta keep moving, can't let the adrenaline crash. For several seconds, Amanda just stood, trying to get her breathing under control. Samuels and Taylor are counting on me, and I still have to beat the shit out of whoever brought back a blank flight recorder. She straightened, pulled out one of the water bottles, and drank about half of it. Besides getting the taste of smoke out of her mouth and lubricating her recently injured throat, being hydrated made it possible to ignore the fatigue that was making her limbs feel as if they weighed 1,000 pounds each. She tapped the button that would take her to the same level as medical. Moments later, the doors opened, and she ran out into the corridor toward the airlock. Taylor lay against a bulkhead, a blood-soaked cloth on her abdomen serving as a bandage. Both the EVA suits were crumpled behind them. Samuels was kneeling beside her, but rose to his feet as Amanda approached.
"Ripley,"
Samuels said.
"Ripley?"
Taylor croaked weakly.
"Is that Ripley?"
Samuels knelt back down, and Amanda joined him. "I'm right here, Taylor." Taylor stared at her.
"You don't look so well, Ripley."
"Look who's talking." She smiled. "Rest. We'll take care of you. She and Samuels both stood back up.
She needs treatment, Samuels said, but I don't have the equipment to help her. Medical's nearby, but I didn't want to leave her alone.
Smart move, Amanda said. This place is a nightmare. Samuels walked over to the EVA suits.
I've been attempting to repair the radio booster. I'll continue those efforts while you forage for medical supplies.
Good plan, Amanda nodded. I'll be back as quick as I can. She turned to move toward medical, then Samuels called out to her.
Ripley?
Stopping and turning, she prompted, Yeah?
What if this creature you speak of shows up?
Hide. Samuels just stared at her for a second. Most likely he had expected more than that, she thought.
Very well. Good luck.
You too. She headed down the corridor, gulping down the rest of the water bottle and tossing it aside. Soon, she spotted a doorway with a welcome sign over it. San Cristobal Medical Facility. Like everything else on Sevastopol, it was dark and empty. No, not completely empty. Once through the entrance, she found dead bodies lining the corridors. Aided by the dim lighting, she tried not to look too closely at them and pushed through, looking for some sign of life. Finally, she found it. Or, more accurately, it found her.
You. Hey, you. You need help?
Who is that? Amanda asked, firmly gripping the K-92. She didn't see anyone. I need a doctor. Hello?
I can't hear you. Hang on.
Amanda then heard some squealing noises, then...
Okay. Say something?
My name's Ripley.
I can hear you now. Great. I'm Coleman. I'm a doctor.
Good. I've got a friend who's badly hurt and we need an aid kit.
Come around the next bend, you'll see me there.
Amanda did as asked and found herself staring at a large picture window that looked onto a medical bay. At least, it had been a medical bay. There were exam beds and shelves that had empty boxes and broken bottles all over them, and a bunch of diagnostic displays that were flickering or cracked. Sitting at a desk was a man wearing a white lab coat with a name stenciled over the heart. Coleman. His left leg was completely straight, with 2 planks keeping it that way and a bandage around his knee and shin. He had a monitor that showed him the video feed from cameras situated around the facility.
There you are,
Coleman said.
Good to see you. You said you need an aid kit?
Nodding, Amanda replied, I've got someone with a belly wound. She needs help.
I'd love to give it. There's only 2 problems.
He held up one finger.
Problem number 1 is that I'm kinda stuck in this room. Security knocked everything down, and I don't have the code key.
I can help with that. She pulled the Helfin out of her pocket.
Jolly good. Unfortunately, that leads us very nicely to problem number 2, which is that I've been stripped bare.
He used his hand to indicate the room.
As you can see, I have no supplies left. Plus,
he pointed at his bandaged leg,
I'm not particularly mobile right now.
He grinned.
I'm afraid you're not seeing us at our best.
No kidding, Amanda muttered. Where can I find supplies?
Well, my best guess, based on information that's several hours old, is the dispensary. That lift over there will take us.
He indicated a door at the very rear of the medical bay.
Howsomever, it requires use of a keycard and a code. I'm afraid your little toy will only help with the latter.
Amanda used the Helfin to at least get the medical bay door open so she could talk to Coleman in person rather than through a window. She stepped quickly inside, and once she did so, she regretted it instantly. The place smelled awful. She wondered what had been in those broken bottles, and it seemed as if security had shut down the plumbing as well. Grabbing something off the desk, Coleman didn't get up. He reached out to Amanda, holding up a device.
Here, take this. It's a motion detector. It'll let you know if anyone's coming. I've already had one person try to kill me. That's how this happened.
He pointed to his busted leg.
But if you use this, you can be ready for any random strangers who might want to...
Shoot me in the head? Yeah. Amanda took the motion detector, shoving it in the one empty pocket she had left. Then she activated the Halfin and used it on the elevator door. While it wouldn't accept the code without the card, the AW-15 could still obtain it. The code is 1702. Blinking, Coleman said,
Impressive.
"Where do I get a keycard?" Coleman rubbed his chin.
I think Morley should have one. I can direct you to his office.
Good. Sit tight.
That's supposed to be funny.
Amanda glared at him. Nothing on this fucking station is funny.
Excellent point. Head back out the way you came. I'll let you know where to go.
With a curt nod, Amanda left, pulling the motion detector back out so she could check it.
All right,
Coleman said over the PA.
Turn left and then keep moving quickly.
The corridor was filled with half-open doors, overturned beds, and strewn about sheets. No bodies, though, which came as a huge relief.
I know it's awful,
Dr. Coleman continued,
but that was where we kept our more unstable patients, the ones who had trouble adapting to deep space. It's not for everyone, you know. Tragic cases, these. Don't worry, though, they're all gone.
Just tell me where to go next, Coleman. Amanda reached the end of that section, and there was a fork in the road.
Go left, and Morley's office is the 5th on the right.
There were no doors on the left, but the other 4 doors on the right were all closed and locked, with signs giving the names of the staff members who occupied the offices. Suhu, Coleman, Haimovich, Lingard, Morley. Using the Halfin, she broke into Morley's office. It was even worse there, as the stench of blood and gore assaulted Amanda's nose. Morley was in his office, or rather, what was left of him. His body had been ripped to pieces, strewn about the floor of the office, which was awash in blood, body parts, and sliced-apart organs. Amanda wasn't sure what disgusted her more, the sight of another mutilated body or the fact that she was getting used to seeing mangled corpses. Trying not to think about it too much, she turned her attention to the task at hand. Having already been through and torn Morley to bits, the monster was unlikely to return. At least, she hoped that was the logic. If it was an alien, who knew how it thought? But she tried to take comfort in the notion that the creature probably wouldn't double back. The keycard was on Morley's desk, on the other side of the room. That meant passing by the pieces of Morley's body. Suddenly, the dim lights turned red and a voice blared over the PA. It wasn't Coleman.
Warning, medical facility quarantine breach.
Fuck! Coleman's voice blocked out the computers.
It's all right, Ripley. There's no breach, just another bloody glitch. I'll chase it down. You just find that keycard and get back here.
Snatching the card off the desk and pocketing it, Amanda then checked the motion detector, which picked up movement just down the corridor. Fortunately, its location allowed her a clear way back to the medical bay. With luck, she could get away before whatever it was found her. She sprinted back past the other offices, while behind her she heard familiar noises. First, a vent cover falling to the deck, then the slithering of the creature. Refusing to turn back to look, she just ran faster, hoping she'd get to Coleman before it noticed her. As soon as she reached the medical bay, she saw Coleman standing at the elevator, inserting a keycard. "What the fuck, Coleman?" The doctor turned around awkwardly on his bad leg.
Ah, you're back, Ripley. Well, this is awkward.
You had a fucking keycard all along?
But not the code, you see, so thank you for that. I must confess to not expecting you to return so quickly, or at all, as I assumed that awful creature would be lured by the quarantine alarm.
It was, Amanda said. I got away.
Well done you. Howsomever, I'm not particularly eager for company, so ta for now.
The light over the elevator turned from red to green, and the door slid open behind him. She gaped and tried to speak. He cut her off.
Good luck with whatever it is you need to...
The monster inside the elevator grabbed the wounded doctor. It happened so fast, Amanda could barely believe it, but somehow the monster had gotten inside the elevator and snatched Coleman from behind. He let out a very high-pitched scream. The doctor was still screaming as she turned and ran away, not wanting to hear any more, not wanting to watch what the alien did to him. Whatever happened to him, she told herself, he deserved it after leaving her to die like that. She ran back to the offices. Another damned wild goose chase that got her nothing useful. Just like Vanini. Gemini Exoplanet Solutions, a Seegson company. Memo. From Management. To all personnel. Date. October 27th, 2137. Decommissioning. We've had a long journey together, but sadly it's coming to an end. Seegson Corp would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you who worked and lived on Sevastopol Station over the years. We hope that Seegson has helped to make it a productive and rewarding environment. Our investment and belief in the station have never wavered. Be assured that Seegson's Apollo Central AI and Working Joe androids will be there to serve Sevastopol until the last rivet is removed. We wish you all the best for the future. After all, Sevastopol isn't just a station. It's people. This message and any attachments are confidential, privileged, and protected. If you are not the intended recipient, dissemination or copying of this message is prohibited. If you have received this in error, please notify the sender by replying and then delete the message completely from your system. 16. Silverstein's Bar and Grill, Seattle, North America, Earth. June 2129. Can I help you? The maitre d' asked when Amanda walked into the brightly lit bar on the outskirts of Seattle. That's a loaded question, she thought, but she found she couldn't make her mouth actually form words. She was as nervous as she ever remembered feeling. Which was ridiculous. She was just meeting someone and in a public place. It was absurd to be nervous about it. Not a week ago, she'd crawled around inside a malfunctioning Dietz 183 reactor core that, had things gone wrong, could have literally blown up in her face. Yet she was blissfully calm then, as she realigned the rods and repaired the broken junctions in a tiny crawlway. Now, standing in an eatery 145 miles from home, she was almost breaking out in a cold sweat. She'd spent the entire train ride down from Vancouver practically bouncing in her seat. Even when she'd asked Joanne for the time off, she'd barely been able to get the words out. Joanne had at least been understanding and willing, assuming that she wanted to celebrate her 18th birthday. It was easier to just let him think that. Ma'am? Shaking her head to get out of her reverie, she looked at the maitre d' and found her voice. Sorry, she said. I'm here to meet someone. Stefano Vanini? Nodding, the woman ran her fingers over a pad. Ah, yes, Mr. Vanini has already arrived, and he said he had a +1. Follow me, please. They wove between several tables until they arrived at one in a back corner of the eatery. The restaurant wall showed a series of rotating, captioned images of Seattle's history throughout the past 100 years, from the construction of the Squire Opera House and the Pioneer Building in the 19th century to pictures of Pike Place, the Space Needle, the World's Fair, and the monorail in the 20th century. The visuals continued with the Seattle Mariners finally winning their first World Series in the 21st century to the opening of the Cox Gilman Center for the Arts in the 22nd. Seated at the corner table was a man with salt and pepper hair, dark stubble on his face, and white hair sticking out of his ears. He was nursing a glass of red wine and picking dolefully at a bowl of assorted fish that smelled incredibly appetizing. Belatedly, Amanda realized that she hadn't eaten since she left Vancouver, and suddenly she was starving. Thank you, Amanda said to the maitre d'. Enjoy your meal, the woman replied, and she headed back to the front of the restaurant. Amanda sat, and Vanini stared at her through rheumy eyes.
So, you're Ripley's daughter?
Yes, I'm Amanda. Vanini indicated a display on the edge of the table.
Go ahead and order. You must be starving after coming from... Where'd you say you live? Vancouver?
Nodding, Amanda scrolled through the display. The smell of his fish was heavenly, and she ordered that, along with a bottle of water. She wanted more, but even the fishbowl was straining her budget, already overburdened by the round-trip train passes. Shaking his head, Vanini asked,
"How old are you, exactly?"
"When the clock strikes midnight, I'll be 18.
"So you celebrate your birthday by taking a train to another city and meeting with me?"
He popped a piece of squid into his mouth, then spoke while chewing.
"When I turned 18, I was living in Firenze. I spent the whole night eating and drinking with my friends."
"I can do that tomorrow." Amanda didn't bother to mention that she didn't really have any friends, and the notion of going out drinking was one that had never appealed to her. Especially since she saw what her stepfather was like when he did that, which was pretty much nightly these days. Plus, this trip was draining her finances down to nothing, so she had nothing with which to pay for a celebration. Though turning 18 was certainly cause for celebration, as she officially stopped being a legal dependent of the man who was actually completely dependent on her. After tomorrow, she never had to even see Paul Carter ever again. She'd already arranged for her own place to live. It was just a sublet from someone with whom she worked and would only be available for 2 months, but it was a start.
"So, why did you come all this way to talk to me?"
"You knew my mother." Vanini shook his head and washed his squid down with wine.
"I met your mother."
A server delivered a bowl of fish that looked just like the one Vanini had, as well as a bottle of water and a glass. Amanda dove into the bowl with her fork, spearing a shrimp and a scallop. Vanini chuckled.
"You should drink wine. You'll live longer."
"Water's fine."
"So why do you care that I met your mother, back on Thedas?"
"The Nostromo went missing right after she left Thedas."
"Yes, I remember."
Vanini sighed.
"Very sad."
"I've been trying to find out what happened to them," Amanda said after swallowing another mouthful of fish. "It's hard to get any kind of information out of Weyland-Yutani, and there's not much publicly available either. But I found a manifest for the cargo crew on Thedas back in 22, and then found the most recent manifest, and there were 3 names that weren't on both. So I tried to find out where the 3 of you got to, hoping maybe one of you came back to Earth." She realized she was talking quickly and took a breath. "Aparna Bhatnagar died, and Chiro Nagashima transferred to Tenburo Station. But you came back home." Vanini gulped down the remainder of his wine before replying.
"No, I came back to Earth. Home is Firenze, but I came back here so I could see the rest of Earth. Spent all my life in Italia and on Thedas, and after I retire I think it's best to see the whole world. I saw all of Thedas and it is nothing, just a rock. This is a world, and I have the time and the money, so now I see it."
"And when you came to Seattle, I got in touch with you. You were one of the last people to see my mother, and I was hoping—" She trailed off.
"Hoping what?"
Vanini scrolled through the menu and ordered another glass of wine.
"I don't know what happened to them, Amanda. When I last saw the Nostromo, they'd taken on cargo and were on their way back to Earth to deliver it. They went into cryo, and the next time anybody was supposed to hear from them was when they were back here."
"You didn't notice anything strange or weird about them?" Vanini shook his head and chuckled.
"No more than any other hauler, which is plenty strange and weird right there. But no, they were good people, most of them. Your mother was, definitely, and I don't just say that because you're her daughter. Ellen Ripley really was good. So was the captain and Miss Lambert, too. That Mr. Kane was annoying, and I didn't much care for Mr. Ash at all, but your mother, yes, she was good. Smart, she ran the cargo load well."
He smiled, and Amanda blinked in surprise as that smile brightened his entire face, transforming him from a tired old man to a happy person eating his dinner.
"She cut through the bullshit, your mother did."
Amanda couldn't help but laugh at that. "Yeah, that sounds like Mom." The server returned with a glass of wine. "Are you folks okay? Everything all right?"
"Everything is beautiful, grazie,"
Vanini said. Amanda just nodded, her mouth full of octopus. The server wandered off, and Vanini sipped his wine.
"I am sorry that you came all this way, Amanda, for I have nothing to tell you. You must already know who your mother was. I cannot tell you anything different, and I cannot tell you why they disappeared. The cargo loading went as smoothly as possible, everything was finished on time, and on the final night, Chiro opened a bottle of sake for us to drink, and we celebrated. Your mother drank just enough to be sociable, and then had to escort Captain Dallas back to his cabin, as he drank far more than enough to be sociable."
That got another smile out of Amanda. Somehow she wasn't surprised either that Mom kept her drinking to a minimum or that Dallas didn't. The captain had struck her as the type who would be a fun drunk, as opposed to, say, her stepfather. Grasping at whatever she could, she pressed. Did she at least tell any interesting stories, or did the crew tell stories about her? Vanini shook his head.
"No, she just sat and laughed at what everyone else was talking about. Honestly, I don't think she said much of anything during the party, except to tell the captain that it was time for bed."
He chuckled.
"To tell the truth, what I remember most about Ripley is that she was the only person on the Nostromo who wasn't either a child or an idiot. Or both. She was, a grown-up."
"Grown-ups keep their promises," Amanda muttered.
"Eh? What was that?"
Amanda quickly regretted saying that out loud. "Nothing, nothing. Look, if there's anything else you can tell me about her, please, Shaking his head again, Vanini said,
"I am sorry, Amanda. She was just one of a cargo crew. I only remember the Nostromo people at all because we got word that they went missing, and the company sent someone to talk to all of us to see if we could give them any notion of what happened. I couldn't tell them anything either, at least not that would help."
He let out a very long sigh and then popped a shrimp into his mouth.
"I am sorry. This is a very poor birthday present."
"I already have my present," she said, thinking about how she would get to live in her own place the next day. This was just going to be extra.
"I still feel as if you have traveled all this way for nothing."
"Not nothing." Amanda shook her head and washed down some fish with her water. "You saw my mother before she went away. That's a perfectly good birthday present." The conversation veered off from there to other subjects. It was obvious to Amanda that Vanini had nothing new to say about her mother and that it was making him uncomfortable, so she asked him how he was enjoying being retired. After he went on at great length about all the traveling he'd been doing, he asked her about where she went to school. She was evasive on that subject, saying she was working as a technical assistant and was hoping to get her certifications for engineering. What she didn't say was that she was about as likely to get those certifications as her mother was to walk into the restaurant and join them at the table. After another hour or so, they said their goodbyes. Vanini refused to let her pay for her half of the meal.
"Consider this my birthday present to you, since I could not give you anything of use regarding your mother. And I wish you luck in your search."
"Thank you," she said sincerely, and she even gave him a hug when they parted ways outside the front door. With the money she'd saved, she could get a snack on the train home. Once she'd boarded the train, the nervousness drained out of her, and she fell asleep as soon as she took her seat. Midnight came and went, and she was awakened by the train computer when it announced that they were approaching Vancouver. She woke up as an 18-year-old. Legally and officially an adult. I'm free. By the time she took the local rail home, or rather to Paul's apartment, as it was no longer in any sense home, it was 3 a.m. All she had to do was retrieve her toiletries and her stuffed tiger. Daniel was pretty battered and worn, but she didn't want to give him up. It came as a surprise when she waved her keycard in the lobby elevator bay and the computer made a harsh buzzing sound. 41st floor access unavailable due to police activity. Oh, great. Someone on our floor got arrested? She supposed she could just go to her new place. She had a keycard for that as well and pick up her stuff tomorrow. Then the elevator door opened and an officer of the Vancouver Police Department exited, alongside a woman in a suit with a badge clipped to her jacket. "Excuse me," Amanda said.
Yes, ma'am?
The officer replied. His name tag read Chen. "I live on 41. Any notion as to when I'll be able to get into my apartment?" The detective stepped forward. "Which unit?" 12. She winced. "I'm afraid not anytime soon. Are you the occupant's stepdaughter, Amanda Ripley?" Shit. Yes. "I'm afraid I have some bad news. We had to arrest your stepfather, Paul Carter. He assaulted 2 off-duty RCMP officers in a bar in Anmore earlier this evening." Amanda tried to dredge up even a little bit of surprise. She failed. "So, what's the bad news?" "I'm sorry?" She shook her head. "What did he do, Detective—" "I'm Detective Anushka Balidamaj." The woman held out her hand. Amanda returned the handshake. Balidamaj's hands were frigidly cold. "Your stepfather got into an argument with the 2 officers," Balidamaj continued. "Something about when the next lunar eclipse will occur, apparently. When the officers identified themselves as RCMP, your stepfather made disparaging remarks about Mounties, and the officers explained that they didn't like to be called that." Amanda rolled her eyes. "Let me guess, Paul doubled down and called them Mounties over and over again to piss them off. Probably other things, too." Yes. Typical. Balidamaj seemed nonplussed by Amanda's contempt. "He left the bar before city police could arrive, and RCMP had us take him into custody for them. He'll be remanded to them sometime tomorrow." "They're welcome to him," Amanda said. "I turned 18 3 hours ago, and that means Paul is officially no longer my problem. I was just coming by to get some toiletries, but you know what? I don't need them. I have somewhere else to sleep now." With that, she turned on her heel and left the building. It meant abandoning Daniel as well, but that tiger was the companion of her youth. Vanini had said that her mother was the only grown-up on the Nostromo. With her gone and Paul drinking himself into oblivion, and now to prison, she had been forced to be the only grown-up in the house. It was time she started acting like one. Encrypted transmission. From Julia Jones, Sevastopol Station. To Liliana Jones, Earth. Date, October 13th, 2137. Hi, Mom. It looks like things are getting real here, and not in a good way. After numerous demands, Marshal Waits finally called a public meeting to address the rumors that have been circulating on Sevastopol. But instead of the answers we wanted, he continued to be evasive, and after only a few minutes, he and his team were pelted by anything the crowd could put their hands on. A gun was fired. There was panic, and now Waits and what's left of his team are forcibly ejecting us from the terminal. Feels like we're on our own now. I hope this message gets to you. So far, they don't seem to be blocking us. See you soon. I hope. This message and any attachments are confidential, privileged, and protected. If you are not the intended recipient, dissemination or copying of this message is prohibited. If you have received this in error, please notify the sender by replying and then delete the message completely from your system. 17. Lorenz Sistek Spire, Sevastopol Station, December 2137. Paul had tried to get in touch with Amanda after his arrest, but she had refused any contact with him. She had missed Daniel, but that was the only thing in that apartment for which she had any positive feelings. She'd hoped to come back from Seattle with something new, something she could follow, but as polite as Stefano Vanini had been, He was just another dead end. Leaving Coleman to his fate, Amanda went back to the medical offices. It was possible there was a dispensary elsewhere in the tower, but at this point she wasn't about to risk her life wandering the corridors on the word of someone who sent her off to become alien food. She decided instead to investigate the other offices she'd passed. Soho's office proved of little use. It was full of exercise gear, and the Halfin was unable to determine a code for Haymovich's office. However, she was able to get into Lingard's and discovered that she was the senior medical officer. Bingo! While there was no sign of Lingard or her body, there were some supplies that could be very useful, including proper bandages and antiseptic. Shrugging off her backpack, she loaded the items, as well as a bottle that had a few standard pain meds. Based on the hole in her gut, Taylor was going to need much stronger drugs than this. Amanda needed to locate some Episeal. Still, it's better than nothing. Slipping her arms into the straps of the much heavier backpack, she went over to Lingard's terminal. As she did, Samuels's voice sounded in her headset.
"Ripley, can you hear me?"
"Go ahead, Samuels," she replied. "You got the radio working?"
"Only within a limited range. I can't raise the Torrens, but at least we can speak."
"Good," Amanda said. "I'm in Dr. Lingard's office. She's the senior med officer. I've got some stuff, and I'm looking up where to find more."
"Good luck, Ripley."
Concern was clear in Samuels's voice.
"Try to hurry. I've been able to keep Taylor conscious. If I don't, she'll lapse into a coma, and that would be extremely bad."
"I know." As she spoke, her fingers flew across the keyboard, and she discovered 2 files worth opening. One was an inventory, which told her that most of what she needed was in the surgery. The other was a file labeled Autopsy. She hoped they might keep supplies down there and clicked to open it. Inside, she found 2 sub-files. Anesidora. Foster C. That piqued her interest. The Anesidora was the ship that found the flight recorder, and one of their crew was apparently dead. Inside the Foster file, she found another. Patient 0. That was too much to resist. She opened the file, skipped the images, and went straight for the vid. Dr. Terceris Lingard was an older woman, dark-skinned, with flecks of gray in her close-cropped dark hair. "This is Lingard, Senior Medical Officer, Sevastopol Station. I want to—" She faltered, then composed herself. "I want to state for the record that I have been placed under duress in regards to the compromised patient 0. I also want to state for the record that Ransom made certain, threats toward my career and certification, but I don't care. That woman, Catherine Foster, needed help, urgently. I didn't know what type of parasite she had encountered, but it had planted something inside her." Her voice broke. "I'm so sorry. I had no way of knowing what would happen. She took a breath. "Report appended." The vid ended. That told Amanda even less than she already knew, though the mention of parasites didn't exactly fill her with happy thoughts. The creature she'd encountered was too big to be a parasite. Fuck, is there something else on board? However, she didn't have time to investigate further. The surgery was located further down the hall, and she could avoid the creature to get there. Even better, once she had what was needed, the map showed her a shortcut through the medical reception lobby that would take her right to where Taylor and Samuels were. As expected, the surgery was locked, and she had to use the Halfin to open it. The device worked, and she found herself in a much colder room than the others. As a result, she wasn't assaulted by the foul smells she'd run into earlier. In the center of the room lay a body. A woman with dead eyes staring at the ceiling and a massive hole in her chest cavity. That had to be Foster. The skin on her chest was splayed outward in a ragged pattern. That wasn't from the autopsy, that was from something exploding from inside her. The entire thoracic area was hollowed out, though she couldn't tell whether those organs had been removed by Lingard or taken by whatever burst out of her chest. A trail of blood led from the woman's chest to the floor and all the way to the door. Also on the floor was a set of coveralls with an Anesidora patch on the arm. That was probably the woman's uniform. Catherine, the file said, she recalled. Rest in peace, Catherine. Moving closer, she noticed tiny scars all around the periphery of Foster's face. What the hell happened to you, Foster? The Anesidora must have brought back a lot more than a blank flight recorder. Shaking her head, Amanda put that out of her mind. She'd already taken too long, and Taylor needed help. A quick search revealed several first aid kits that had already been rifled, and one that was fully stocked. She cannibalized the open ones to supplement the stocked one, and located some additional pain meds, anti-infection meds, and a few empty syringes that the scavengers had missed. Tossing them all in the backpack, she activated the radio in her headset. "Samuels, it's Ripley," she said. "I've got the meds. Heading back to you."
Excellent.
Returning the pack to her back, she jogged out the other door, which led to the lobby. From there, she went down a twisting corridor that was covered in graffiti. Her favorite covered the wall in bright red letters. "Fuck the Marshals." The entryway to the lobby didn't have a door, thankfully, so she was able to walk right through, only to find herself looking at a room filled with yellow barrels. What the fuck? A circular reception desk in the center of the room was piled high and deep with the containers, all linked by yellow cabling. There was also something around the periphery, but it was too dark for her to make out what it was. Deciding not to take the time, she turned toward the other doorway that would lead her to Samuels and Taylor. Her motion detector beeped. She pulled it from her pocket. Oh shit. Another vent crashed to the deck. Then the alien monster fell through the opening to land with a resounding thud on the metal flooring. Its long legs braced easily, and the creature seemed completely unaffected by the long fall. This was the closest Amanda had been to the thing, face to face, and she got a much better feel for how huge the monster was. It was twice as large as Amanda, at least, and it loomed over her. Before it could move, however, floodlights came on all around the room, blinding her temporarily. Holding up a hand to shield her eyes, she started to move slowly backward, away from the predator. Gunk, oozing from between its chitinous plates, dripped onto the floor, and the creature's tooth-filled mouth opened wide to reveal another mouth where the tongue should have been. It, too, was filled with sharp teeth. So this is it. I'm going to die. Amanda wanted to be upset or scared or angry, but mostly she was just exhausted. This was just one final indignity on a day in a life that had been filled with them. She was going to die alone on this stupid station, killed by a creature nobody had ever seen or heard of. And she'd never find out what happened to Mom. The creature advanced toward her, its feet clacking on the deck, when, without warning, the yellow barrels lit up, this time with red lights. They began making beeping noises, and at that instant, Amanda realized that the cables were primer cord. Encrypted transmission. From Kenry Ransom, Chief Executive Officer, Seegson. To Dr. Terceris Lingard, Senior Medical Executive, San Cristobal Medical Facility. Date: November 12th, 2137. Dr. Lingard, this is Ken Ransom. Remember me, your friendly Seegson CEO? Lingard, you don't drop by, you don't call. Aren't we pals anymore? Oh well, we're both busy people, and after all, I have lots of other friends. Some of them have badges. One of them told me you called Marshal Waits about a, shall we say, interesting find? I want in. No arguments. After all, how much does Waits really know about you? Not as much as your old friend here, and I bet he wouldn't be as understanding about black market med supplies. I look forward to your call, Doctor. This message and any attachments are confidential, privileged, and protected. If you are not the intended recipient, dissemination or copying of this message is prohibited. If you have received this in error, please notify the sender by replying and then delete the message completely from your system. 18. Lorenz Sistek Spire, Sevastopol Station, December 2137. Amanda woke up lying on the deck, surrounded by flames, convinced that Tranquility Base was on fire again. Her first week on the moon, there had been an explosion out at Armstrong Dock. Amanda had been nearby and tried to help before emergency services showed up, but she wasn't careful about her breathing and wound up collapsing. If it hadn't been for one of those ES medics getting her to safety, she might have died from smoke inhalation, or at least done significant damage to her lungs. The memory blurred, and she remembered that she wasn't on Luna anymore. She was on Sevastopol, in the middle of a nightmare that made the Armstrong explosion look like a fireworks show. Drenched with sweat, the smell of burning plastic filling her nostrils, she clambered to her feet and tried to take stock of the situation. Everything was on fire, blocking both the exits. There was no sign of the creature, which she took as a blessing. Maybe it didn't like fire. That could explain why she was still alive. Checking the display on the Helfin, she saw that she'd been stunned for about 10 seconds. An eternity during which the monster could have done whatever the fuck it wanted to her. It hadn't hesitated with Axel, Coleman, or its other prey, so the only reason it would have avoided her was because it didn't want to stick around. Now I just have to find some flamethrowers. After I get the fuck out of here. That was the greater problem. The two exits were walls of flame, and whatever fire suppression there might once have been on Sevastopol, it was obviously malfunctioning. She scanned the entire area, but saw nothing useful. Looking up, she spotted the vent through which the creature had come, but she had no way to get up there. Lungs burning, she started coughing. Gotta get out of here, now. Never mind Taylor, I'm gonna get roasted if I stick around. A wall exploded on the other side of the lobby, causing Amanda to lose her footing. It also loosened a maintenance hatch in the ceiling, which lowered about 3 feet. The ladder attached to the door slid down part way. Why should anything be easy? Jumping up, she could just touch the bottom rung with the tips of her fingers, but that was it. Blowing out a breath and trying not to inhale too sharply, a lesson she'd learned from the Armstrong fire, she jumped again. This time she managed to wrap her fingers around the rung, but her sweat-covered right hand couldn't gain purchase and she fell back to the deck again. Damn it! Wiping her hands on her jumpsuit, the fumes threatening to become overwhelming, she jumped one more time. This time she managed to both achieve and keep her grip. Taking another very slow breath, she threw her left arm up to the next rung as hard as she could. Her fingers clutched that second rung in a loose grip, but she managed to pull herself up further, getting a better hold. Slowly but steadily she repeated that sequence, throwing each arm upward to the next rung, ignoring the flames, ignoring the smoke, ignoring how hot the metal rungs on the ladder were starting to get, ignoring the spots in front of her eyes and the sting in her throat. After reaching the 4th rung, she was able to use her feet, sliding them onto the bottom one. She moved faster, hands and feet operating in harmony as she climbed as far from the inferno as she could. Finally, she made it into the air vent, and she collapsed. There was less smoke, and she took the opportunity to gulp in some cleaner air. She was exhausted. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she thought that maybe she could just go to sleep for a little bit. Just a few minutes. Just catch her breath.
I've been able to keep Taylor conscious,
Samuels had said.
If I don't, she'll lapse into a coma, and that would be extremely bad.
Shaking her head, she forced herself up onto her hands and knees. If she fell asleep now, there was a good chance she'd never wake. She'd be burnt to a crisp as the fire made its way up here while she napped. Amanda had no idea which was the right way to go, but any direction that took her away from the inferno seemed a good bet. As she crawled, the air cleared even more, and she tapped her headset. "Samuels, this is Ripley. Do you read? Samuels." Her only reply was static. Fuck. After another 10 minutes of crawling, she realized she could hear voices. Hoping at first that it was Samuels and Taylor, she was disappointed to realize that it sounded like neither of them.
"There could be more of them,"
a man said.
"Just shoot anything that moves." "This is so fucked up,"
another said. "Keep it together, Fred." That was a woman's voice, but apparently Fred was having none of it.
They just killed him.
And now they're dead too, so just calm down." Amanda maneuvered herself right over a hatch, and the voices were clearer. Do I go down and join them, or what? A voice sounded over a radio.
"Francis, are you guys okay?" "Mahoney, thank God."
The first speaker let out a sigh of relief.
"We got jumped. Looters." "Yeah, we saw it all in the security feed," Mahoney said. "Can you get up here?"
"We're trapped," the woman said. "Elevator's out."
"You're right by systems and synthetic storage," Mahoney responded. "There's all kinds of stuff to fix it."
"We don't know where to look," the woman said.
"Boot up a requisitions android," Mahoney said,
as if it was the most natural thing in the world, making Amanda wonder if this Mahoney guy had seen what had happened to the working Joes. Apparently, Francis agreed with her.
"Is he insane?"
"Those things have started attacking people," the woman said.
"Oh, for fuck's sake, Peterson, they're friendly as long as you don't do anything unauthorized," Mahoney said. "Just talking to a warehouse android should be fine. It'll know how to fix the elevator."
"Okay, fine. Peterson out." After a beat, she added, "Asshole." Francis made a sputtering noise.
"Should be fine. Well, I'm sure as hell not making new best friends with one of those things." "So, what do we do now?"
Fred asked plaintively. Amanda seriously considered jumping down just to help these imbeciles out. "Hold on, let me think," Peterson said.
"What do you think that noise was?"
Francis asked.
"Sounded like an explosion,"
Fred replied. Francis snapped.
"I figured that out, genius. I mean, what caused it?"
Then again, maybe Amanda was better off on her own. "It had to have been Waits," Peterson said. "I heard he's trying to kill that creature by setting traps. Remote charges. Can you believe that? He's gotta be crazy." Oh, fuck. Waits was, if she remembered correctly, Samuels's contact on the station. And it was also the name of the person who contacted them on the Torrens when they were on approach. If he was the one responsible for the explosion that nearly killed her, she wanted words with him. Right after whichever asshole from the Anesidora fucked up the flight recorder. Belatedly, she realized that Foster, the dead body she'd found in the surgery, might have been the one who brought the flight recorder back. Damn.
"Look," Fred
said.
"I heard that Waits has some kind of safe haven up near the Galleria. We could go there."
"Did you miss the part about how the crazy fucker is blowing stuff up?" Peterson asked. "No, thank you."
"Yeah, well, we're running out of options,"
Francis said. "Then shut up and let me think." Listening to them talk, Amanda decided that adding herself to that gaggle would drive the average IQ up 50 points. While having her there might make them smarter, it was more likely to make her stupider, or get her killed. Besides, trusting people like Axel and Coleman hadn't exactly worked out well. No, she was better off moving on and staying away from people. Given the number of corpses she'd found, it was likely they'd die anyhow. So, taking greater care not to make a sound, she continued on her way until their voices were just a distant murmur, then gone. Further along, she found another access hatch, and as far as she could tell, there weren't any people beneath it. Kicking it open, she watched it crash to the deck and froze instinctively. Every other time she'd heard that sound, it had heralded the arrival of the creature. Focus, Ripley. Jumping down to the deck, she found herself in a room filled with large objects that were all covered in dusty cloths. Most likely, this room wasn't used even when the station was active. The motion detector verified that nobody was around, so she looked for a terminal she could operate. Amanda pulled several cloths onto the floor to reveal furniture and gutted machinery. After 4 or 5 tries, she found a terminal that was intact. To her surprise, it lit up and gave her a map of the area. Even better, she was only about 50 yards from where she'd left Taylor and Samuels. Listening carefully at the door, she slipped out into the corridor and worked her way toward where the map had indicated. As she jogged closer, the motion detector picked up movement, and she heard more voices, both familiar and not. The unfamiliar voice was shouting.
"I had the goddamn thing trapped," he bellowed. "It was your shipmate who screwed up the kill. Fucking thing got away."
Blowing up a hospital is a rather extreme solution, Marshal Waits.
It was Samuels who replied in his usual tart manner.
"It's a rather extreme situation,"
Waits replied, doing a mean impersonation of Samuels's tone. Amanda shook her head. The doofus crew was right. It was Waits who rigged the lobby to blow. And he was a marshal, which meant he was in charge of security for the station. Amanda's instinct was to consider him terrible at his job, but given the combination of a lethal creature and working Joes that wanted to kill all the people the monster didn't, she couldn't really fault Waits's competence. His common sense was another matter.
"I just hope Ripley survived,"
Samuels said.
"If she—"
"I made it out fine," Amanda said, panting as she rounded the corner. "No thanks to you, Marshal." Waits, a white-haired man wearing a ball cap and blue jacket that marked him as security, quickly raised his weapon, a Jacobs 990 pistol. There was another person there, also in blue, who did likewise. "Easy," Amanda said, holding up both hands.
"Identify yourself,"
Waits demanded. She rolled her eyes. "I'm Amanda Ripley. I was on the Torrens with these two."
"Peachy,"
Waits said, lowering his weapon. He shook his head.
"I'm glad you made it out of the lobby, but it would have served you right to get fried."
Shrugging off her backpack, she pulled out the first aid kit and knelt down next to Taylor, who was moaning and trying very hard to stay awake. Samuels knelt down next to her. "I was getting these medical supplies for Taylor." She pulled out the antiseptic. "It's not like I had much of an alternative."
"That's not the point,"
Waits said.
"I warned you people not to even come here. I sent very clear instructions not to dock or send anyone over, but you barreled on in anyhow."
"Your directive was far from clear, Marshal,"
Samuels said tartly, and Amanda had to suppress a smile.
"Your message was incomprehensible gibberish on our end. We'd no idea what was happening, and we're here for a very specific purpose."
Samuels was more adept at first aid than she was, so Amanda left him to take care of Taylor, stood up, and faced Waits. His heavily lined face bespoke great age, great stress, or both. Given how Sevastopol was falling apart, her money was on both. "What the hell's going on here, Marshal?" she demanded. "Where's your security force?"
"Me and Ricardo are all that's left,"
Waits said bitterly.
"The rest are dead or gone AWOL, and we're doing the best we can. Hell, I would have killed that damn thing if it wasn't for you fucking it up."
"I didn't fuck anything up, Marshal. I've seen that creature up close. Too close, as far as I'm concerned, and it's going to take a lot more than a few charges to stop it. All your little explosion did was annoy it." She didn't know that for sure, but she wasn't about to give him the satisfaction.
"Peachy,"
Waits threw up his hands.
"It's not like we've got a ton of other options, so fucking glad we let the Anesidora onto the station."
Samuels looked up.
"You say the Anesidora brought this creature on board?"
"Yeah, the first mate had a parasite on her face, and Marlowe, he's the captain of the boat, took her to the infirmary. Broke every goddamn quarantine reg, which is why I threw his ass into the brig, and here we are. Living fucking example of why we have quarantine regs. Whatever that parasite injected into Foster, it turned into our friend the alien."
It was good news, of a sort, that Foster wasn't the captain and that Marlowe might still be alive. Now she had 2 reasons to beat the shit out of him. "Is there anywhere left that's safe?" she asked. "I mean, there's the creature and there's the androids running amok too."
Goddamn androids,
Waits muttered.
Ripley,
Samuels said.
Taylor needs more attention than I can give her here.
"I'm afraid medical's out of the question," Amanda said fervently. "We won't want to get anywhere near there again. Besides," she shot Waits a look, "some nutjob torched the lobby."
Kiss my entire ass, Ripley,
the marshal responded.
I'm trying to hold this place together with my bare hands.
He held up one of them to cut off Amanda's reply.
Forget it. Look, we've got a life support unit back at HQ.
Great, she responded, and she reached for her backpack. Let's go.
Yeah, slight problem. The transit system's down.
Gee, what a shock. At this point, Amanda would have been more surprised to learn that something on Sevastopol was working. Fuck the marshals, indeed.
Samuels says you're an engineer,
he said. He said that? She shot the Weyland-Yutani exec a look.
I did,
Samuels said without looking up. He was applying the Episeal to Taylor's wound.
You have the skills of an engineer, Ripley. Seems to me you should call yourself that.
Amanda turned to Waits. I'm not certified as an engineer.
I could give a fuck about certified,
Waits said.
If you know how to change a goddamn light bulb, you're already light years ahead of me and Ricardo here. If you can get up to transit control and get it working, we can all get back to HQ where it's, well, safer, anyhow.
Fine. Tell me where to go and you protect these two, okay?
Of course,
Waits said as if it was the most natural thing, and Amanda supposed it was. Normally, at least. But this was way past normal. And she wasn't even a little reassured that Mr. Macho would protect Taylor and Samuels. The marshal turned to his subordinate.
Ricardo, get a lock on her radio so we can keep in touch.
Without saying a word, Ricardo walked over to her. She removed her headset and handed it to him. The security guard was drenched in sweat, even more than Amanda was, and he smelled like old cigarettes. As he made a few adjustments, he smiled wryly.
You figure out yet that coming aboard was a bad idea?
Figured that out before I got here. Amanda took advantage of the lull to drink from her third water bottle.
Yeah.
He handed the headset back.
Here you go.
She nodded her thanks, pocketed the bottle, put the headset back on, and walked over to Samuels.
Are you all right, Ripley?
Samuels asked. Staring back at Waits, she said, Peachy. 19. Lorenz Systech Spire, Sevastopol Station, December 2137. She moved down the corridor, Waits's reedy voice in her ear.
Keep going that way until you reach the T intersection. Go left there.
Okay. How far do I go?
About 50 yards, then there'll be a staircase that leads up.
Sure enough, 50 yards after she made the left turn, she saw a metal staircase. There was an ad for Working Joes on the wall, and someone had placed a rather large pair of breasts over the Joe's chest. Adorable, she muttered.
What's that?
Nothing, just admiring the local artwork. What's upstairs?
The control room,
Waits said. There were sounds from above, though she couldn't quite make them out. Amanda checked the motion detector. There was something moving upstairs. Pocketing the detector, she gripped the K-92. Reaching the top, she found herself in yet another darkened room, but there was the muffled sound of someone banging on something. The noise was coming from a storage closet, the door of which had been closed and locked. Whatever the motion detector had picked up was behind that door. They weren't making any headway, though, as they were hitting solid metal. It'd take years to even put a dent in it. Unless you were a monster. Next to the closet was an elevator which had been deactivated. Not even a red light over it, but complete darkness. It hadn't just been shut down, it was shut off. There was a desk to her left and a console at the back of the room. The latter was as dark as the elevator except for a single button that glowed white and words glowing in a couple of languages. Siegson Transit Control. Gotta love your basic on-off button. Amanda pushed it, which should have turned the whole thing on. Instead, a small display appeared. Error. Security lock in place. This isn't just a disaster shutdown. Amanda frowned. Someone went to serious effort to shut this off. At the same time as the security alert displayed itself, the elevator hummed to life. Looking over, Amanda saw the light above the elevator flicker on into a red light, while the buttons also lit up. A second later, the red light turned green, and she could hear the hydraulic whine of the elevator starting up. Great. Someone's coming to see who tried to turn this on. The person in the closet must have heard the elevator, too. Taking refuge under the desk, Amanda maintained her grip on the K-92. She considered and rejected the notion of taking out the Jacobs. Best to hold the gun in reserve, though the ability to use it at a distance was a distinct advantage. On the other hand, it was still dark. She'd probably just waste bullets shooting blindly. Besides, she was here to start the transit system back up. Throwing bullets might do more harm than good. The elevator arrived and the doors slid open. The new arrival turned toward the closet door and shouted at the rhythmic banging.
"Calm down in there, you android fuck."
That was followed by a distinctive clicking sound, which told Amanda several things. One, that it was a working Joe in the storage room, which meant it wasn't likely to listen to the instruction to calm down. Indeed, it didn't, as the banging continued nonstop. Two, she recognized the voice as belonging to Mahoney, the guy the three idiots, Fred, Peterson, and Francis, were talking to on the radio. And three, based on that click, Mahoney had a weapon. He'd just taken the safety off.
"Hello?"
Mahoney cried out.
"Come on, I know someone's in here. The button didn't push itself."
Amanda didn't move.
"Show yourself and I'll make it quick."
Some incentive. Reaching into one of her pockets, she pulled out the Helfin. Activating it, she tried to see if she could override the lockout on the console. The device only made a little noise, and it was being drowned out by the Joe pounding on the door. Sure enough, the AW-15 found the code that would disable the security lockout and turn the console on. The entire room suddenly lit up, and Amanda had to blink spots out of her eyes.
"Oh, fuck, no, what did you do?"
Mahoney sounded positively panicked. She heard a different clicking sound, and then that of a door swinging open. Apparently, the security lockout included keeping the storage room door locked. Immediately, the Joe spoke in its electronic monotone.
"You are not authorized to be in this room."
Several shots rang out from Mahoney's weapon, making her cringe.
"Fuck you, metalhead," he bellowed.
Suddenly, all that came out were strangled noises, and something thudded to the floor. Shit. Abandoning her hiding place and holding the K-92 firmly in her hand, Amanda jumped out from behind the desk to see the Joe with its hands wrapped around Mahoney's neck. The Joe's left eye was missing, the wiring under it exposed. Crossing the space between them in an instant, she smashed the Weinschelbaum K-92 into the android's head. This time she had leverage. It fell to the deck. So did Mahoney. As she knelt down to check him, Waits's voice sounded in her ear.
"Ripley, transit's back up and running. We're waiting for you."
"Taylor can't wait," she said, "so go ahead without me. I'll catch up."
"Your call."
Mahoney had no pulse, and he wasn't breathing. Damn it. As she straightened, her head swam. Fuck, I haven't eaten anything since I woke up from cryo. If she didn't find some food soon, she was going to collapse. As it was, the Weinschelbaum felt as if it weighed a ton. Then she noticed a familiar red wrapper sticking out of the pocket of Mahoney's jacket. Kneeling back down, more slowly this time, she reached into the corpse's jacket pocket and pulled out a Freeman bar. Small, full of nutrients, and actually delicious, Freeman bars were pretty much what Amanda survived on, especially during long jobs where she wouldn't get a break. Even if she got a break, she often couldn't afford to buy lunch. The Freeman bars did the trick, and the sight of one now actually brought her joy for the first time. Truth be told, Amanda couldn't remember the last time she'd felt joy about anything. It was probably the second to last message from Mom on the Nostromo, before they went into cryo. She hadn't been happy to receive the last one, because she knew it was the last. Looking back on 2.5 decades of life, the only joyful memories she had were associated with her mother. So, naturally, she left me. Thanks, Mom. All I've got left is trying to find you in the fond hope that I might actually have a life worth living again. Dolefully, she tore the red wrapping off the Freeman bar and chewed off about 1/3 of it. While she did, she moved to the console and called up a map to locate the nearest transit stop. After swallowing the last of the bar, she turned and gave Mahoney's body a last look. Should have stayed where you were. Coming near me just means you die. Or disappear forever. Or just get drunk a lot. Dropping the red wrapper on the body, she added, "Thanks for the Freeman bar." Then she got into the elevator Mahoney had used to come up. Her mouth, already dry from exertion, was even more so after eating the bar, and she polished off her 3rd water bottle. The elevator took her down 2 levels. It was about 100 yards to the transit hub. Jogging along silently, she hugged the wall when she heard voices as she approached the entryway to the hub.
Hey, look, transit's working again,
a squeaky voice said.
Hot shit, let's get the fuck out of here,
a scratchy voice replied.
The mall,
Squeaky said.
Those assholes got like a shit ton of supplies up here. We'll clean out the mall later.
That was a deeper, more authoritative voice.
Sinclair radioed in. He wants us back at the base.
Amanda peered through the entryway that led into the hub. She saw 3 people in riot gear, Siegs and security stenciled on their backs. More incompetent guards, she thought darkly. Gotta love this place.
Maybe Sinclair found a better site to raid,
Scratchy said.
Or way off this garbage heap,
Squeaky added.
We'll see,
the man with the deep voice said.
Let's stick together, though. Avoid splitting up. There's safety in numbers.
I don't know,
Scratchy said.
That thing, it's goddamn unstoppable. Yeah, give me one good shot and I'll stop the son of a bitch.
Squeaky's bravado almost made Amanda laugh. He obviously hadn't yet laid eyes on the creature. At that moment, a transit car showed up and the trio stepped into it. Have fun, guys. She waited until the car was gone and then went into the hub and called for another. It arrived within moments and soon got her to the stop she wanted. Once there, she tapped her headset. Waits, I'm at the Marshal Bureau transit stop, she said. Where are you? The marshal's voice sounded in Amanda's ear.
Go to the top of the stairs, then turn right. You can't miss it.
What, no welcome committee?
Just get up here.
Amanda shook her head. She was already doing better now that she had eaten something, though she suspected that feeling was going to pass pretty quickly. Jogging up the stairs, she walked through an open door to find Waits sitting at a desk, reading a notepad. To her left was a large window that looked onto the life support area. Taylor was lying asleep on one of the beds, an IV in her arm, and it looked as if her belly wound had been properly treated. Samuels was sitting in a chair near her bed. How is she? Amanda asked without preamble.
Stable.
Waits didn't even bother to look up from his notepad.
She'll be up and walking around soon enough. And hey, you managed to get transit running, so I guess we're even.
Kiss my entire ass, Marshal. That got him to look up, angrily at first, then a tired smile at the throwing of his own phrase back at him.
Maybe when this is all over.
And when will that be, exactly?
When that fucking cockroach on steroids is dead.
Amen, Amanda muttered. Your Briggs are here too, right?
Yeah? Why?
Waits squinted at her.
You making a citizen's arrest?
No, you said you had the Anisadora captain.
Yeah, Marlowe.
He leaned back in his chair and folded his arms.
You're not fucking serious, are you, Ripley?
Marshal, the whole reason I came to this rotten tin can is because your prisoner found the flight recorder for the ship my mother served on. She's been missing for 15 years. For a moment, Waits just stared at her. Then he unfolded his arms.
Yeah, okay,
He said.
I can see that. Fine. Go and talk to him.
Thank you. Amanda turned to leave.
By the way,
Waite said. She regarded him with curiosity.
asshole parked his boat in orbit of the gas giant and won't give up the command code so we can tow her in. See if you can make him see reason.
Gee, Marshall, you haven't been able to use your innate charm and wit to get him to talk? Or have you been too busy blowing up lobbies? Waite started to say something, then stopped.
Just go talk to the bastard, will you please?
He pointed to the door behind his desk.
Through there.
Gladly. She hesitated. You need me to leave my stuff here?
Regs say yes.
Waits grinned.
I say fuck it. Prisoner safety isn't exactly high on the list of things I give a damn about right now.
Amanda nodded and proceeded to the door. It slid aside to reveal a darkened corridor that led to a wider corridor with cells on both sides. Huge metal doors with large windows lined each wall. Only one of them was currently lit, and Amanda walked over to find a large, middle-aged man whose arms were covered in tattoos. He wore a jumpsuit very similar to the one that had been on the floor near Foster's body. The man was walking across the tiny cell to the tiny sink next to the toilet. He splashed some water on his face, then dried it with a ratty towel. While he sat down on the bunk, Amanda walked over to the control next to the door and pressed the large red button. Marlowe? The man looked up in surprise. For the first time, he saw Amanda.
Who wants to know?
His weary tone belied his attempt at defiance. Putting his hands behind his head, he started to lie down on the bunk. My name's Ripley. Then, recalling that she was, strictly speaking, a consultant for Weyland-Yutani, she added, I'm with the company.
Here for your empty box already, huh?
Elbows bent near his ears, Marlowe stared at the ceiling.
You fuckers are keen, I'll give you that.
So he knew there was no data on it. I'm here for personal reasons. My mother was the Nostromo's warrant officer.
You're serious?
He looked over at the window again. Amanda nodded.
Shit, well...
He sat back up and looked at her.
Shit, I'm sorry. Look, Ripley, is it? We never found the ship, just the flight recorder and some junk they left on LV-426.
Amanda blinked. LV-426?
Yeah, some rock they landed on. We found a bunch of their stuff down there, but no sign of the ship herself.
This was new. Nobody'd said anything about the Nostromo going anywhere aside from Neptune and Thetis.
Look, Ripley, you want to know what happened?
Marlowe got up from the bunk and walked to the window to look her right in the eyes.
Fine. I want to get out of here. Maybe we can make a deal?
Even if Amanda could have made such a deal, given that the Anesidora brought that alien psychopath here, she wouldn't have been inclined to let him out of the cell. Except maybe to shoot him in the head. Just start talking, she said. I want to know everything. Marlowe stared at her. She stared back. He looked away first.
Fine, I'll tell you.
Sitting back down on his bunk, he stared at the floor.
It was just supposed to be a regular salvage gig.
And then Marlowe told her the entire story of the Anesidora finding the flight recorder, of Lewis's attempts to decode it, the signal from LV-426, their trip there, finding the alien vessel, and the parasite attaching itself to his wife's face. As he told the story, though, Amanda found herself remembering her first week on Luna. Encrypted transmission. From Alistair Smith, Director of Synthetic Development, Seegson. To Kenry Ransom, Chief Executive Officer, Seegson. Date, January 24th, 2136. Development of new synthetics based on Weyland-Yutani models. Just received schematics for the 120-A/8. I don't know how much we paid our mole, but the board is going to need to shell out a hell of a lot more. I know this seems like old tech for WY, but it's way beyond anything we're capable of. Look, Ken, I know you don't want to hear this, but we need investment, and you need to talk the board into it. WY and all its subsidiaries are light years ahead of us. This isn't a race we can afford to lose. This message and any attachments are confidential, privileged, and protected. If you are not the intended recipient, dissemination or copying of this message is prohibited. If you have received this in error, please notify the center by replying and then delete the message completely from your system. 20. Tranquility Base, Luna. May 2132. You wanted to see me? Amanda Ripley asked her supervisor. Flora Mendez was seated behind the small desk in her office. She ran an emergency repair business and had hired Amanda as a technical assistant. This mostly meant that her job was to help carry the equipment and hand tools to the repair techs. Looking up from her pad, Mendez said, "No, I don't want to see you, but I have to talk to you, so I'm kind of stuck." Amanda took a seat on the little stool that served as a guest chair. "Did Sister Nino complain about me again?" "So you know you're being insubordinate?" Mendez scowled. "That certainly simplifies things." "I'm not being insubordinate," Amanda said. "He keeps asking for the wrong tool. What am I supposed to do?" "Sister Nino is the repair tech, so he gets to say what's the right tool," Mendez said. "He's the third repair tech you've pissed off, and you've only been here a month." "Just let me go out on repairs myself, then. I know what I'm doing." "Funny you should say that." Mendez leaned forward and folded her hands on the one empty spot on her desk. "I was thinking about promoting you to tech, especially since Sister Nino also quit." "He quit?" "What can I do? He found a better job." Mendez swiped her finger across the pad screen. "I thought I'd finally shut you and my techs up and just make you a tech. Then you'll stop pissing everybody off. So I did a background check." Amanda frowned. "Wait, you didn't run one on me before?" "I stopped doing that at the assistant level because most of them were people running away from something Earthside, and they almost all had something in their past I don't want to know about. But techs I need full background on, so I ran you." "Then what's the problem?" Amanda folded her arms defiantly. "I'm only 21. I haven't done anything." "That's not really true. You had family on the Nostromo." "Yeah, my mother went missing with the rest of the crew. So what? Like I said, I haven't done anything that would turn up in a background check." There had been, of course, a few incidents in her childhood, but Weyland-Yutani had purged those records. "No," Mendez said, "but your stepfather has." Fuck. Amanda let out a long breath that was part snarl. "Look, I can't help what my stepfather did, and why should it fucking matter anyhow?" "It speaks to character." "What does his character have to do with me?" Mendez glanced at her pad. "According to the records, Paul Carter has been a guest of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police for 2 years now, and will continue to be so for another 2 unless he manages parole." "He won't," Amanda said. "He thinks parole boards are made up of morons, and he has a tendency to tell them that." "More bad character?" Mendez shook her head and had a slightly amazed expression on her face. "I gotta say, Ripley, I had no idea the Mounties still existed." Amanda nodded. "They handle everything north of the 49th parallel that isn't a city, including Anmore, which is northeast of Vancouver. They also hate being called Mounties. My stepfather found that out the hard way." "They put him in prison for calling them Mounties?" "No, they put him in prison for punching a couple of them in the face, which was after they asked him not to call them Mounties. My stepfather didn't listen." "Because he was drunk?" "Well, that was the excuse," Amanda shrugged. "Listening to other people has never been his strong suit. Anyhow, that happened the night I turned 18, and he was getting drunk because he was worried that he'd have to actually find a job. He hurt his back when I was 16, and I had to quit school so we wouldn't starve to death." Mendez rubbed her chin and nodded. "But once you turned 18, you wouldn't have to live with him anymore." "Nope," Amanda shook her head. "And I didn't. They arrested him at his apartment, and I couldn't even get into it because it was technically a crime scene. So I left and never looked back. So congratulations, you now know my sordid family history." Some of it. Mendez looked back down at the pad. There's also the computer time you've been logging. Amanda stood up, outraged. How the hell is that your business? It isn't if you're just an assistant, but like I said, I was looking into making you a repair tech, and I'm wondering what exactly you're digging around for. I still don't see how that's your business, Amanda said, unless you're actually going to make me a tech. Well, I can't do that, unfortunately. Mendez winced. I'm sorry, Ripley, but you're a tech school dropout. You're lucky to have the assistant job. Great. Amanda sat back down and stared at the floor. Look, Ripley, if it was up to me, I'd hire you on the spot. Sister Nino isn't the only one who quit. I lost Jablonski as well. It is up to you. You're the boss. It's not that simple. Mendez shook her head. Remember Anne Zovin? Amanda frowned, then placed the name. She left right after I started. She didn't leave. I had to fire her because she didn't have proper certifications, and those assholes at Weyland-Yutani threatened to sue us if we didn't fire her. And refund the fee. Took a huge hit on that. Fine, whatever. Are you promoting me or not? Amanda asked, even though she knew the answer. She wanted to hear Mendez say the words. Not, I'm afraid. She spoke up again before Amanda could reply. However, there's something I can do to help you. Really? Amanda said sarcastically. She was having trouble buying it, but she had nothing to lose at this point. I'm guessing that the computer time you've been logging is to find out things about the Nostromo. Amanda sighed. My mother's been missing for a decade now, and I'd really like to fucking find her. Mendez smiled. Amanda had never seen Flora Mendez smile, and it wasn't a particularly pleasant expression. It didn't look as if it belonged on her face. I don't have anything for you right now about the Nostromo, but, well, let's just say that doing emergency repairs means data tends to come your way. I can keep an eye out for you, let you know if anything Nostromo-related turns up. If this was Mendez's way of making up for not promoting her, it was a terrible one. Amanda had found plenty of anything Nostromo-related over the last 10 years, and all it got her was being conned out of money or being given information she already had or didn't need or couldn't use. Still, it was better than nothing. Fine. Can I go now? You're going to be paired with Jin going forward. Whatever. Pairing with Jin turned out not to be as bad as the others because Jin actually accepted Amanda's recommendations. This lasted a month, but then one day Amanda got a note that they had to repair a loon buggy. Jin never showed. Amanda went ahead and fixed it herself. The loon buggies were owned and operated by Zhao Yang Enterprises, which was a fancy name for Zhao Yang and her 3 employees who rented all-terrain vehicles to people doing work on the moon's surface outside the protective dome of Tranquility Base. Yang herself was present when Amanda did the work. Thanks for this, she said to Amanda when she was finished. You knew? Kind of. You'll send the bill as usual? Yeah, Amanda said hesitantly. She had no idea, truly, as she'd never been involved in the paperwork part. So when she returned to the office, she went straight to Mendez. Where's Jin? The boss asked, looking up from her iPad. No idea, Amanda replied. She didn't show up. I tried calling her, but no answer and the voicemail was shut off. Great, Mendez sighed. I'll look into it. What'd you tell Zhao? I told her you'd send the bill like usual after I fixed the loon buggy. You what? Mendez sighed. I told you... She shook her head. Never mind. Zhao will be fine. She doesn't give a shit as long as the work gets done. But you can't make a habit of that. She turned to her computer terminal and started typing. Okay, I sent an invoice. I don't suppose I get paid more for this one. Actually, I'm glad you're here, Ripley, Mendez said, because I wanted to show you something. Amanda frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. I have a contact who makes recordings of flight recorders, Mendez continued. That stuff is usually covered up or classified or considered proprietary information or some other bullshit. I talked to him about you, and he said he could get his hands on the Nostromo's flight recorder. Eyes widening, Amanda leaned forward. They have the flight recorder? According to my guy, Weyland-Yutani found it years ago, but they pulled that proprietary information bullshit and wouldn't tell anyone. According to my contact, none of the crew's families have been told about this. Okay. Amanda was dubious, but didn't say that aloud. Here's the problem, Mendez said. My guy paid a lot of money to get this, so he'll need a payment before he'll release it. Amanda liked the sound of this less and less. I don't have much money to spare. My portfolio is kind of tied up in food and shelter. We can work something out here, the boss said. Maybe garnishing your wages or something. I don't even know that this is legit, Amanda said. I know, but luckily my guy had a make good. He said he had the next best thing and that he'd let you have it for less. A copy of the flight recorder from the Sotillo from when your mother served as its WO. That brought Amanda up short. Really? If you want, I'll have him send it over so you can see that he's legit. Then we can talk about the Nostromo. How much does he want for the Sotillo's recorder? Mendez replied with a number that was exactly the amount she got paid for a job as an assistant. If you want, I'll just use your loon buggy payment to cover that, and I'll have the Sotillo's recorder for you tonight. Something about this didn't feel right. Amanda had walked into the office hoping to be able to talk Mendez into paying her what Jin would have gotten. Now she was walking out with nothing. No, not nothing. If it came down the way Mendez described it, tonight she'd get to see her mother. Even if it was a 15-year-old recording, it was still Mom. That would be worth losing a day's wages. Okay, deal, she said. Good, Mendez replied. I'll call you when the copy comes in. My guy doesn't zip anything. It's all on separate storage. Thank you, Amanda said as she got to her feet. She wasn't sure she meant it, but it seemed like something she had to say. I'll see you later. The only housing Amanda could afford was at Bunkmate. They owned an entire corner of Tranquility filled with 7-foot by 3-foot by 5-foot holes in the wall to sleep in. Each one came with a vid and a storage unit underneath. She had use of a large bathroom that she shared with everyone else on the floor. She'd spent the day doing some research, then returned to Mendez's office, where her boss had given her an AJR-93 data disk. These were encrypted and couldn't be copied or altered in any way except by the original user. That, at least, spoke to it being genuine. Lying in her bunk, she plugged the disk into her vid and got a menu of options. There were logs recorded by Captain Jose Rosendo. For several seconds, she stared at the menu. Where the fuck do I start? She recalled a line from Alice in Wonderland that said, "Begin at the beginning." But she didn't have the patience to go through a boring setup tutorial. Then she noticed a subfolder. Mutiny. That piqued her curiosity and settled the where to start problem. Her mother had never mentioned a mutiny on the Sotillo, but then again, Amanda would have been only 6 or 7 when it occurred. Mom had never mentioned the terrorist attack when she was at OTS either. The folder had several files, but one was labeled Intro, so she started with that. A pleasant face with a mustache appeared on the screen.
This is Jose Rosendo, CEO of the USCSS Sotillo, the face said. The files in this folder have been segregated on the chance they'll be needed for evidence against Engineer Kahananui and Engineer Go for their attempted mutiny.
Wow. Other files included reports by Rosendo, both of the engineers, the XO Asano Standing, and also one by Warrant Officer Ellen Ripley. Amanda opened that one first. Statement by Warrant Officer E. Ripley, WRT, attempted mutiny by ship's engineer K. Kahananui and engineer's assistant M. Go. For the first time in over a decade, what Mom said on the last transmission made sense. She'd mentioned one of the engineers on the Nostromo, Parker, and how he was always complaining. It's KK and Go all over again, she had said. Amanda had had no idea who KK and Go were, but now she was starting to get the picture. Then she saw Mom's face. 21. Tranquility Base, Luna, May 2132. Pouncing on the pause button, Amanda just stared at the frozen image of her mother, her mouth slightly open, her curly hair hanging loose about her shoulders. Miss you so much. She'd tried so hard to tamp down the memories for fear they'd overwhelm her, but they came flooding back. Going to the zoo, watching vids while snuggled up on the couch, reading books together, eating together. Amanda palmed the tears from her face and then started the playback again. I didn't really notice at first that Engineer Kahananui and Assistant Engineer Go were dissatisfied. They complained about the state of the engines, but every ship's engineer I've ever met complained about the state of the engines of whatever boat they were assigned to. I always assumed it to be one of the unwritten rules of space travel. That got a chuckle out of Amanda. Not only space travel, Mom, dirt-bound engineers are just as bitchy. But then I saw them confronting Captain Rosendo in the corridor outside the mess hall. As she said that, text came up on the bottom right of the screen. Surveillance vid appended. Amanda tagged that vid for later viewing. Mom continued. As usual, KK did all the talking, with Go just saying, "Yeah, that," a lot. KK said that the engineers deserve more money than everyone else on the ship because they do all the actual work while the rest of us sit at our stations and read words on a screen. Something along those lines. Rosendo reminded them that they signed a contract, and KK said the contracts were invalid, and Go said, "Yeah, that," and finally Rosendo just walked away. I was hoping that would be the end of it, but no such luck. Amanda activated the appended video, and the image switched to a view from the ceiling of a corridor. There was text in the lower left. Corridor J3 Surveillance. Rosendo walked toward the camera, and then two more people in filthy jumpsuits ran toward him. One was huge, with extraordinarily broad shoulders and tall enough that his shaved head almost scraped the ceiling. The other was much shorter and extremely skinny, albeit with a halo of unkempt dark hair. Amanda wondered if the big one ate all the little one's food.
Yo, Captain,
the big one said. Rosendo stopped and turned around.
What is it, KK? I've been noticing that you haven't responded to my formal complaint. Oh, that was a formal complaint?
Rosendo said, and it was clear to Amanda that he was irritated.
Fine. Here's my informal answer. You're getting paid what the contract says you're getting paid.
Kahananui shook his huge bald head.
That contract ain't valid on account of I hadn't seen the sorry state of the Sotillo's engines when I signed it. I was told this was a spaceship, and instead you put me on a demonstrator model for how not to build a spaceship. Yeah, that,
the short one added. That had to be Go.
That's between you and the company, KK.
Rosendo started to walk again, but Kahananui moved so fast that he was blocking the way forward. His frame was so massive that Amanda could no longer see Rosendo, as Kahananui's huge back took up most of the camera's field of vision.
Maybe I ain't made myself clear, Captain. KK, you're so clear I can see right through you, the commanding officer said. But it isn't gonna happen. Now please step aside. We all got work to do. Not at these rates? Yeah, that,
Go added. Is there a problem here? That was her mother's voice. She must have walked up behind this tableau, still blocked by Kahananui.
No problem, Ripley. Just a grown-ups talking,
Kahananui said.
Yeah, that.
She heard Rosendo snort.
The only grown-ups here are me and Ripley. Now step aside, KK.
Kahananui turned so that Amanda could see Rosendo again. Behind him, Mom and Go were standing next to each other.
Fine, but this ain't over,
Kahananui said.
Yeah, it is.
Rosendo pushed past him.
This is bullshit,
Kahananui said to Ripley. Yeah, that. Mom smiled. So maybe stop flinging it. With that, she walked off. Amanda grinned proudly at the sight of her mother mouthing off to the engineer. Part of it was her own experiences over the past few years, dealing with idiot engineers. Not that they all were. In fact, most of them were good at their jobs and fun to work with. Like Jin. But the assholes like KK, and like Sister Nino, stood out by contrast. Amanda returned to her mother's statement. The vid started up again. The next day, everything got out of hand. KK and Go confronted Rosendo again, this time in the mess hall in front of everyone. Rosendo faced them down again, but this time they got physical. KK tried to jump Rosendo, but Standing, Kamagai, and Ventura were able to hold him back. Then Go threw hot coffee in Kamagai's face, causing him to let go and giving KK the chance to pull free. He and Go both ran out and holed up in the armory. I managed to figure a way in, and we were able to take them into custody. That sparked a memory, and Amanda clicked back to the main folder. There, she spotted the one she'd remembered. Armory Takeover. She opened that one. Rosendo again.
This is a compilation of surveillance footage from the hallway outside the armory and the armory itself, as well as the portside EVA camera.
EVA? Amanda was really intrigued. She shifted position to be more comfortable in her bunk. First, there was another corridor camera, though a different one from before. Kahananui and Go ran toward it, then Go stopped and pointed at a door.
In here.
Kahananui stopped, looked at Go, looked at the door, then grinned.
Knew there was a brain in there somewhere, brah.
The vid cut to a dark screen with a bottom left caption. Armory Surveillance. Light appeared as a door slid open, and then both Kahananui and Go entered. This caused the interior lights to flicker on. The armory was filled with shelves containing ammunition, large boxes with the type of weapon labeled on them, and wall racks lined with rifles of various types. As the door closed, Kahananui spoke.
Change the code on the lock.
Go nodded and started entering numbers into the keypad next to the door. Kahananui walked over to one of the rifles. Amanda couldn't tell exactly what it was, but it seemed to be a variation on an M42, and pulled it off the rack, then started checking the shelves for ammo.
Code changed. To what?
Kahananui asked.
Very funny. You kidding me, brah?
Kahananui shot his shorter assistant a nasty expression.
Tell me the damn code. Not kidding. No code. All mine.
Muttering something too quietly for Amanda to hear, Kahananui started loading the rifle. The image cut back to the corridor. Her mother was there, along with Rosendo and one other person. Amanda assumed that the third was either Standing, Kamagai, or Ventura. Given that he looked to be of Asian ancestry, Amanda guessed it was Kamagai. Rosendo stood at the armory door and entered a code into the keypad, which resulted in a high-pitched beeping sound. The door didn't open.
Damn it, they must have changed the code.
He walked over to an intercom.
KK, you in there?
The vid cut back to the armory.
That's a stupid question, Captain.
Back to the hallway.
What do you think you're gonna accomplish, KK?
Back to the armory.
We got all the weapons in here, and something else. We set a little trap. What kind of trap?
Rosendo looked worried, but Mom rolled her eyes. Amanda was surprised at how familiar that was. Then Kahananui spoke again, and the feeling fled.
If we aren't back in engineering in an hour, something's gonna go boom.
Rosendo looked at Mom and the other guy.
Can you be a little more specific? So you can stop it happening?
KK chuckled.
Nice try, Captain. You give us the pay we want, the pay we deserve, and we'll come out and nothing goes boom. You don't, and we'll just sit here with the guns. Yeah, that,
Go put in. Rosendo turned off the intercom and looked at the other two.
What do you think, Standing?
So much for my detective work, Amanda thought, as she realized that the other person standing next to her mother was the executive officer, Asano Standing.
I believe you should tell them that you agree to their terms,
he said. At that, Mom turned to face him, with her hands on her hips. Are you out of your mind? She said, her voice rising. We can't give them higher shares, especially not after they pulled this shit. They assaulted... Standing held up a hand.
I did not say we agree to their terms, Ripley. I said to tell them we agree to their terms. It is the only way to prevent their trap from going off."
"Bullshit," her mother said. "There's no trap. They're bluffing."
"You sure of that?"
Rosendo asked. "Those two have done nothing but piss and moan since they came on board. The repair schedule has had 15 items on it, and they've gotten to 6, and 2 of those they screwed up. They don't deserve higher shares, they deserve lower ones, and I don't buy for a minute that they planned far enough ahead to set something up. I don't think they had a plan aside from yelling at you in the mess, and it got out of hand." Rosendo scratched his chin.
"Yeah, I'm gonna go with Ripley on this one, but that still leaves us with them in there and us out here. The way I see it, we've got 3 options."
Standing started ticking off the options on his fingers.
1, we crack the changed code. Problem there, Rosendo said, is that 2 people best qualified to do that are on the other side of the door. Worse, they can keep changing the code while we're working. 2, we break down the door, which we would do with equipment that's also on the other side of that door. 3, we wait them out.
"I've got a 4th option," Amanda's mother said. "They have all the weapons, but there's a metal drill in the lab." Standing gave Mom a sidelong glance.
"That drill will take an hour to make a tiny pinhole, and they'll hear us doing the drilling."
"Sure, if we use it to get in the door or the bulkhead."
"How else would we get in?"
Rosendo asked. "From the outer hull. I can go EVA, drill a hole in the hull. It's space, so no one will hear me drill, and given the structure of the bulkhead, it'll barely register as a vibration. Once it's done, the air will leak out of the armory and they'll fall unconscious."
"And eventually die," Rosendo said. "This ain't quite a death sentence yet."
"No, but you guys can keep working on the code while I do that."
"Won't work."
Rosendo shook his head.
"The hull seal will kick in as soon as you make that hole." "No, Ripley is correct," Standing said. "One of the 9 repair tasks that Kahananui and Go have not yet completed is the portside hull seal systems. They're offline." "Well, okay then," Rosendo smiled. "Looks like we got a plan. Ripley, go get the drill and put on your EVA suit. Standing, let's get cracking on this code."
The image then cut to the portside EVA camera, and someone in a suit, Amanda couldn't tell by looking at it who it was, but it had to be her mother, crawling across the outer hull.
"Almost there, Ripley,"
a voice that wasn't Mom said.
"About 2 more yards."
It wasn't Standing or Rosendo, so it had to be another member of the crew. Then her mother's voice. "Thanks, Ventura." The suited figure settled on a particular spot. "This good?"
"Yep, that'll do it. Start drilling."
From the belt of her EVA suit, she pulled out a tether line and hooked it to one of the handholds. Then she pulled out a drill from one of the suit's outer pouches. Knowing how it would go down, Amanda sped up the playback until her mother finished making the pinhole. "Done. Heading back," she said as she unhooked the tether line.
"Good job, Ripley."
That was Rosendo.
"We broke the code twice, but Go managed to input a new one before we could get in. We'll keep at it, since he should be getting woozy pretty soon."
Back to the corridor outside the armory. Rosendo and Standing were both by the door, wearing EVA suits except for the helmets, which they held under their arms. A woman knelt by the keypad.
"How we doing, Grid Neva?"
"Almost there, sir." Standing looked at Rosendo.
"Would you like me to say it this time?"
Rosendo shrugged.
"Won't do any good, but sure."
Turning to Gridneva, Standing said,
"There's no need to refer to us as Sir, Gridneva. We are not military."
"Of course, sir." Gridneva stood up and grinned. "Got it. New code is 0502.
"Good work, Gridneva. Get out of here and seal this section."
"Yes, sir." Gridneva turned and walked away from the camera. Seconds later, Amanda heard the unmistakable sound of bulkheads lowering, though they were out of the camera's range. Rosendo and Standing put on their helmets, and the latter went to a console on the other side of the corridor.
"Bulkheads down. Depressurizing now."
A very loud hissing dominated the feed for several seconds. Once it stopped, Standing said,
"Depressurization complete."
Rosendo then entered the code into the keypad, and the doors slid open. back to the armory interior, where Kahananui and Go were both lying on the deck.
Let's get them to the infirmary.
The image cut to Rosendo again, logging the report.
Both Kahananui and Go are in custody in the Sotillo's infirmary, recovering from extreme hypoxia. Commendations to Executive Officer Standing, Navigation Officer Gridneva, Warrant Officer Ripley, and Helm Officer Ventura for their assistance in putting down this mutiny. All crew will be available for further depositions and testimony, as required.
The screen reverted to the menu. Amanda stared at it for the better part of a minute before deciding to play the vid of her mother again. She watched it 7 or 8 times before finally going to sleep. The next day, she grabbed some coffee and then went to Mendez's office to tell her that she would accept the deal, though it would take 2 or 3 months of wage garnishing for it to be enough, especially since she needed some of her salary set aside to cover food and rent. Mendez grinned and said, "Congratulations, engineering technician Ripley, and it's more like 1 month." Amanda spit her coffee out in surprise and coughed for several seconds. Excuse me? Engineering technician?"
Zhao called and said you fixed the loon buggy up better than anyone ever has, and she actually gave us a little extra as a thank you. So fuck it, you get the promotion, which means you'll be able to pay off the flight recorder in 4 weeks, at which point you'll finally get to find out what happened to your mother. A month later, Amanda went to Mendez's office late one afternoon. "Can I help you, Ripley?"
"Just finished fixing those baffles, so there should be enough to cover the Nostromo recording."
"Great. It's at home, but I'll have it for you tomorrow."
"It's in your apartment?" Amanda asked.
"Yes."
"And you'll give it to me tomorrow?"
Mendez chuckled. "You paid me for it, so of course."
"Perfect." At that, 3 uniformed officers from Lunar Law Enforcement entered the office, along with a woman in a suit.
"What the fuck?"
Mendez said. The suited woman pointed to the badge clipped to her belt.
"Detective Nessa Falami, LLA Fraud Squad."
"Fraud?" Mendez stared daggers at Amanda. "What the hell did you do, Ripley?" "Reported a crime," Amanda said. She got to her feet and faced the newcomers. "You have all you need?"
"We may need you to testify later, but the deposition you gave and what we just recorded of your conversation will be enough for now. So yes, thank you, Ms. Ripley."
"Recorded?" Mendez also stood up.
I would advise you to remain quiet, Ms. Mendez, as you are under arrest for fraud, for misrepresentation of unskilled labor as skilled labor, and for illegally copying private archives."
Falami smiled.
"Oh, and our forensic accountants have started looking at your financial records, and I have to say, they are salivating."
"You bitch," Mendez said. "Back at you, boss." Amanda shook her head with disgust.
"Took me all of an hour to figure out that the Sotillo's records are freely available to the public. You just have to request them to take a look, but you're not allowed to copy them the way you did. I knew you didn't have the Nostromo's recorder, and I figured you were losing engineers by the truckload because you didn't pay them, which is why you came up with a way to pay me less while stringing me along. So, after I accepted your fake deal, I went to the cops and accepted a real deal with them."
Amanda sneered at her erstwhile employer.
"You're not the first person to try to use my mother against me." "Ms. Ripley has been very helpful," Falami said. "Please place your hands behind your back."
Not needing to see Mendez bound, Amanda departed the office. She wouldn't be charged with presenting false credentials. That was the deal she'd struck with Falami, to not be prosecuted in exchange for helping to bring Flora Mendez down. But that wouldn't be the end of it, as Amanda knew from hard experience. She had to figure out who would employ her, now that she'd established herself as someone who would rat on her boss. Gemini Exoplanet Solutions, a Seegson company. Memo. From Dr. Liza Suhu, San Cristobal Medical Facility. To Dr. Terceris Lingard, Marshal Jethro Waits. Date, November 29th, 2137. We've located all 3 remaining members of the Anesidora crew. 2 are deceased, and the other is likely to be soon. Alan Meeks is currently in a coma and has been placed in stasis. His face contains the scarring we have seen on victims who have been attacked by the parasite-seeding creature that covers the head. Mr. Meeks is housing a developing alien creature, hence his being in stasis. Dean Lewis was one of the people trampled to death when the alien was spotted in the food court. We were only able to identify Crispin Heist by DNA, as his face was completely blown off. Based on the residue on his hands and the angle of the damage to his face, it would appear to have been self-inflicted, albeit sloppily. Deputy Marshal Garcia provided us with security footage that showed that Mr. Heist attempted to shoot one of the parasite-seeding creatures as it was about to clamp itself to his face. Mr. Heist was unsuccessful in hitting the creature, but he did succeed admirably in keeping the creature from clamping itself to his face. Death was instantaneous. At this point, Captain Marlowe is the only surviving member of the crew that brought this nightmare to the station. This message and any attachments are confidential, privileged, and protected. If you are not the intended recipient, dissemination or copying of this message is prohibited. If you have received this in error, please notify the sender by replying, and then delete the message completely from your system. 22. Lorenz Sistek Spire, Sevastopol Station, December 2137.
After they took Foster to medical, Waits brought me here and started questioning me.
Amanda stood outside the brig, listening through the intercom as Marlowe told his story.
He tossed me in here right after he told me that Foster was dead, the fucker.
I'm sorry about Foster, Amanda said, meaning it. That was a particularly horrible way to die, with an alien thing attached to your face and another alien exploding from your chest. Having now seen several people die in truly awful ways, she couldn't imagine the terror the woman must have experienced. She also came to a depressing realization. If the Nostromo landed on LV-426, and that was where those things came from, her mother's crew probably got attacked as well. Those monsters trashed an entire space station in nothing flat, she thought, a pit opening in her stomach. Who knows what they'd do to a ship with only half a dozen people on it? Her mother was, in all likelihood, dead. The Nostromo was probably floating in space, filled with those alien creatures. Maybe she didn't want to find the Nostromo. Not if it would mean letting more of them loose in the galaxy. At the same time, though, she wanted to kill as many of the monsters as she could. We need your comms code, Amanda said, so we can bring the Anesidora in.
Excuse me?
Marlowe said. He was lying on the bunk, and his head popped up. We need ships, Marlowe. The Torrens is out there somewhere, and so's your boat. Give me the code so I can call it back, and we can start getting people off this heap.
You want that? You gotta get me out of here.
Marlowe sat up.
I want off this heap, too. My wife's dead, fuck knows where my crew is, they're probably dead as well. Get me out of here, I'll help.
Not gonna happen. Amanda could picture what Waits would say. As far as he was concerned, this was the person responsible for letting monsters loose on Sevastopol.
Fine then, my boat stays where it is.
Marlowe lay back down on his left side so his back was to Amanda.
You know where to find me if you change your mind.
For several seconds, Amanda just stared at his prone form. Once she started hearing snoring, she let out a snarl and walked away. Just as she re-entered Waits's office, she heard Ricardo's voice over the radio.
Waits, my board just lit up like a Christmas tree. It's here. Plan B,
Waits said.
Set it up.
I'm guessing you're talking about the alien? Amanda approached his desk. Waits was staring at his notepad, studying a map of the station. Waits nodded. I want in, she said. That got Waits to look up. Amanda hoped the look of anger and determination on her face was as intense as what she currently felt. Based on the way Waits regarded her now, she suspected it was.
Okay then. Come here.
Waits led her over to a storage locker and entered a code. It opened to reveal a closet with 3 flamethrowers on wall racks, plus 5 canisters on the floor. Excellent. Amanda reached for one.
Only thing that's made this thing even blink is fire,
Waits said.
Even though you fucked up my lobby trap, the thing still ran away once the place was all lit up. Figure it's our best shot.
Nodding, Amanda hoisted a canister onto her back and found that she could position it so that it rested over her backpack. Samuels entered the office.
Ripley?
He said, casting a questioning look at the flamethrower. Just doing my bit to help out, Samuels. How's Taylor?
Resting comfortably. The med computer's monitoring her and will alert me if anything changes. Meantime, I'd like to help.
Waits looked at him as if seeing him for the first time.
Hang on, you're a synthetic, right? Yes.
Amanda hadn't actually realized that Samuels was a synthetic, though it explained why he came out of cryo before everyone else. Not that she cared all that much either way.
All right,
Waits said.
Then you can help. Head down to Android Processing and see if you can access Apollo and lift the lockdown. The Joes should leave you alone, and maybe we can finally actually use the fucking station again.
I can do that, Samuels said.
Peachy.
Waits opened a drawer in his desk and pulled out an Armat M4 pistol.
You'll need a weapon.
Thank you, Marshal. Samuels took it, checked to make sure the safety was on and that it was loaded, then placed it in a pocket.
Let's get moving,
Waits said.
Right now, we're all that stands between this place and outright disaster.
Amanda barked a laugh.
I say something funny, Ripley?
Look around you, Marshal. Outright disaster has already happened. All we can do now is kill the fuckers.
Yeah, well, you should have been here before those things showed up. At least now we've got an excuse why nothing works. Fucking place was a disaster already, and then they announced that they're decommissioning the place.
Decommissioning? Amanda shot Waits a look. It was Samuels who replied.
Yes, Sevastopol is scheduled to be decommissioned within the month.
He looked up and around.
Not that it matters much now.
Waits just nodded.
All right, let's move. Ripley, Ricardo's waiting for you at the server hub.
Right. She looked at the synthetic. Good luck, Samuels.
To you as well, Ripley.
She went back to the transit hub and took the next car to arrive. When she reached the server farm, Ricardo was sitting at a terminal.
All right, here's the plan, Ripley,
he said without preamble.
This spire was built to process high-value compounds harvested from the gas giant. That's the sort of thing people like to steal, so there are piracy precautions in place that allow us to seal everything in. The problem is, since this area was shut down, the automatic protocols are also down, so we have to do it manually.
He handed Ripley a pad.
Go to each of these spots and seal them off. Use the codes on the pad. That will build a cage around the creature, and I can activate the lockdown from here, once you get out.
Good, Amanda nodded. Let's do it. She memorized her first route, and then pocketed the pad. The motion detector stayed in her left hand. That was her lifeline, letting her know if and when the monster was nearby. She kept her right hand free to grab the flamethrower that currently hung from her right shoulder. One at a time, she went to each spot on the pad and entered the codes Ricardo had provided, which shut the security doors in that section. She had no trouble at supply or maintenance. Computer control was a minor problem. The codes didn't work. Luckily, she still had the Halfin, and that cracked it right away. Her last stop was the reception area. There was a large hole where the terminal was supposed to be. Shit.
What is it?
Ricardo asked over the radio. The terminal at reception is gone.
Can you fix it?
Waits asked. I didn't say it was broken, Waits. I said it was gone. Somebody ripped it out. I'm looking at a hole and some wires. That's it.
Try the manual override,
Ricardo said.
There's a panel by the door itself.
She looked over at a door that was riddled with bullet holes. They spread all around it, including on the panel Ricardo had mentioned. Thus, getting it off proved easy, as it was already halfway there. Underneath, she found another mess of wires and chipboards, all broken and shattered. Yeah, manual overrides off the table, too.
Peachy,
Waits muttered.
Ricardo, can you do—
Amanda got a beep from her motion detector. The monster's coming this way.
Get out of there, Ripley.
No shit, she muttered as she turned and ran.
I'm sorry,
Ricardo said,
but I'm afraid the plan requires all the doors to be working. Yeah, that was kind of a flaw in our planning.
Waits snorted.
Luckily, we've got a plan C.
We do? Amanda asked as she ran down a darkened corridor. She checked the motion detector again. Hope it's a good one. That thing's still on my ass.
Take the elevator to Gemini, Ripley,
Waits said. She started to ask him why, but he cut her off.
Just do it. It should follow you there. Seegson shut Gemini down and nobody's been up there since then, so the equipment should work.
Should is out the airlock at this point, Waits. Amanda ran for the elevator. Slamming a hand on the call button, she added, We're pretty much stuck with might or might not.
Just get up there, Ripley.
There was a loud, echoed scrabbling sound behind her of hard claws on metal. Turning, she saw the alien barreling down the corridor toward her. Fuck! She grabbed the flamethrower and fired a huge stream of flame toward it, obscuring her view. The elevator came and she dove in, not waiting to see how the fire affected the creature. Either it worked and she was safe, or it didn't work and she was just lucky. If it was the latter, she didn't really want to know. At least the flamethrower gave her the illusion of power over the monster, and she didn't want to lose that just yet. Enough of her illusions had been destroyed. The possibility that Ellen Ripley was dead had always been there, but Amanda had never been willing to accept it. Ships had cryopods, and space was really big. It was easy to get misplaced in the vastness. So Amanda had clung to the hope that her mother was on the Nostromo and it was just off course somewhere. That someday they'd find it and find her. Now, though, she had to accept the much more likely scenario, that the Nostromo went the way of Sevastopol, becoming a charnel house courtesy of the monster. The elevator rose.
Head to the control terminal,
Waits said.
They left a Joe to take care of things after the shutdown, so be careful. There's another reason to be careful,
Ricardo added.
The creature's moving through the ductwork again, and it's going up toward Gemini.
That's what we wanted, Amanda said dolefully. The elevator arrived at a darkened lobby. She saw 3 more bodies on a reception couch and chair, and it barely registered. She missed the good old days when the sight of a dead body would make her sick. Those good old days being a few hours ago. When she reached the control terminal, Waits proved prophetic. A working Joe stood in front of it. Its eyes were dim and it wasn't moving, so Amanda allowed herself some hope that it was shut down, but as soon as she got close, the eyes lit up and that damn monotone came out of its fake mouth.
This facility is off-limits to visitors unless they are part of a Sevastopol sales tour.
I don't think anyone's buying, Amanda muttered. Looking around, she saw a utility terminal a few yards away. Walking cautiously over to it, she called up a service menu and found that she could call for a maintenance check. A voice sounded over the PA. Maintenance check request in Sector C12, received and confirmed. A service caretaker is on its way. As that announcement was being made, the Joe turned and walked away, presumably towards Sector C12. Nice to see something go right. Her fingers flew across the terminal. For some reason, Gemini had disabled all their electronic security, so she didn't even need the AW-15 to break into the terminal. Moments later, all the lights were on and there was a low hum all around her. We're up, Amanda said.
Well done, Rip,
Ricardo said. Rip? Amanda considered saying something. That wasn't a diminutive she was all that fond of, but if Ricardo helped her kill one of the monsters who'd killed her mother, He could call her whatever the fuck he wanted.
All right, Ripley,
Waits said.
you need to head to Project KG-348.
Right. She called up a manifest and schematic, finding a lab that was located at the top of the spire. Sure enough, it was labeled KG-348. Presumably it was studying the gas giant, since it had the same designation as that large planet. Heading there now. She moved toward the internal Gemini elevators.
That lab can be separated from the main station,
Waits said.
Bring it back online, and then once that thing's in there, we can jettison it.
The elevator arrived at the top level. Amanda checked the motion detector. No sign of movement yet. That was good. The creature probably couldn't have gotten up here quicker than the elevator, but from what she'd seen, the thing was really fast, and she couldn't afford to take anything for granted. Entering a research lab, she found consoles and lab equipment and tables and cabinets, all under plain white sheets covered in a grimy layer of dust. Pulling the sheets off of several consoles, she eventually found a master control that had a convenient on-off button.
Reading a power spike,
Ricardo said. Looking at one too. Amanda peered around as the room lit up. She was able to call up a power schematic and used the AW-15 to give herself access. I'm in. Transferring control to Ricardo's station.
Got it,
Ricardo said.
Peachy,
Waits said.
We put out the cheese, now we just need the mouse.
She studied the schematics and identified an airlock, figuring that should be her next step. No sense giving the monster a way out, so if she disabled the hazardous material leak detected. The sound of the PA was loud and piercing and caused her to jump. What the fuck? She pulled out her motion detector. Movement below her. Damn it, Waits, Ricardo, what's hazardous material leak confirmed? Initiating safety procedures. Make your way to the exits immediately. Shit. She ran toward the exit, but it was too late. Separation initiated, the PA said as the doors slid shut. Separation complete. But Amanda knew that, as her entire world turned upside down. The lab separated from Sevastopol and tumbled freely through space, with her and the monster both trapped inside. Part 3. Redemption. Gemini Exoplanet Solutions, a Seegson company. Memo. From Deputy Marshal Ricardo Garcia. To Marshal Jethro Waits. Date: August 22nd, 2137. Marshal Waits, it is my feeling that there needs to be consideration given to reworking the procedures in the Marshal's Bureau. As it stands right now, everything must run through your office, but that's simply not practical. On more than one occasion, it has meant a delay in action because you were elsewhere in another spire or busy on a call or unavailable in some other way. With no one else empowered to make a decision, work has sometimes ground to a halt. It is my feeling that you should consider a more hierarchical structure. It would probably also reduce your own stress levels if you didn't insist on taking everything on yourself. This message and any attachments are confidential, privileged, and protected. If you are not the intended recipient, dissemination or copying of this message is prohibited. If you have received this in error, please notify the sender by replying and then delete the message completely from your system. 23. Gemini Lab, Sevastopol Station, December 2137. The only thing that saved Amanda was the absence of artificial gravity. Had the AG held, she would have been tossed around the free-floating lab, striking its surfaces like a rag doll. Instead, she floated and was less affected by the lab turning around and around. Any impacts were lessened as they tossed her away from the object she struck. That didn't stop them from hurting. AG malfunction. System reset. AG restoration in 5, 4, 3... Shit. Having spent 5 years on Luna, Amanda had had plenty of experience moving in zero-G, but it was hard to swim through the air when you were floating free. With more than a little difficulty, she managed to wave and kick her way toward a bulkhead and grab onto something. 2, 1, AG restored. The pull of the artificial gravity yanked Amanda to the deck. For several seconds, she just lay there, wishing she could just take a damned nap. Then she heard an all-too-familiar slithering sound and knew it wasn't an option. There was a maintenance hatch near her, and she opened it and jumped down. Or up. She didn't know and didn't really care. It was a damn good thing she hadn't actually gotten around to disabling the airlock before Waits decided to sacrifice her because that was her only way out. Should have known better than to trust him. Or work with him. Axel was right. It's everyone for themselves. She'd trusted Coleman, and he sent her off to be killed. She'd trusted Axel, and he killed someone just inches away from her. She'd trusted Samuels, and he got her into this fucking mess. Back on Luna, she'd trusted Brodsky. He'd almost killed 5 people and nearly got her fired. She'd trusted Mendez, and she tried to screw her over. Hell, back when she was a kid, she'd trusted Okeke, and he'd succeeded in screwing her. She'd trusted her mother, who abandoned her. Stop being such a tool, Ripley, she thought as she moved through the maintenance tunnel to another hatch. Learn from experience. Keeping an eye on the motion detector, she worked her way to the airlock. The dead body on the deck barely registered with her. What caused her to pause was that the airlock wasn't pressurized. Of course it isn't. That would be too easy. She started the pressurization sequence, then looked around for an EVA suit. Airlock pressurization initiated. To her horror, she realized that the EVA locker was inside the airlock. No wonder they shut Gemini down. Idiots. Checking her motion detector, she saw that the monster was coming up on her. Fuck. Airlock pressurization at 25%. At this rate, it would be at least another minute before she could get into the chamber, and the oversized cockroach would be on her ass in 30 seconds. Pocketing the motion detector, she unshouldered the flamethrower, pointing it at the corridor where the monster was approaching. As soon as she sighted the gleaming black creature, she opened fire. Airlock pressurization at 50%. While the plume of flame wasn't long enough to reach the creature, it caused it to stop in its tracks. Good. Just stay there a little longer. Airlock pressurization at 75%. As if prompted by the announcement, the creature started running toward her again, and again she opened fire. This time it recoiled, the flames brushing against its chitinous exoskeleton. Airlock pressurization complete. The door opened, and she ducked into the airlock, punching the close button. The creature scrabbled toward her, but the door shut seconds before it arrived. Even so, it struck with such force that she thought it might break through. Finding the locker, she pulled out the EVA suit. Thankfully, both her pack and her flamethrower fit inside with her. Then she started the depressurization sequence, hitting the buttons with a thick-gloved hand. That was the easy part, she thought, her mind whirling. The hard part would be timing everything right. The lab was still tumbling through space and moving farther and farther away from Sevastopol. Grabbing a metal bar with one hand, she opened the airlock door with the other. Immediately, she could see the gas giant, moving past her field of vision for about 10 seconds. Then, for about a minute, it was just open space with nothing but blackness and fields of stars. The lab spun some more, and she could see Sevastopol move by for, she timed it, 22 seconds. That 22-second window was all she would have to push off from the airlock, preferably right in the middle of it. Positioning herself, she waited for the lab to tumble round again. Watched KG-348 pass by. Watched the emptiness of space. tried not to think about dying in that emptiness if she missed the station, and then Sevastopol came into view. Taking a deep breath, she pushed herself off. At this distance, she was far enough away that it would take several minutes to get to the station. While there was debris floating outside the station, none of it was in her way. Her trajectory was a straight line from lab to hull, and it would remain that way without friction or anything else to impede her. Everything was just so quiet. Amanda had been alone most of her life. There were always people around, but to her they were barely there. A mother who was away, working all the time. A father who disappeared when she was an infant. A stepfather who never gave a fuck whether he was there or not. No real friends at school, since she was just another poor kid with no prospects. She generally got along with people, but the only ones she even came close to caring about were Mom, who was gone forever, and Zula, who she'd probably never see again. Even so, she rarely got to experience quiet on this level. The only sound her ears picked up was her own breathing. It was remarkably tranquil. Part of her wished she could stay out here. She'd just drift away. No one would really give a shit. Her mother was dead, Paul was probably still in jail, and Samuels and Taylor were just interested in company property. Assuming they survived, which was pretty unlikely. No, she could just die out here and nobody would even notice. Hell, Waits and Ricardo probably thought she was dead already, ripped to pieces by the alien. Assholes. Still, as quiet as it was here, she didn't fancy the notion of starving to death in an EVA suit. The station grew closer until it filled her entire field of vision. A black and gray surface, rarely smooth because of all the components that covered it. Stark shadows cast by the gas giant and millions of stars, each doing its part. There were dents and impact points that showed where space garbage had struck and disintegrated or bounced off. Letting her body go limp, she slammed into the hull. Crap! She was battered by the impact, the EVA cushioning proving less efficacious than she'd hoped. My bruises have bruises now. Moving her arms was painful, but she did so anyhow, crying out as she reached toward a handhold. She grabbed it before she could drift away. Closing her eyes, she waited until the pain began to recede. Then she opened them again. Looking around, she spotted an emergency hatch about 15 yards to her right. Taking a deep breath, forcing herself to ignore the sparks of agony that coursed through pretty much every inch of her body, she crawled slowly over, nabbing handholds and dragging herself across the hull. After a few minutes, she reached her goal. Pulling down the lever, she looked through the hatch and saw a light come on. While she waited for the chamber to depressurize, she tried the radio. "Hello? Can anyone hear me?"
"Ripley?"
a voice answered.
"Fuck me, is that you?"
"Yes, Waits, you son of a bitch, it's me. What the hell was that?"
"Me doing my job."
The marshal didn't even sound apologetic, the bastard.
"It worked. We got that damn thing off the station. I had to do that by any means necessary."
"So you left me to die?"
"Yeah, well, it goddamn worked, didn't it?"
She couldn't fault the logic.
"And look at that, you're alive, so quit bitching. Where are you?"
The airlock slid open and Amanda climbed in. She started the repressurization sequence, then looked up at the sign over the door. "I'm at the Solomon's Galleria. I can get to you in about 10 minutes.
"Peachy."
She was beginning to hate that word. "Then we can have a conversation about your methods. Ripley out." The inner door slid open. Cautiously, she poked her head out, then she started down the hallway. As she did, yet another computer voice sounded over the PA. Amanda had never really liked computer voices, and she was getting well and truly sick of the ones Sevastopol employed. "Be advised, Apollo has raised the hazard containment alert to level Omega. Thank you." Oh, for fuck's sake, what is it now?
Ripley, it's Ricardo. You made it?
No thanks to Waits. Yeah, she muttered.
He's a ruthless son of a bitch, always has been. Stubborn, too. If he'd just listened in the first place, things never would have gotten this far.
Part of Amanda wondered what Ricardo had suggested, but mostly she had no inclination to give a shit. She had more important things to think about. It's done now.
Unfortunately, I've got more bad news.
Good. It's been 3 seconds since the last bad news. I was beginning to get bored. Ricardo chuckled bitterly.
Yeah, something's up with the androids.
Something's been up with the androids since I got here.
This is something new. They've all left their posts. I just saw some of them in the public area, and that's not normal. Watch your back.
Like I'm not already? She sighed. Thanks, Ricardo. I'll be at the bureau soon. She walked past the Solomon's Galleria entrance and saw 2 working Joes moving toward a woman. Stay back, the woman cried, but one of the Joes simply walked up to her and snapped her neck. Amanda didn't even have time to process what was happening. It was done. The Joe didn't say anything, just killed her. Ricardo had warned her. A wave of shock swept over her. Amanda hadn't believed she could be surprised by anything, not any longer. She was grateful to know that she could still feel, and appalled that Sevastopol kept finding new lows to which it could sink. The woman fell to the deck. Pulling out her Jacobs, Amanda fired it at the Joe's head, which split apart. The android fell alongside its victim while the other moved straight for her. She shot at that one, too. It took 3 shots, but eventually it fell. Stowing the pistol, Amanda ran over to the woman and quickly confirmed that she was dead. Shit. She tapped the radio. Waits, it's Ripley. What the hell's happening with the androids? Waits actually sounded frantic.
I don't know. They just started going fucking nuts.
What about the change in alert status?
Damn it, I don't know. I can't get through to Samuels. Maybe he knows what the hell Apollo's playing at.
As he spoke, she passed by several boarded-up stores and shut-down businesses and remembered what Waits had said about decommissioning. Gunshots echoed through the corridor. Up ahead, she saw a pile of burning wreckage and a faux neon sign. The Spot. It was a bar that overlooked an atrium 1 level down. Moving quickly to the railing in front of the bar, she saw 7 more Joes and those 3 Seegson security dumbasses, squeaky, scratchy, and deep. One of the Joes spoke.
Are you aware of the current hazard containment breach? Fuck, get away from me!
Scratchy cried out. Deep was shooting at another Joe, aiming for the chest rather than the head, and not making much headway. The Joe got its hands around his neck and strangled him. A look of utter terror on his face, Squeaky ran away from a third, only to fall into the arms of yet another Joe. Within seconds, all 3 of the humans were dead, and only Deep had managed to take out one of the androids. Hardly managing to breathe, Amanda was disgusted. At the massacre, at herself for being even less moved by it than the last one she saw, and by the fact that she had to use the plural when describing the massacres she'd witnessed. Moving away from the railing, she turned, ran, and called Waits on the radio. Waits, for God's sake, what's going on? The Joes are off their leash. Apollo's got them attacking anything that moves.
I don't know what the hell's going on, Ripley. They're, I don't know, hunting. Never seen anything like it.
Waits was interrupted by the computer voice again.
Sevastopol hazard containment alert has been raised to Omega. Please stand by for further instructions.
Amanda sprinted down the corridors only to find the security shutters closed up ahead. Waits, I've got some shutters blocking my way. Can you open them? Static. Waits? More static. Then Waits was shouting,
Son of a bitch, get away!
Amanda jumped with surprise when she heard the reports of gunfire. Waits?
Damn it! Fuck you, you sons of bitches! Ripley, the androids are storming the
The radio went dead. Fuck. Finding a panel in the wall, she yanked it open. It took only a few seconds for her to rewire the thing so that the shutters opened. She activated her radio again. "Samuels, this is Ripley. You copy?" Nothing. "Samuels! Damn it." Breathlessly, fighting fatigue that threatened to overwhelm her, she continued to the Marshal's Bureau offices. By the time she made it there, the massacre was over. She found 4 dead bodies. One of them was Waite's, and she didn't recognize the other 3. There was blood all over the floor, mixed in with some white lubricant. Waits's body was slumped unceremoniously on the deck, head at an impossible angle. "Rest in peace, Marshal," Amanda muttered. Looking over at the infirmary, she saw that Taylor was gone too. No body, no blood, but no Taylor either. Her next stop was the brig. Marlowe was probably safe in his cell, but she wanted to be sure he was alive. She still had a lot more to say to that asshole. His cell was empty, the door unlocked. What the fuck's going on? Then she saw Ricardo. He was sitting at the end of the hallway outside the cells, on the floor, knees up near his face. As she moved closer to him, she could hear sobs. "Ricardo?" He looked up, his eyes bloodshot and streaked with tears.
"Rip, they're all dead. It was horrible."
"I know, I saw. Have you seen Marlowe or Taylor?" Shaking his head, he said,
"No, they were gone when I got here. Waits."
He shuddered.
"I never much liked the man, but he didn't deserve that."
"None of us do," she said. "Look, I need to find Samuels." Ricardo looked up again.
"Why?"
"Waite sent him to check on Apollo, and now the androids are going batshit. I need your help. I need you to guide me the way Waite's did."
"No way."
His face twisting into a rictus of fear, Ricardo backed away.
"I'm not going back in there."
"You have to, Ricardo. You're a marshal. Your job is to protect people. More than that, you're in charge now, with Waite's gone. Now, come on. I need eyes and ears." She held out a hand. Ricardo stared at the hand as if it was the weirdest thing he'd ever seen. Then he grabbed it and allowed her to help him to his feet. They walked back to the main office without looking at the bodies. "Lock the doors," she said. "Don't let anyone in unless it's me." Transcript: Marshal's Bureau Audio Diary. Sevastopol Station, November 28th, 2137. Marshal Jethro Waits. "What do you want, Ransom?" Kenry Ransom. "Not going to offer me a drink?" Waits. "I'm busy, Ransom. What do you want?" Ransom. "Lot of red on that wall." Waits. "That's people. Every pin on that wall represents one of my people who was lost." Ransom. "You don't have that many marshals." Waits. "I meant people I'm responsible for protecting, Ransom, which is everyone on this station, even you." Ransom. "Ouch." Pause. "Listen, I've been thinking about what happened at the hospital. I can help save your pins, if you're willing to listen." Waits. "I don't want or need your help." Ransom. "Look, you don't want to panic. I get it, it's messy. But you show me what you have on that thing. I have a lot of connections here. Smart, discreet people. I'm talking about catching this specimen without killing it. It could set us up for life." Waits. "No deal. I won't risk any more blood on my hands. I find that creature and it's dead." Ransom. "Don't tell me you weren't angling to get a reward for Weyland-Yutani's flight recorder. Yeah, I know that's why you let them on board. It's a bit late to have a conscience now." Waits. "The woman died, Ransom." Ransom. "Whatever. Maybe you don't want my help, but you'll come to me in the end." Waits. "Get out of my office." Ransom. "Sure. Oh, by the way, you're running out of pins." 24. Symed Spire, Sevastopol Station, December 2137. The transit car deposited Amanda in the Psymed Spire near Android Processing. The flamethrower was spent, so she left it behind in favor of a shotgun. It was a 2-shot, but there was plenty of spare ammo, which she stuffed into her pockets. As she did so, she silently thanked Zula for showing her how to use these things. There were, at least, fewer bodies here. She found herself in a showroom, with several display platforms, but nothing on them. However, the floor was littered with the remains of working Joes. Panicking at first, she checked each body, making sure they were the bald, plastic-skinned Joes and not Samuel's. But he was nowhere to be found. A Joe came through the door in the back.
"You do not have an appointment,"
it said. "Nope." Amanda blasted it with the shotgun. It fell to the floor, and she walked past the body, being careful not to slip in the white fluids that were pooling there. On the other side of the door was a waiting area filled with overturned chairs and tables. It had a window onto what looked like a laboratory facility. Through the window, she saw Samuel's and 2 Joes. The synthetic held the gun Waits had given him.
Weyland-Yutani synthetic registered, attempting unauthorized access.
"Yes, I'm sorry about that," Samuels said. Then he shot the Joe in the face. As it hit the floor, Amanda entered the lab. As far as she could tell, Samuels seemed surprised to see her.
"Ripley, glad to see you're still alive."
"Me too," she admitted.
"Unfortunately, I've been unable to access Apollo. It's been designed so that only Seegson synthetics can interact with it."
Amanda frowned. Stupid corporate paranoia.
"Indeed. I'm afraid I'm going to have to do something rather drastic if I hope to connect with the AI.
"How?" Her frown deepened.
"I'll use the reformatting chamber. Its direct link to Apollo should enable my efforts. Before this gentleman showed up, I diverted power from the area to allow me to try. It's in the next room."
"Are you sure that's a good idea?" She was pretty sure it wasn't, and his response echoed her instincts.
"No," he said, "but we have little choice. The Joes won't stop until everyone is dead. I must convince Apollo that the infection has been eliminated and to call off the lockdown and sterilization procedures."
As he spoke, Samuels led her into the next room, in which stood a large metal portal and a platform that would slide into it. Huge cables snaked across the floor, each of which led to one of 4 miniature power stations. Amanda recognized a jury rig when she saw one. This reformatting chamber had been rewired to be something else. "How confident are you that this will work?"
"Not very."
"Just checking." She held up her shotgun. "I'll make sure you work undisturbed."
"Excellent."
Samuels then climbed onto the platform and used the controls to slide himself into the tube. The machinery hummed to life, and Samuels was covered in a yellow glow.
"Apollo connection initiating,"
a mechanical voice intoned.
"Apollo, infection has been purged,"
Samuels replied.
"The creature has been removed from the station. Sevastopol is now safe. Request that emergency lockdown be lifted. Unauthorized connection." "Ripley,"
Samuels said. His voice sounded strained, which was worrying. "Samuels, what's happening?"
"Apollo's rejecting me. We might be in trouble. It's trying to stop me from interfacing. Ripley, I can't disconnect. You need to manually disconnect systems. Please."
"On it." Amanda had worked on an Apollo mainframe back on Luna, so she knew her way around the systems, more or less. Samuels's jury rig, though, made everything weird.
"The systems must be disconnected in the correct order,"
Samuels said.
"First, the red."
Amanda dashed over to the red power station and used the Weinschelbaum K92 to unscrew the bolt enough to loosen that connection.
"Now, the blue."
As she went to the blue power station, she realized that this was the first time she'd used the K92 as a tool since she opened the X-13s with Axel. Since then, it had just been a glorified club used to pound on working Joes.
Next, yellow.
And then the green one. Got it. Amanda worked as fast as she could, loosening both sets of bolts. After she finished the green one, the tube lit up brightly, then dimmed entirely. Samuels slid out limply, falling to the deck in a heap. She ran to him and knelt by his side. White lubricant leaked from the side of his mouth, and his body looked more like a rag doll than a person. "Samuels," she said. "Oh no."
Rip thee.
His voice was off, sounding more like the scratchy mechanical tones of the Joes. Between that and the leaking of fluids, Amanda knew. "You're dying, Samuels."
You speak as if I've had an actual life,
he said.
I thank you for that.
Of course you've had a life. Don't be stupid. Amanda had never understood the prejudice against synthetics. They were people, too. Hell, she hadn't even realized that Samuels was anything but a human being, and he was a better person than any biological person she'd met on this misbegotten station.
Ripley, I managed to open the Apollo transit. You can get to the core and attempt to stop this madness. Before I was disconnected, I was able to grant you access authorization. I thought you should have closure for your...
She waited for him to finish. It never came. "Damn it," she said. "Sleep well, my friend." It surprised her at first that she had said friend, but for some reason it didn't bother her. Samuels had treated her like a friend before they even met, just by arranging her inclusion in the party on the Torrens. Back on Luna, he never could have anticipated the nightmare it would become. The company could have just gone for the flight recorder and sent her, or more likely her stepfather, a message about it. But he'd shown enough compassion to let her come and see for herself. Getting to her feet, she tapped the radio. "Ricardo, can you read me?" Her voice broke, but she didn't care. "Ricardo, pick up, damn it! Ricardo!"
I'm sorry, I'm here now, Rip,
he said.
"What's wrong?"
"Samuels is dead."
Shit.
"He opened Apollo Transit for me and gave me access to the core. I need to get down there," Ricardo said.
Right. Go out the door behind you and make a right. There's a long corridor and a catwalk leading over a manufacturing plant for the Joes. At the end of it, you'll find a transit car that will take you to the core.
He hesitated, and she darted out the door. Then he spoke again.
I'm sorry, Rip. He wasn't bad for a synthetic.
He was pretty fucking good for a person.
Of course.
There was another silence as she continued down the hallway. Then...
Rip? The reason I didn't respond right away? I found a recording that I think you need to hear.
She got to the catwalk Ricardo mentioned. Looking down, she saw the shadowy forms of vast machines, a sprawling manufacturing facility that was completely shut down. Thank goodness for small favors. The notion that Apollo might be replacing the dead Joes with new ones didn't bear thinking about. Then what he had said registered, and she slowed to a walk. "Okay," she said to Ricardo. "Play it."
It's a surveillance record from a brig.
Taylor's voice came over the radio. "Your mother, right?"
Yeah.
Amanda stopped and clenched her fists. "I'm Nina Taylor, legal counsel for Weyland-Yutani."
Ooh,
Marlowe said.
The big guns now, huh? Not some girl with abandonment issues?
"Fuck you too, asshole." She added that remark to the ever-lengthening list of reasons why she wanted to beat Marlowe until he bled if the opportunity presented itself. "Leave Ripley out of this," Taylor said. "She's just looking for closure. I'm looking after the company's interests."
And I'm looking to get out of this cell. Maybe we can do a deal?
"Maybe. This is being recorded, you understand?
Yeah, I can see the red light.
There was a pause, then Taylor continued. I want data. The location of the planetoid where you found the derelict, and everything you have on the organism and its origins.
I can give you that,
Marlowe said with no hesitation.
And I can give you a way off this shithole. You just gotta let me out.
Marlowe had tried that on Amanda, but she hadn't been empowered to release him and probably wouldn't have even if she was. Taylor had no such compunctions. Amanda had thought better of her. I can probably agree to those terms. There was a sound in the background. As long as— What the fuck? Amanda gasped. She couldn't tell what was happening.
Taylor, get me the fuck out of here, now.
The recording stopped there, but Amanda guessed that was when the Joes started their rampage through the Marshal's Bureau. Yet she'd checked the bodies. The only one she'd recognized was Wade's. She reached the transit station where there was a car waiting. She stepped on board, and the control panel gave her options for the manufacturing plant, the computer core, and the reactor core. She touched the panel labeled Computer Core. It lit up with an image of an eyeball and the words Retinal Scan. Sure hope you got this right, Samuels. Amanda peered straight into the icon with her right eye wide open. A message appeared on the screen. Ripley, Amanda. Weyland-Yutani Consultant. Clearance. Green. Access granted. The transit car lurched to life and took her down.
Rip, I'm starting— lose signal the further down— Oh.
Her link to Ricardo went dead. Amanda sighed. Peachy. Going into a computer core overrun by homicidal androids without any support probably wasn't the smartest move she'd ever made. But Samuel sacrificed himself so I could have this access. It had been easier when she hadn't allowed herself to care. 25. Symed Spire, Sevastopol Station, December 2137. The transit car decelerated, lurched to a stop, and the door opened to reveal a large domed structure. She stepped out and the door closed behind her, though the car didn't move. Then a metal door opened in one side of the dome to reveal a cramped hallway. This was access to the computer core, and the fact that the door opened on her arrival meant that her green clearance worked, and that Samuels had managed to do what he said. Not that she doubted him, but it wasn't as if anything had gone right since they woke from cryo on the Torrens. Just past the door stood a mesh gate blocking her access. A small table stood to one side. Firearms detected, a computerized voice said. Please place all firearms on the table. You've got to be shitting me. She sighed and placed the Jacobs and the shotgun on the table. And, thinking about it, the precaution made sense. The core was comprised of very sensitive equipment that controlled an entire space station. Bullets didn't go well with that. Thank you, the voice said, and the gate slid upward. As she moved down the corridor and approached an inner door, the outer door shut behind her. She felt the breeze of a decontamination protocol, and then the inner door opened. The computer core itself was also domed, though smaller, the walls covered in white points of light that indicated the data processes. Amanda was never sure what exactly each light symbolized. That was a programming thing, not an engineering thing. Her concern was more with the connections behind the walls. In the center of the room was a chair facing a monitor and keyboard. Here goes nothing. Amanda sat on the chair and pressed the Enter key. The monitor lit up, showing a green octagon, and then several lines of data scrolled by before giving her a prompt. She typed two simple words. Disengage androids. Negative. WY Special Order 939 in progress. Amanda blinked. What the hell? She typed YWY. Wayland-Yutani purchased this facility. See purchase order WY-SSX3 dated 11/21/2137. 2 days after we left? Holy shit. None of this made any sense. They were already sending Samuels, Taylor, and her to get the flight recorder. Why did they have to buy the fucking station? What is Special Order 939? The response was quick. Priority 1. Protect specimen. Maintain station quarantine. Disallow communications. All other considerations secondary. Then she remembered one of the things Taylor said to Marlowe. Everything you have on the organism and its origins. The company fucking knew about that damn creature. Was this ever even about the flight recorder? Or was it about that damn monster? Angrily, she typed, "Creature no longer on Sevastopol. Suspend Special Order 939. She didn't think that would work, but it couldn't hurt to try. Negative. Scheduled reactor core scans are unverified. What? Fuck. She typed, "Scan reactor core." Unable to comply. Reactor core scanners offline. Computers were irritatingly literal, so Amanda tried typing, "Bring core scanners online." Unable to comply. Reactor core scanners not functioning. Fuck. Maddeningly literal. Apollo wouldn't lift the lockdown until it was sure that the station was clear of aliens and it couldn't scan the reactor core. So she had to go down there. Getting up from the chair, she went back outside. This time there was no decon procedure, and as she gathered her weapons back up, her radio crackled.
Rip, can you hear me?
Ricardo.
Finally, he said. Been trying to break through the interference for ages. Any luck with Apollo?
Yes and no. Turns out Apollo is running a Wayland-Yutani program.
Is what now?
Seegson sold the station to Wayland-Yutani right after we set off from Earth.
That doesn't make sense. I mean, it makes some sense. The station's being decommissioned, and I can see why Seegson would want to sell it for parts. But why keep it secret?
Then you didn't know about this? Amanda shouldered her backpack.
No, and trust me, the way gossip flies around this place, if that was public knowledge, it's all anyone would have been talking about.
She entered the transit car, which was still there from her trip down, and instructed it to take her to the reactor core. The last stop on the line, she noted wryly.
There are a ton of Joes down there, Rip,
Ricardo said.
Be careful.
As the car moved, she double-checked the shotgun to make sure it was loaded. It still had a round after the previous Joe she'd blasted. Patting her pockets to make sure the spare ammunition was still there, she held up the shotgun in a ready position as the door opened. There was a Joe right outside the car.
You are not authorized to access this.
Amanda blew its head off. Reloading the shotgun with 2 more rounds, she then worked her way toward a catwalk that led to the reactor main core. There were 2 Joes standing at different spots on the walkway, and they both started moving toward her end. Adrenaline kicked in. She picked up speed and jogged toward the catwalk.
Running causes accidents,
the closer Joe said. Her response was to blow its head off. As the body hit the catwalk, the other came behind it. She shot that one too, then stepped over the inert forms.
You all right, Rip?
Just some Joes, she said, moving on to the reactor core. As she came down the other side of the catwalk, she saw a closed door and a control panel. Unfortunately, the core had a keypad. Fortunately, Amanda still had the Halfin AW-15. Bless that woman for being too stupid to fix it. After hacking the code, she pocketed the AW-15 and raised the shotgun. When the door opened, a blast of humid air hit her like a slap to the face. What the hell? The reactor was supposed to be hot, but not humid. Any moisture would be boiled away by the extreme temperatures. There was no heat drier than that of an engine core. but walking into this one was like swimming through the air. There also wasn't any light, which didn't make sense, so Amanda switched on her headset lamp. And then she saw it. The walls were covered in a familiar slime, and something that looked very much like the alien creature's exoskeleton. Dotted throughout the large reactor room were giant oval shapes that looked like the eggs Marlowe had described, the ones he had seen on LV-426, one of which had burst open and attacked Foster. That was what brought the alien here in the first place. She also saw a ton of bodies. Humans wrapped in slime-caked cocoons, faces pale, eyes bloodshot. There was a body near each of the eggs. Jesus, Ricardo, it's a nest.
A what?
There's eggs and people in cocoons and... Fuck, Ricardo, this is a farm for more of those things.
Get out of there, Rip.
Fuck that shit, she said, lowering her head. I have to destroy this nest, now.
Are you out of your mind?
Amanda couldn't answer no to that question, but she didn't particularly care. These monsters had probably killed her mother. They definitely killed almost every single person she'd met on this station and tons more besides. Waits had referred to the creature as a cockroach on steroids, and, like all cockroaches, they needed to be stepped on. With extreme prejudice. Her motion detector beeped. She pulled it from her pocket and saw that there were 5 figures moving through the reactor. And then she heard a distinctive slither. Turning, she ran out of the reactor core and into the relative coolness of the outer corridor, then closed the door. A plan started to run through her head as she recalled her knowledge of the specs for this model station. There were 4 power sources for the reactor, 4 energy cores placed at the 4 compass points around the reactor itself. I've got to restore power to the reactor, she said. I can power up all the cores, overload them, and then initiate a reactor purge.
It's suicide, Rip, Ricardo said. Just get out of there.
She ignored him. There are emergency overflow circuits that feed excess power into the local capacitor banks on each tower. If I decouple them and discharge the system, the purge will be external. The nest is right in harm's way, and it'll be destroyed. A pause.
I have no clue what you just said.
Just find something to hold on to when I tell you, okay? She ran to the Alpha core, which was closest to her. Her hands flying over the control panel, she set the core to overload. Then she proceeded down the hallway that skirted the reactor core. The Alpha and Beta cores were easy enough to set to overload. Every time, the computer intoned a warning. Alpha core at full capacity. Alpha and Beta cores at full capacity. The Gamma core took a little longer as Amanda had to reset some connections, but soon it was done, as the computer kindly confirmed. Alpha, Beta, and Gamma cores at full capacity. The Delta core was the big problem, however, as it lay inside the area that had been redecorated by the alien. Wishing she still had the flamethrower, Amanda swallowed and moved toward the Delta core. It had made sense to switch to the shotgun, as the alien threat had been neutralized when Waits jettisoned Gemini. Or so she had thought. There was only supposed to be one of those damn things. After that, all she thought she'd be facing was an army of homicidal androids. Piece of cake. The humidity was even more stifling at the Delta core, and she was sweating up a storm. Probably because she'd also been running from reactor to reactor. Out of nowhere, she wished she had another Freeman bar, as she was starving. Her boots began sticking to the floor, and it was more of an effort to navigate the passageway. Sweat coated her hands, making it difficult to keep her grip on the shotgun. Her mouth felt as if it was coated in sandpaper. She still had 1 bottle of water left. There was no way in hell it was going to be cool, but she didn't want to touch it just yet. Needing to use both hands to hold the shotgun, she had to rely on her hearing rather than the motion detector. Luckily, the creatures weren't exactly quiet, and even with the low hum of the reactor cores now evident in the background, Amanda heard one of them slither past and ducked out of sight. Wherever she touched the slime, her skin crawled. Were all 5 of those movements I saw earlier aliens, or were some of them Joe's? How many more of those fucking things have been breeding? Miraculously, the thing didn't see her, much to her relief, as she wasn't entirely certain the shotgun would be any use against it, and she didn't want to find out the hard way that it wasn't. Even though Ricardo called it suicide, she wasn't ready to die just yet. She still hadn't gotten to beat the shit out of Marlowe, for one thing. The things we hang on to, she thought ruefully as the alien passed by without bothering her. She came out of hiding. Then again, I've been hanging on to Mom's promise for 15 years, for all the good that's done me. Batting away gunk that dripped from the ceiling, she passed close to one of the eggs. Then she heard a squelching sound. Her eyes went wide, and she held her breath. The egg was vibrating. And opening like a flower. Oh, fuck. A creature that looked like a demented crab burst out. Amanda quickly fired both rounds at it. The first shot burst the creature apart in midair, and it made a high-pitched scream as it died. The second shot flew through the air and struck one of the cocoons. Shit, that was a person. As quickly as panic gripped her, she realized that the person in the cocoon was already dead in every way that mattered. Besides, she was about to blow them all up. She stood still for a moment, and her breathing returned to normal. Almost. She reloaded the shotgun and moved along toward the Delta Core. Fortunately, the Delta Core's controls had a minimum of weird goo on them, and she was able to input the necessary commands. Then came the words she wanted to hear. All secondary cores at full capacity. Around her, the walls started to glow. The reactor itself was coming alive and would soon overload, or rather build toward an overload and then shut down. Amanda needed to turn off the safeties. Bypassing that protocol was the only way this would work. As she turned a corner, she came upon a working Joe, just standing there, confirming that the aliens didn't bother with androids. Amanda shot it before it could move. This is starting to get cathartic. Locating the panel that controlled the safeties, she needed the Helfin to get into the system, but after that, it was simplicity itself to disengage the protocols. That, in and of itself, worried her, but maybe idiotic programming was part of why Seegson was closing the station. As she started to run toward the exit, alarms started blaring. Safety protocols disengaged. Reactor overload imminent. Evacuate reactor core immediately. Amanda didn't need prompting, though. She ran like hell, her entire world reduced to the imperative of pumping her legs to get her to the transit car and as far from the reactor core as possible. The car was still there waiting for her as she leapt over the Joes she'd blown away. Diving inside, she hit the controls that sent it back up to the main level. Now's when you'll want to hold on to something, Ricardo.
Yeah, he said. I worked that out when the alarm went off. Hope this works.
Me too. She pulled out her final water bottle. The water was warm, bordering on hot, but at least it got the cotton out of her mouth. When the car deposited her at the top level, she ran to a picture window that allowed her to see the reactor from above. It was crackling with energy that was building up to a crescendo. Here goes, she shouted over the thrum of the energy buildup and the blare of the alarms. And then she saw them. 5 aliens were skittering away from the reactor like rats deserting a sinking ship. Fuck. Amanda gripped a railing as the entire station started to shake. Closing her eyes and covering them with her free hand, she still saw the flashing red light through her eyelids as the reactor core purged itself. When the shaking finally stopped and Amanda was able to stand steadily on her feet, she tapped her radio.
Did it work?
Ricardo asked. Yes and no. The nest is toast, but the creatures escaped.
Creatures?
Ricardo sounded panicked.
Plural?
Yeah, at least 5. It took everything we had just to get this far, and now there are 5 more of them? It sounded as if he was becoming hysterical, not that she could blame him. Again, Amanda said, "Yeah." She collapsed to the deck. All that work, almost getting killed on the jettisoned lab, overloading the reactor core, and there were still a bunch of those fuckers roaming around Sevastopol. She only had half a bottle of warm water left, only 2 more shotgun shells, and 1 tool that doubled as a blunt instrument. The working Joes were still on a homicidal rampage. What was the point? She put her head in her hands, convinced that it was all over, just like she had been with Brodsky. Encrypted transmission. From Xavier Spedding. To Suzanne Fontana Rosa. Date, November 21st, 2137. Suzanne, sweetheart, I'm going to have to rain check. I'm getting reports from downstairs about abnormal android behavior. You need to get to the showroom and shut yourself in. There's a lockdown button on my terminal from when these machines were actually worth something. Don't worry about them. They're only display models. Just sit tight. I'll sort this out and we can celebrate the deal with Weyland-Yutani when we're not on company time. Xavier. This message and any attachments are confidential, privileged, and protected. If you are not the intended recipient, dissemination or copying of this message is prohibited. If you have received this in error, please notify the sender by replying and then delete the message completely from your system. 26. Tranquility Base, Luna. October 2137. All right, Zula Hendricks said as she stared at the exposed guts of the Rivellini 3607 generator. Let me guess this time. Amanda raised an eyebrow. So you can get it wrong again? I'm not gonna get it wrong. Zula shot Amanda a nasty look, then stared intently at the generator. It had been failing to power one of Donovan Nitsuke's lunar study modules. If it helps, there's more than one thing wrong with it. The Bistert shunt. It was installed backward. Bravo, Amanda said. It is, in fact, installed backward. I told you I was paying attention. You told me that last week when you insisted the cowling coupler was burned out. It looked burned out, Zula said defensively. Chuckling, Amanda reached into the generator, grabbed the misplaced shunt, and yanked it out. She looked it over to make sure there wasn't anything else wrong with it, besides being put in backward. Listen, Amanda, Zula said. Thanks again for this. Been going stir-fucking crazy just sitting around waiting for the next physical therapy session. Amanda shrugged as she reinstalled the shunt. Long as the Marines don't mind one of their soldiers shadowing me between physical therapy appointments, I don't mind having someone to talk to. I'll tell you what we do mind, Private First Class Hendricks said. Being called soldiers. We're Marines. Amanda turned back to her. Not soldiers? That's the Army? Oh, she said. Okay. Seriously, best way to piss a Marine off? Call her a soldier. Best way to get your ass beat? Piss off a Marine. Zula was grinning as she spoke, which was the only reason Amanda wasn't suddenly scared shitless. Got it. Besides, the physical therapist says I need to walk a lot, and seems like you spend your days walking the entirety of Tranquility and back. Only because Dimitri's too cheap to get me a bike. Yeah, well, whatever works. And hey, Amanda said, you've been showing me how to use all those nifty guns they make you carry and how to fight. Zula snorted a laugh. I have not been showing you how to fight. That would take a few months of basic that would destroy your wimpy ass. I have been showing you how to defend yourself long enough to find an opening to run the fuck away. She smiled. Gotta say, though, you're a good shot. Should have joined the Marines. They'd have made you a sniper. No thanks. I prefer to fix things that are broken, not go out and break things. Amanda indicated the generator. All right, Besides the shunt, anything else wrong? Not that I can see, Zula said, but she sounded very reluctant to admit it. The wiring's loose. That's a pretty easy fix. Before Amanda could ask for the Weinschelbaum X5 to tighten the wires, Zula handed her an X4. Close. I need an X5, Zula said quickly and apologetically. She dropped the X4 into the toolbox and rummaged around before grabbing an X5. There you go. As Amanda took the tool, though, Zula winced. Fuck. If your back's acting up, you should get back to the infirmary. Zula waved her off. It's just a twinge. You sure? Yes, I'm okay. That's what you said the day we met, Amanda said, when I had to help you get to your feet. I didn't believe it then, either. Just tell me what else is wrong with this stupid generator. I think that's it. Amanda finished tightening the wires. Let's fire her up and see. She closed the access panel, turned the generator on, and it hummed to life with a gentle purr. That's the sound you want to hear, she said, smiling. Then she turned it back off and pulled out her notepad. There was a vid from Dimitri. Before even viewing it, she sent her boss a text saying that she'd fixed the Rivellini. Then she played the vid. There's a busted airlock door at the Weyland-Yutani Tech Center, her boss said in the message. 5 people are trapped inside. They're fine. The airlock's pressurized, they're just stuck. Brodsky's working on it, but he needs another pair of hands. Get over there as soon as you finish with the Rivellini. Jesus, and he left you here screwing around with a fucking generator, Zula said. Why the hell didn't he call you sooner? We should already be over there. Once, Amanda might have been pissed off too, but 3.5 years of working for Dmitry Slavashevich had beaten it out of her. Hell, the year before that, of scrounging for whatever work she could get, had drained her of any ability to question her superiors. Turning in Flora Mendez had made her persona non grata on Luna for more time than she'd expected. Nobody wanted someone with a history of sending their superiors to jail. That Mendez had actually been guilty and was serving 30 years in the asteroid belt didn't seem to matter. She could have taken a job with Weyland-Yutani easily. That offer had always been present, but Dimitri hiring her meant she didn't need to take quite that desperate a step. Yet. Something about the way the company had been so helpful to her throughout her preteen and adolescent years had sat very wrong with her. Donovan Nitsuke is too good a client for me to leave a job unfinished, she said to Zula. Besides, he said they were okay. They're just stuck. She had to admit to admiring her friend's righteous indignation. The walk to the Weyland-Yutani Tech Center would normally have taken 15 minutes, but Zula still couldn't move that fast, so it took them closer to 25. When they got there, Jeremiah Brodsky was kneeling in front of the airlock door. A spark hit him in the left hand.
Damn it!
He fell to the floor, waving his hand around.
Shit!
Having a little trouble, Brodsky? He looked up.
Where the fuck have you been? I asked Dimitri to send you here an hour ago.
Had to finish fixing Donovan Nitsuke's generator. He told me it wasn't urgent.
Asshole.
He shook his head, ignored Amanda's offer of a hand up, and instead clambered to his feet on his own.
Who the fuck is this?
PFC Zula Hendricks, sir. The Marine held out a hand. Brodsky ignored it.
Why the fuck you call in the Marines?
Private Hendricks is an intern, Amanda said quickly. Doing some on-the-job training and tech work while she rehabs an injury. Dimitri went for it because she's unpaid. In fact, Dimitri had no idea that Zula was shadowing Amanda, but she needed to shut Brodsky up and get him to focus on the problem.
Fine, whatever,
he said, turning to the airlock.
The inner door thinks the interior of the airlock is depressurized and that the outer door is open, which obviously it isn't, and there's 5 people standing in there with their thumbs up their asses wondering why they can't come in.
Peering through the inner door window, she saw 5 people looking bored out of their skulls. They all still had their EVA suits on, just in case, but their helmets were on the floor to preserve the suit's air supplies. Why not tell them to put their helmets on and then depressurize, open the door, and close it again? Maybe the computer
Already tried that, Ripley. Jesus, you think I'm a total dumbass?
Do you really want me to answer that? Somehow, Amanda kept herself from saying it out loud. Zula could see it, though, and suddenly developed a coughing fit.
What's she rehabbing? Tuberculosis?
Brodsky asked.
Never mind. Look, it's not a software problem. I reset the system and did what you just said, and nothing's working. Not only that, but the outgassing that caused them to come inside in the first place is now a Category 4, so it ain't safe at all out there. It was only a 3 when they arrived.
Amanda had heard the announcement about the outgassing, but missed that it had been upgraded to a 4. So what's the plan? She asked.
I need to check the servos on the outer door to make sure they're hitting the pads that tell the system it's closed.
But you don't fit in the conduit, Amanda said. Brodsky had more than a foot on Amanda, as well as very broad shoulders.
Exactly.
He handed her a radio.
Here, take this.
Shrugging off her backpack and dropping her toolbox, she took the radio from him and stashed it in one of her pockets. She grabbed the stepladder Brodsky had on his bike, as well as his headband flashlight, then headed over to the access hatch in the ceiling. Of course, he gets a bike, she thought darkly. He's an actual certified engineer.
Why can't you use your own fucking flashlight?
Brodsky asked. Mine's a handheld, she responded. I need my hands free if I'm gonna do this.
Can't your fucking intern go with you to hold the light?
What I'm actually rehabbing, sir, is a back injury, Zula said. I'm afraid crawling around up there is not happening. Admiring her friend's restraint, never once did she call him an asshole, Amanda climbed up the stepladder and removed the hatch. I promise not to sweat on it, Brodsky, she said. At least not much.
Very funny.
He said something else, probably foul, but Amanda ignored him and hoisted herself up into the shaft, then started crawling through on her belly. Dust and grime were getting all over her jumpsuit, and, she thought with glee, Brodsky's precious headband, and she sneezed twice before she finally reached the part that was over the outer door to the airlock. Pulling off a panel, she looked at the wiring for the door and immediately spied the problem. Grabbing the radio from her pocket, she spoke into it. Brodsky, you read?
Yeah, Ripley, what'd you find?
There's a shit ton of dust in here. They sealed off the airlock itself, but this shaft is full of crap. It's all over the circuit board for the door controls.
Can you clean it or—
Yeah, I've got a circuit wipe. It was, ironically, Wayland-Yutani who'd manufactured the circuit wipe, a specially designed cloth meant to clean circuit boards on the spot without having to remove them. It had done wonders for the repair business, at least for those who were honest about it and didn't try to pad their repair times. Luckily, Dmitri wasn't that kind of asshole. He preferred to get things done quickly so he could get more clients. Good and fast repairs generally meant repeat business, which was worth more than trying to squeeze a little extra cash out of the clients. As soon as I'm done, Brodsky, reboot the system and they'll get in.
Okay, Ripley, rebooting the system now.
Panic ran through her. Brodsky, fuck, no, don't reboot it yet. An alarm sounded as the airlock started to depressurize. Fuck!
Ripley, what'd you do?
Brodsky demanded. Amanda didn't bother answering. She was too busy trying to figure out how to stop 5 people from suffocating and or getting knocked out of the exosphere by the outgassing. Reaching down into the access panel, she found the inner door controls and yanked the wires away from them, reattaching them to the outer door controls. Then she was able to prevent those from opening. The alarms continued to sound as the cabin depressurized. With luck, some of the 5 would be able to get their helmets on, but she couldn't count on that. Even without their helmets, though, they would be okay. The worst that would happen would be for a couple of them to black out. Once the airlock was depressurized, thanks to her switch, she would be able to open the inner door. Then they could breathe Tranquility's artificial air, and Amanda could take her time repairing the damage she'd been forced to cause. 2 days later, Amanda sat in a large room with Brodsky, Dmitri, and Zula, facing 3 people from Wayland-Yutani. Each of them was questioned in turn by the tribunal, who would make a determination on whether or not to press criminal charges against Dimitri's company or against the individuals involved. Brodsky had insisted for 2 days that Amanda told him to reboot the system. Amanda insisted that it wasn't the case, but Brodsky was the engineer and she was the fuck-up who'd sent her boss to jail. So more people believed him. Dimitri's testimony was only that he'd sent the two of them on the assignment.
I received a call from Weyland-Yutani that the airlock door was not functioning and that 5 people were trapped in the airlock. I sent Mr. Brodsky to attempt to fix the problem, and I also requested that Ms. Ripley assist him.
Is this standard procedure? One of the Weyland-Yutani tribunal, an Asian woman, asked. To have an assistant accompany your engineers?
Sometimes, Dimitri answered noncommittally. It varies from job to job.
Yet Ms. Ripley did not join Mr. Brodsky until an hour after he began his work.
She was finishing another job.
Assisting another engineer?
No, a minor repair job on her own.
Dimitri squirmed in his seat.
Ms. Ripley is not a certified engineer, he said quickly, but she is rated to perform simple menial tasks.
Amanda scowled at that, but it was the truth, as far as it went. Next came Brodsky.
Ripley told me that I should reboot the system. I assumed that she had already finished cleaning the circuit board.
That's bullshit, Amanda said. Ms. Ripley, you will have the opportunity to tell your side of the story, the Asian woman said. Please be silent while we are deposing Mr. Brodsky. Amanda just folded her arms. Another of the tribunal, a dark-skinned man, asked,
Mr. Brodsky, when you rebooted the system while the circuit board was still damaged, what was the overall effect? The airlock depressurized and the outer doors are programmed to open when that's finished. But Ripley did some unauthorized tampering with the circuits and switched them so that the inner door opened instead.
Thus saving our employees' lives, the Asian woman said.
Only after they were endangered by her in the first place.
Brodsky was dismissed, and Amanda was called up. She wasted no time in refuting Brodsky's statement. I told him that when I was finished cleaning the circuit board, then to reboot the system. He went ahead and did it right away. They asked her a few cursory questions, but there wasn't really anything more she could add in her own defense.
It seems we are at an impasse,
the dark-skinned man said.
It is simply a question now of whom we believe, the certified engineer with years of experience, or the trade school dropout who has a file with lunar law enforcement and who has a history of difficulties with the law.
And there it is. Amanda knew her career, such as it was toast. They even dug up the incidents where the company had bailed her out, records that supposedly had been purged, but apparently not. Well, I don't really need to stay on Luna anyhow. Haven't found out shit about my mother since that Sotillo recording, and I could have gotten my hands on that myself. Oh, fuck this shit, Zula whispered. They're not playing that bullshit. Gingerly, she got to her feet. Excuse me, she said loudly. Yes, the woman said. And you are? Private First Class Zula Hendricks, Colonial Marines. I was present at the incident and would like to give testimony. The tribunal exchanged glances. Very well, the Asian woman said. Private, please tell us in your own words what happened. I don't need to because you've already heard it from Ripley. Brodsky's version of events is false. Ripley specifically said that Brodsky should reboot the system after she—
That's a goddamn lie.
Brodsky stood quickly, knocking over his chair. The third member of the tribunal, a pale elderly man, spoke up.
Mr. Brodsky, you have given your testimony, and be aware that you are now accusing a colonial marine of fabricating a story. Are you prepared to back that up in a military court?
Brodsky sat down and shut up. Amanda smiled. As I was saying, Zula continued, Ripley told Brodsky to reboot the system after she was finished cleaning the circuit board. Brodsky was the one who screwed up and endangered lives, and it was Ripley's quick thinking that saved them all. "Thank you, Private Hendricks," the Asian woman said. "That will be all." The verdict didn't take long to come down. The tribunal held Brodsky responsible and pressed criminal charges. Dmitri fired him, and Amanda was promoted to repair technician. Still not an engineer, but not just an assistant either. She insisted on taking Zula to lunch as a thank you. "Oh, please," Zula said. "You ain't got the money to buy yourself lunch. Just eat in the commissary with me." "I wanted to do something special. You saved my ass, Zula." "No, you saved those 5 people's asses after Brodsky was a damned fool. That was some serious quick thinking there." Shrugging, Amanda said, "I was just doing my job, which I wouldn't still have if you hadn't spoken up. I honestly thought it was all over. So thanks." "No problem. Come on, let's get some food. I'll do my PT, and then maybe tomorrow I can help you with your fancy new repair tech job." Amanda grinned. "Only if you hand me the right tools." Wayland-Yutani Corp. Building Better Worlds. Memo. From Abernathy Smith, Chief Counsel. To Nina Taylor, Deputy Assistant Counsel. Date, November 14th, 2137. Retrieval of data from Nostromo at Sevastopol. You're being sent to Sevastopol Station to retrieve information regarding USCSS Nostromo. The flight recorder is important, yes, but the Nostromo was also engaged in Special Order 937. Your task is to execute Special Order 939, retrieve any and all data regarding the alien specimen, and any biological samples you can bring back. Neither Samuels nor the consultant are to be made aware of Special Order 939. You are authorized to negotiate with the crew of the Anesidora for retrieval of whatever they salvaged from LV-426, and you have broad discretion with regard to recompense for them. But don't go crazy, Nina. Be smart, be tough, and bring it home for us. This message and any attachments are confidential, privileged, and protected. If you are not the intended recipient, dissemination or copying of this message is prohibited. If you have received this in error, please notify the sender by replying and then delete the message completely from your system. 27. Sevastopol Station, December 2137. There was no Zula Hendricks to save Amanda now. Just her and a whole lot of dead bodies and Ricardo's voice in her ear.
"Rip, something's happening."
"What?"
"Your little purge reset everything," he replied. "Lights, transit, scanning. Everything's coming back online. I think I might be able to get comms going, and I'm picking up something else. Something's moving toward us."
"Is it the Torrens?" Amanda got to her feet. Maybe she did have another Zula. Or the Anesidora?
"Not sure yet."
After a moment, Ricardo added,
"Rip, I need you to get to medical right away."
"What? Why?"
"Just do it. Trust me, please. I need to get to comms."
Okay." She started running and discovered another bit of good news. Apparently, trashing the reactor like she did shut down the working Joes. There were a lot of them lying on the deck, undamaged but inactive. Small favors. It took her the better part of half an hour to reach medical, finding herself back in the smoky remains of the section lobby. At least the fire burned itself out. "Ricardo, I'm here at medical."
"I'm at comms, but I'm too late. Apollo has recovered from the reactor purge and locked out external comms again."
Damn it. Amanda slammed a fist into a bulkhead. "So why'd you send me here?"
"It's Plan B," he said. "I'm fairly certain the ship that's approaching is the Anesidora. According to the logs, Marlowe sent out his codes when comms were up after your sabotage."
All right. That was the best news Amanda had heard all day. We need to get to that ship. Is it docking?
"No, it's holding it a little less than a mile from the station, but that's why I sent you to medical. They've got ambulance shuttles, short range, but the Anesidora is close enough now to make it." You can pilot one of those, can't you? I mean, it's mostly automatic.
Of course I can, she said with more confidence than she felt. She'd driven ground vehicles on Luna during her 5 years there, but that was it. So she just hoped Ricardo was right about it being mostly automatic. 28. Salvage vessel Anesidora, December 2137. Only one of the ambulance shuttles was still functioning. While there were 5 bays for the shuttles, only 3 were occupied and the other 2 were damaged beyond Amanda's ability to repair them, at least in the time they had. Luckily, the third one was fine. Better still, it was well stocked, including several more Freeman bars and more bottles of water. Ricardo had, in fact, been right. Amanda just had to program the navigation computer to take her to the ship that was outside Sevastopol. The nav system was designed for easy use by medical personnel who might need to get to a vessel in a hurry, even when a trained pilot wasn't available. The shuttles were short-range, so an untrained pilot, like Amanda, could only do minimal damage. Climbing aboard, she followed the idiot-proof controls and the shuttle launched itself. She instructed it to lock onto the nearest vessel. Moments later, the Anesidora came into view, looming ever closer. The good news was that the salvage vessel was programmed with auto-dock protocols that allowed hospital ships to link up with it automatically. The bad news was that the ship's running lights were all offline, and her systems seemed to be cold. Why is she powered down? Emergency power kicked in, and the hospital shuttle was recognized as part of the emergency procedure, so the auto-dock still went off without a hitch. Now that she was off Sevastopol Station, however, she was no longer able to communicate with Ricardo. External comms were still down. Once the umbilical attached itself to the hospital ship's hatch and pressurized, Amanda went in. Yet another dark corridor, and this one far narrower than Sevastopol. Or the Torrens, for that matter. Wonderful. Using the light on her headset, she found her way to the very cramped flight deck. It was grimy and in desperate need of an engineer to bring it up to speed, but there didn't appear to be any damage. Everything was just shut off. So Amanda turned it all back on. Once the flight deck lit up, she activated the comms systems and sent a message to Ricardo at Sevastopol. Apollo had blocked incoming messages before, but Amanda decided to try in hopes that the AI hadn't fully recovered from her reactor purge. Maybe Ricardo would hear her, even if he couldn't reply. "Ricardo, this is Ripley. The Anesidora was powered down for some reason, but I just got it back online. No sign of Marlowe yet." Remembering that Marlowe had been with her erstwhile shipmate, she added, "Or Taylor, assuming anyone else is alive. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if you, me, and Marlowe were the only humans left breathing around here." The Anesidora's intercom crackled to life.
"Ripley, that you?"
"Marlowe, where are you?" A bulkhead closed, trapping her on the flight deck. Fuck.
"Thanks for turning the power back on, Ripley,"
the son of a bitch replied.
"You saved me a trip. I just needed the power offline for a bit so I could fix some things. It's all better now. May want to join my crew? Got lots of openings now. First mate, pilot, engineer."
He laughed, but it was hollow and frightening.
"Oh, hey, got a friend here who wants to say hello."
"Ripley?" As she'd expected, it was Taylor. "Marlowe double-crossed me. He said he'd give me the data on the creature, but—" Marlowe cut her off.
"That was never gonna happen."
Amanda slammed a hand on the console. She climbed over to the door to see if she could open it. "Taylor, you okay? Marlowe, what the fuck are you doing?"
"Doing? I'm doing what nobody else has been willing to do, including me. I tried to save Foster, Ripley. She was my wife. We had a great run, the two of us, and when that alien thing attached itself to her face, I broke every rule and I brought her here. Stupidest damn thing I ever did."
Whoever had designed the bulkheads on the Anesidora knew their stuff. Marlowe had activated a security lockdown, and it was damned near impossible to override it without an actual command code. Marlowe would have it, but even the AW-15 couldn't hack it.
"That was so stupid of me, Ripley,"
Marlowe babbled.
"So stupid, just made everything 1,000 times worse."
"No shit," she muttered. "Sevastopol's a graveyard, Marlowe, and it's entirely on you."
"You think I don't know that?"
Marlowe snapped.
"Fucking hell, all those people."
The intercom crackled again, and Amanda worried that he was signing off. She'd prefer that he kept talking. Maybe she could find a way to convince him to open the damn door. Keeping him talking was easy.
"You're not gonna get through that door, Ripley,"
he said.
"Lewis may have been a shithead, but he knew his way around a security system."
Amanda tried a workaround that failed. "Hope you won't mind if I don't take your word for it." It was lame, but she had to keep him going.
"Hey, knock yourself out, but it doesn't matter. That thing out there, Ripley, you can't beat it. You just can't."
"I'm starting to agree with you."
"All you can do is refuse to engage," he said. "Wipe out every trace, destroy any clue, stop the infection from spreading. Make sure there's no chance, none, of the human race making contact with it. Because the moment it makes contact, it's won. Lawyer lady here really thought I'd give the company specifics on the creature, which just proves she's an idiot. The company's never gonna know what happened here, Ripley. Nobody is. I won't allow it."
There was a pause.
"Nobody else dies the way Foster died. Or the way the Nostromo died."
That got Amanda's attention. "What?"
"I've got a present for you, Ripley. Take a look at the terminal behind you."
Turning around, she saw 3 words on the monitor. Nostromo Final Report. Holy fucking shit,
"That's not the whole thing,"
Marlowe said.
"Just a bit that I figured you'd want to hear. See, Lewis didn't decrypt this stupid thing until we were practically at Sevastopol. By then, it was too late. We pulled it off the recorder so the company wouldn't get it. Which is too bad, because I was really looking forward to eating some grapes."
"What?" Amanda looked in confusion at the ceiling, where she imagined the security camera was located. Marlowe was still rambling.
"Didn't think they'd send family members along to try to guilt-trip me, but I guess they'll manipulate anyone if it serves their purposes. Anyhow, there's a lot of shit in there about LV-426 and the Nostromo and the creature."
Amanda's eyes went wide. "So the creature did get on the Nostromo?"
"Yeah, killed most of the crew. In fact, the only ones it didn't get were your mom and the ship's cat. Guess surviving must run in the family, huh?"
Amanda's heart was beating so hard in her chest that her ribs ached. "She's alive?"
"Probably. Listen to the recording, Ripley."
Turning around awkwardly in the cramped space, she climbed back into the seat. Her finger now hovered over the enter button, both desperate to hear the recording and afraid. This was why she'd come here. This was what she'd been seeking for the last decade and a half. The moment she'd been picturing in her head since her 11th birthday. Her heart pounded like a trip hammer, and a small voice in the back of her head told her that this was going to be another dead end, that this was going to be bullshit, or another fake, that Marlowe was fucking with her, or just plain nuts. Hadn't she learned her lesson from Okeke's con and Vanini's uselessness and Mendez's lies and the flight recorder's lack of data? But maybe this will be for real. There's only one way to find out. She tapped the key. And then, for the first time since the Sotillo log 5 years ago, she heard her mother's voice. "Added report, personal message," Ellen Ripley said. "This is for my daughter. Hi, Amanda. I'm recording this for you, sweetheart, and I hope you get to hear it one day. You see, I got into trouble. My ship... There was an accident, sweetheart, and, We found an alien creature. It was very dangerous, and the only way we could stop it was to destroy the ship. I'm okay. I'm stuck on this lifeboat, a long way out, but we had to destroy the ship. We had to destroy the Nostromo. We just couldn't risk bringing that thing home with us. I needed to protect you." As she heard her mother's voice break, Amanda palmed away the tears that streamed down her cheeks. "Don't worry. Don't worry about me. I'm sure I'll see you very soon. I love you, sweetheart, and I hope to still see you on your 11th birthday." The recording went silent, and "Message ends" scrolled across the screen. "My God," she muttered. Her mother was alive. Her mother had fought that fucking creature and killed it and lived. She'd destroyed the Nostromo and Captain Dallas and that crew she'd talked about. They were all dead, but Mom was alive. Nobody had found her, but nobody was looking for a tiny lifeboat. They were looking for a massive cargo ship. Maybe now that they knew to look for one of the Nostromo's lifeboats, they might find something. Or they might not. Space was really big, and lifeboats were very small. Still, her mother was alive. For so long, she'd been trying to find out what happened to her. Since standing at Tereshkova Terminal on her 11th birthday, she had lived in a void, not knowing what happened to Ellen Ripley. Now she knew. Her mother was a hero. She'd stopped the monster before it could kill anyone else. Except, Amanda realized, there were more of them, thanks to the idiot in charge of this ship. Marlowe finally spoke again.
"Now you understand. I'm going to overload the fusion reactor and then ram Sevastopol."
"What?" Amanda looked up. "That's insane. Marlowe, you'll turn this ship into a goddamn nuke."
"No shit, Ripley, that's the point. It'll take out the ship, the station, and annihilate every trace of that creature. It's the only way. I can't let it live, and I'm sure as fuck not letting the company have its damned location. They'll just start the whole damn thing over again."
"Listen to me, we don't have to do this," Amanda said as she climbed back to the bulkhead to try to get it open. Taylor made herself heard again. "Marlowe, please, don't do this."
"You heard what your mother did, Ripley,"
Marlowe said, ignoring his captive.
"She understood. She destroyed the Nostromo to keep this thing away from the rest of the galaxy. If she was here, she'd be helping me blow them up. Trust me, it's the only way to be sure they'll be destroyed. Forever."
"There are still people alive on the station," Taylor cried out. "Marlowe, please."
"Foster's not."
Marlowe's voice almost broke.
"She was my wife. I loved her and I killed her."
Amanda tried another bypass of the security lockdown, and this time it worked. The bulkhead rose up, and Amanda started running as best she could down the narrow corridor toward the engine room. It was the only place Marlowe could be implementing his plan. "You bastard," Taylor said. Then Amanda heard a clunk, followed by the unmistakable sound of a body falling to the deck. "Marlowe, what happened?" It's Taylor," the lawyer said. "Oh my God, what have I done?" At that moment, Amanda arrived in the engine room, which had a large window looking onto the reactor. Another one of the bulkheads was down, blocking the door. She saw Taylor holding a blood-stained wrench, Marlowe lying on the deck, bleeding profusely from a head wound, and a fusion engine well on its way to an overload. It had taken Amanda the better part of 3 minutes to override the security on the flight deck door, and there was no guarantee it would work a second time. And from the looks of it, she didn't have that kind of time. As if to prove it, the ship's computer issued an automatic message. "Warning. Fusion reactor overload in progress. Critical overload in T-2 minutes." Amanda stared at the glass. "Hey, Taylor, focus." Taylor looked up at her, stricken. Amanda suspected she'd never raised a hand to anyone before in her life. "We need to stop that overload," Amanda said. "We?" the lawyer replied. You're the engineer, and there's this rather large door in the way. I can get it open, but not until after it's too late. She fought to keep calm. I'll guide you through it. Guide me? Taylor stared at Amanda as if she had grown a second head. Are you mad? I'm not a certified engineer. Amanda smirked. Neither am I. Even though she faced imminent destruction, she couldn't help herself. For the first time since her 11th birthday, Amanda had hope. After all, her mother was alive. She would get out of this. She would destroy the creatures. Her way, not Marlowe's way, and she would find Mom, damn it. Looking around, she spotted a maintenance terminal. Look, all I need you to do is transfer control out here. She tapped some commands, which designated the corridor station as auxiliary control. Okay, I need you to transfer power to auxiliary control. On the main reactor, there should be a button that says aux. Taylor looked helpless for a second. Found it. Good, hit that. The terminal confirmed that control had been transferred to her console, but that was only half the problem. She needed the command codes to shut down the reactor. Pulling out the Halphin AW-15, she hoped that the command codes were easier to hack than the security codes. Ripley, hurry, Taylor cried, which wasn't doing anything to make her go faster. She supposed it made Taylor feel more useful, so why the hell not? The Halphin gave her the command codes, and she entered them. Nothing. Then the readings changed. The reactor powered down. Releasing a breath she hadn't even realized she'd been holding, Amanda collapsed against the bulkhead. Ripley? Taylor sounded a bit panicked, and Amanda didn't see why. But, of course, something else was wrong. That had been the way of things since they got to Zeta Reticuli. What is it, Taylor? She asked, pushing herself off the bulkhead and coming back to the window. There's something here, a status update. She read off the screen. Primary system-wide collapse. Total system-wide cascade failure. Fuck. Amanda kicked the bulkhead. Marlowe forced an overload. The ship's going to tear itself apart. We've got to get out of... The ship shuddered as conduits in the bulkheads overloaded. She braced herself and peered through the window. We'll have to... There was a massive explosion in the engine room, which sent Taylor careening into the window on her side. A crack splintered across the glass as her body struck it with a bone-breaking impact. Taylor fell to the deck right next to Marlowe. She wasn't breathing. Fuck! There was nothing she could do now, so she bolted for the door. Encrypted transmission. From Jefferson Sinclair. To all security personnel. Date, December 2nd, 2137. This is Sinclair. You guys took too long down there. I had to power down this facility and take the last transit. We can't afford to keep the sanctuary wide open. All it'll take is one creature to get in, and all the supplies and weapons we've taken will come to jack shit. Me and mine are going to sit this out until the rescue comes. Sorry, but when you started chasing after a ship that'll never come, you broke with the plan. Sinclair, out. This message and any attachments are confidential, privileged, and protected. If you are not the intended recipient, dissemination or copying of this message is prohibited. If you have received this in error, please notify the sender by replying and then delete the message completely from your system. 29. Sevastopol Station, December 2137. Vibrations rippled through the shuttle as the Anesidora exploded. It was a much smaller explosion than Marlowe had intended, but big enough. Debris hit Sevastopol, and while nothing struck her ambulance directly, the shockwave did serve to push it toward the station much faster than intended. Shit. Amanda secured herself in the pilot seat and hoped they didn't hit the dock too hard. Hello, Sevastopol. Can you respond? It was a voice she'd thought she would never hear again. We just saw a ship blow on your starboard side, Captain Verlaine continued. Took out an entire orbital stabilizer array. We have no place to dock. Please tell us what's going on in there. We can take survivors. I'll leave this channel open. Torrens out." Unfortunately, Apollo's comms lockout included the ambulance shuttles, so Amanda couldn't reply. But she was glad that the Torrens was still out there. I might make it out of here alive. Which was more than could be said for the people with whom she had embarked on this mission. Or the people on the Anesidora, but there were some survivors on Sevastopol who deserved a chance to live rather than stay and be killed. The aliens and the Working Joes weren't the only threats, though. If the orbital stabilizers were down, that meant the station would plunge into the gas giant soon enough. The pilot's chair was secure enough that the worst she got was her teeth rattled when the shuttle crashed into the docking bay. She couldn't say the same for the shuttle and the bay itself, as she heard the distinctive sound of metal bending, scratching, and tearing. Releasing the restraints and stumbling toward the exit, she tapped her radio. "Ricardo, you there?"
"Rip, thank heavens you're all right," he said. "When the Anesidora exploded..."
"I'm fine, but Marlowe and Taylor are dead."
"So will we be, and soon."
Amanda winced. "Yeah, I heard Verlaine's message. The orbital stabilizer's out."
"It's worse than that. The explosion knocked us out of our regular orbit and into a lower one. We'll be able to make maybe half a dozen more circuits before we fall into the gas giant's atmosphere."
"That's enough time to evacuate, at least," Amanda said as she moved through the ruined medical bay. She'd figured they'd have more time than that, but it still might be enough, especially with Verlaine willing to help.
"But we need to get in touch with Verlaine,"
he said.
"You any good at aligning Seegson communication dishes?"
"Third job I did on Luna."
"Good. If you go EVA to the dishes and realign them to the Torrens, you can contact them directly through your EVA's suit radio. Thanks to the captain's transmission, I've got the coordinates. I'll send them to the terminal out by the dishes and you can align them to that position."
"Will do." Amanda ran toward the transit station, checking the motion detector. She had to take a circuitous route to avoid both a creature that was moving through the lower decks and the random patrols. It would be supreme irony if she was killed by the very people she was determined to save. When she got into the transit car that would take her to the dish array, she pinged Ricardo.
"Yeah, the goons must have heard the Torrens' message as well," he told her. "A couple of them passed through here. I hid under the desk."
Amanda actually smiled. Smart man.
"I try to be. Judging from what they said, I think they're trying to figure out a way to take the Torrens by force. Don't worry, comms are locked out, so they've got no way of managing."
"Hope you're right." The transit car came to a stop. Amanda got out and ran to the airlock that led to the outer hull. She climbed into an EVA suit that smelled like old salami. Fuck, who used this thing? And why didn't they launder it? Depressurizing the airlock, she took an elevator up to the outer hull. Activating the magnetic boots, she walked across to the controls for the dishes. As promised, Ricardo had provided the position of the Torrens. With thick gloved hands, Amanda adjusted the dials on the controls. Unfortunately, the movement of the dishes took much longer than the simple twisting of the dial. While waiting, Amanda distracted herself with thoughts of what she'd say to her mother when they were finally reunited. "So, Mom, turns out that there were lots more of those aliens, and I met a whole bunch of them on Sevastopol when I was looking for you. Did you use flamethrowers against it? Why in the hell did you go to LV-426, anyhow?" Her mother might not have the answer to that last question, though. Given the Special Order 939 bullshit and Taylor's desire for more information about the creature, she suspected the company that owned the Nostromo, and now Sevastopol, had a firm hand in sending Mom's ship to their doom. Desperately, she wished Marlowe had provided the rest of the recording. It might have been somewhere on the Anesidora, but that was gone now, too. At least she heard her mother's final message before she went sleepy-byes. Finally, the dishes stopped moving, and Amanda initiated a connection to the Torrens. The words came out of her in a rush. "Torrens, this is Ripley on the station. Are you reading me?" she said. "Verlaine, please?" Ripley, what the hell is going on over there? For a moment, Amanda was unable to answer. How the fuck did she sum up what had happened over the past couple of hours? Finally, she settled on a woefully inadequate response. Bad things, Verlaine. There's a lethal alien organism running amok on Sevastopol. We need extraction, now. A what? I don't have time to explain. Please, Verlaine, we need— All right, but we've still got a problem. The dock's shot and our cable was busted when you went over. There's a towing platform down below, but our umbilical isn't compatible with it. Then why mention it? Amanda thought angrily, but Verlaine wasn't finished. Only way for it to work is for someone to extend the clamps from station side. So that's why she mentioned it, she thought. Give me 15 minutes. Meanwhile, get the Torrens in position. Will do, Ripley. Hey, did Samuels and Taylor make it? Amanda hesitated. They didn't. No. Damn. I'm sorry. Belatedly, as she moved across the outer hull of Sevastopol, she realized that Verlaine probably interpreted Amanda's words as meaning that Samuels and Taylor didn't survive the smashing of the Sukhdar. Fuck it. I'll give her the whole story once the Torrens has taken us far away from Zeta Reticuli. Ricardo, she said as she boarded the elevator, ordering it back to the airlock. Get ready to move. We're leaving.
Best news I've heard in weeks, Rip. Maybe ever.
I'll swing by and get you, then we're heading to the towing platform. We'll board the Torrens from there.
Perfect.
30. Sevastopol Station, December 2137. She entered the airlock and started the repressurizing sequence. Part of her figured it would save time to just keep this suit on, but the stale salami smell was starting to get to her. Besides, if she ran into a creature on the way, she didn't want her movements to be encumbered. Hearing muffled reports of gunfire, Amanda looked out the inner door window. An alien creature was mixing it up with some of those goons Ricardo had mentioned. The goons were losing. Amanda watched helplessly as the monster tore into the 4 guards until there was nothing left. By the time the airlock was pressurized and the inner door opened, the alien had skittered off, leaving 4 corpses behind. Climbing out of the EVA suit, she stepped gingerly over the bodies and through their blood. Ricardo, there's— She heard a thumping noise, and then dead silence. You there, Ricardo? She said. Ricardo, answer. Damn it. Running to the transit station, she slammed the call button, waiting impatiently for a car to take her back to the Marshal's Bureau. It arrived, she dove into it, and hit the destination. The entire way over, she tried and failed to raise Ricardo. She hadn't realized how much she had come to rely on his voice. Not until she lost it. Ricardo, answer! Fuck. When she got to the bureau, she saw his body. She didn't see his face because it was covered with one of those crab-like alien things that came out of the eggs. Oh, Ricardo. They were all gone. Samuels, who showed her compassion and invited her along, hoping to give her news of her mother's fate. Taylor, who was kind of a twit, but who was at least friendly and good to talk to. Axel, who was a total asshole but had helped her out. Coleman and Waits, who left her to die. Marlowe, who started this whole thing with his spectacular inability to follow quarantine procedure, but who gave her the gift of her mother's message. And now Ricardo, the comforting voice in her ear. She had nobody left. No one else on Sevastopol even knew who she was, and they would probably shoot her on sight. The hell with it, she thought fiercely. Helping me is a death sentence anyhow. Grabbing a flamethrower from the armory and more ammo for the shotgun, she dashed off to a transit car that would take her to the towing platform. As she did, she heard the now familiar skittering sound. One of the crab things followed her in. This time, she welcomed it. Screaming with rage, she torched it with the flamethrower, letting it fry until a sprinkler system activated and soaked her, putting out the fire. Wonderful. That's all I needed. Taking off again at a sprint, she arrived at the towing platform and found several dead bodies. Some had been ripped to pieces by the creature, or several creatures. She had to consider that possibility now. Others were dead from gunshot wounds. Just another fun day at Apocalypse Station. The motion detector and the sound of a slithering tail both told her that a creature was nearby, so she took cover, crouching behind a shipping crate. Her boots squelched from the sprinkler shower, and she hoped it wouldn't alert the monster to her presence. Clutching the flamethrower to her dripping chest, she waited until she heard the slithering across the deck, close by. Leaping to her feet, screaming at the top of her lungs, she pulled the flamethrower trigger as hard as she could and sprayed the beast with an unending gout of flame. The creature's screeching cry was even louder than hers and much higher pitched. It soon collapsed to the deck, burnt to a crisp. It smelled horrible, like burning hair. But she'd killed it. Go me. The napalm tank attached to her flamethrower was empty, so she dropped it unceremoniously to the deck. The radio in her headset crackled. "Ripley, this is Verlaine. Can you hear me?" Yeah," Amanda said uselessly, since Apollo was keeping her quiet. Or not so useless. "Excellent, it worked." "You can hear me?" "Connor managed to bypass the lockout on your radio. We're about to move into position for the auto-umbilical sequence. We'll be dark on comms until we match Sevastopol's orbit, which I have to tell you is kind of a mess right now. Luckily, Connor likes a challenge. Then we'll just need you to extend the clamps." "You got it." "Good. Torrens out." Amanda worked her way to the towing station. Using the Halfin to gain access to the towing systems, she started maneuvering the docking clamps into place. She just needed a ship to which she could clamp them. "Ripley, this is Torrens." The call came right on cue. "We're in position." "Extending the clamps now." Watching the display, she saw that the clamps were right on target. She made a mental note to buy Connor several drinks at the next opportunity. "Clamps engaged," Verlaine said. "Okay, Ripley, next step is to extend the personnel umbilical. You and whoever you're bringing with you can come through there." That brought Amanda up short. "There isn't anyone else. I mean, there are other people on the station, but they're all pretty hostile. Anyone I might have brought along with me didn't make it out alive." Okay." After an uncomfortable pause, Verlaine said, "I'm looking forward to hearing what exactly is going on over there." "You're not, trust me." Amanda took the service elevator up one flight to the upper control room, which had been gutted. "Oh, fuck." "What is it?" "Looks like this place was already packed up for decommissioning." "I thought that wasn't happening until next year." Amanda stabbed at the terminal and got a display. "Personnel umbilical offline. Please seek assistance from a qualified Seegson engineer." "Shit, Verlaine, the umbilical's offline." She thought for a moment, then added, "I might be able to fix it." "We don't have that kind of time, Ripley. I can't hold the Torrens here for much longer." "All right, let me find an EVA suit and I can come across on the towing clamp." "Okay, that will work. Come across on the beta clamp, that one's closer to an airlock. And the towing clamp's cable is a lot sturdier than the Sukdar's, so even if there's debris, you should be fine." "Hope so." Amanda turned and ran back to the service elevator. There were EVA suits on the other side of the platform. As soon as the elevator touched down on the lower floor, though, Amanda heard the familiar slither of the creature. Or rather, creatures. The motion detector was picking up 2 of them. Shit. She no longer had a flamethrower, and those 2 aliens were between her and the EVA suit she needed. Not when I'm so fucking close. They skittered into view. Unshouldering the shotgun, she pumped 2 shots into the closer alien. It stayed on its feet, though, and when the alien bled onto the floor, the viscous substance ate through the deck plates. It bleeds acid? Seriously? But she could see through the hole the monster's blood was making, and there was a maintenance crawlway below. Turning and taking off at a sprint, she must have surprised the creatures. They didn't follow right away as she looked for a hatch, finally spying one at the far end, near the transit station. Dropping into it, she slid through the dark crawlway. The only light source was the hole made by the alien's blood, and she found herself expecting lunar dust on her belly. I hope you're okay, Zula, she thought. I hope I get to see you again. 31. Sevastopol Station, December 2137. Above her, she could hear the creatures moving about, but neither seemed inclined to come down to the crawlway with her. Almost there. She found another hatch, pushed upward, and got it open. The EVA locker was only a few yards away. In the distance, she heard voices. Who extended the clamps?
Hey, there's a ship out. What the fuck? Holy shit, is that what killed Holcomb and Snowdale?
Hating herself, Amanda took advantage of the distraction to put on the EVA suit, stow her weapons, and head for the clamps. Moving through an access hatch, she waited for it to decompress, then climbed out next to the beta clamp. It wasn't until she started climbing across that she realized just how difficult a job the Torrens had. Sevastopol wasn't just in a decaying orbit. It was also tumbling, thanks to the impact from the Anisadora's explosion. KG-348 kept coming in and out of view as she climbed across the cable. It took the better part of 4 minutes to reach the Torrens' airlock. It's been less than a day since I was last on this ship, yet it feels like a lifetime ago. Ricardo's lifetime ago, and Taylor's, and Samuels's. She wondered if, when she got back to the Sol system, she should track Paul down and tell him that Mom was alive. It was, of course, perfectly possible that her stepfather didn't care one way or the other. Then again, Amanda wasn't entirely sure that she cared if Paul was alive or dead. She yanked down on the metal lever that would depressurize the airlock and then open the outer door.
Don't come all the way in yet, Ripley, Verlaine said. I had Connor put some explosives in the airlock. Since there's nobody on the other end to retract the clamps, we're gonna have to blow them off. Since you're already out there... Right. Amanda peered in through the window and saw 2 large bricks of military explosives. Where the hell did you get this ordnance? Amanda asked. Got a friend in the Colonial Marines, Verlaine said. Me too, but she doesn't get me explosives. The outer door opened. Amanda grabbed one brick with a gloved hand and then used the handholds on the hull to navigate over to the other clamp. Place the explosives in the center of the clamp, Verlaine said. Not on the hull. Worked that out on my own, thanks. Amanda refrained from speaking as she thought it was tacky to snark off the person who rescued you. Placing the brick onto the center of the alpha clamp, she felt an odd vibration in the cable. Turning around, she saw that each cable had an alien skittering across it. Oh, fuck, they can survive in a vacuum, too? She picked up speed across the Torrens' hull to the beta clamp and attached the brick. Seeing her do so, the creatures moved far faster than Amanda had been. Their claw-like appendages had a much firmer grip on the cables, and they had much more freedom of movement. Plus, they had tails for balance. The explosives in place, she climbed back into the airlock. Verlaine, we've got 2 of these things coming across the cables. The second that door closes, blow the charges. I should wait until you're clear of the air. There isn't time. She punched the red button that closed the outer door. Do it now. The creature that had been on the beta clamp leapt onto the hull. Shit. Charges going off. Now, Verlaine said. The airlock shook as it was repressurizing, and Amanda had trouble keeping her feet. It took her several seconds to get her bearings and move to the door, so she could see out the window to where the alpha clamp had been. Both creatures were tumbling through space. She couldn't hear them scream, but she enjoyed watching it. It worked, Verlaine, Amanda said. The airlock repressurized, and Amanda removed the helmet.
There was no reply. Verlaine? She went out into the familiar corridor of the Torrens, the one that led to the mess hall and medical bay. Verlaine, are you there? Connor? Anybody? The same dread she'd gotten when Ricardo went silent now filled Amanda again. And then her heart beat like a trip hammer as she heard an all-too-familiar slithering sound. A creature came out of the medical bay and headed slowly toward her, its claws clacking on the Torrens' deck. No, this can't be happening. I got away from Sevastopol. I blew away those other two. There can't be another one. Except, of course, there could. The time she spent crawling under the towing platform was more than enough for a creature to come across to Verlaine's ship. She's probably dead. Or about to be, like Ricardo. Slowly, she backed away from the creature, which moved just as slowly as she, as if it knew that she was helpless. Her only weapons were in the back of her EVA suit, inaccessible until she took it off. A slow process that the creature was unlikely to grant her the time to accomplish. The thing's jaw opened, revealing that awful secondary mouth. Slime dripped from its exoskeleton all over the deck. Without realizing it, Amanda found she had backed into the airlock. Well, that's handy. She reached down to the deck to grab her helmet from the floor. As soon as the creature crossed the threshold, she slammed her hand on the green button. The inner door closed on the creature's tail, cutting it off. Acid blood started to sizzle on the deck plates and the bottom of the door. She had to act before the blood destroyed enough to keep the space from being airtight. Her hand hit the red button, and the outer door slid open before the depressurization could even start, blowing both Amanda and the creature out into space. Somehow, she managed to get her helmet on before she suffocated, even as she tumbled ass over tea kettle out into the void. This wasn't how I expected it to end. The creature shot off at about a 45-degree angle from the direction Amanda was traveling, so they separated quickly. Even if the thing could survive in a vacuum, there was nothing to sustain it, and it would eventually die. At least, so she hoped. Of course, so will I. She tumbled through space, rotating head over heels. She saw Sevastopol in its deteriorating orbit, bits of it burning here and there, the flames being consumed by the vacuum. She saw the debris field that was all that was left of the Anesidora. And she saw the Torrens, just floating there. Reaching for the controls on the right forearm of her suit, she fired a thruster. Its force counteracted her own momentum, and once the two matched and she was still, she turned it off. KG-348 was now visible out of the corner of her eye, the bright orange and red gas giant sitting in the background, waiting to consume everything. She could no longer see the Torrens as it was behind her. Activating the suit's radio, she said, "Torrens, I'm untethered. Orientation 090 Mark 020. Need a lifeboat. Do you copy?" Silence. "Verlaine, Connor, do you copy?" Still nothing. Shit. Fuck. So this is it. I'm going to die. She discovered that she was surprisingly sanguine about it. Not that she was happy or anything, but at least she'd managed to kill 5 of the creatures, which was pretty damned impressive. For all that he was a son of a bitch, Marlowe was right about one thing. Total extermination was the only approach. No. Damn it. She was not going to die now. Not after all that had happened. For one thing, Weyland-Yutani had gone to all the trouble of buying Sevastopol. No way they'd just let this go uninvestigated. Keeping the radio on, broadcasting on as wide a frequency as the suit would allow, Amanda spoke. "Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. This is Amanda Ripley, cargo ship Torrens. I am in orbit, extravehicular, no propulsion, around planet KG-348, Zeta Reticuli system. Orbital path is equatorial, synchronous with space station Sevastopol. Be advised, Sevastopol station has been destroyed. All that greeted her message was silence. She had no idea who might hear her. There was likely no one still alive on Sevastopol, and the lack of response from Verlaine led her to believe that the Torrens' crew were either incapacitated or dead. She hadn't taken a good enough look at the Torrens' EVA suits to know just what the range was on their comms. Amanda kept broadcasting anyhow. It certainly couldn't hurt, and it kept her awake and alert. Wish I had a Freeman bar or two in this suit. As she drifted in high orbit around KG 348, she looked at the various clouds of debris left behind by the Sevastopol's damage and from the Anesidora. Then she saw it. A pulsing light amidst the wreckage of the Anesidora. That's a communications beacon. Probably part of the cargo vessel's emergency beacon. Okay, new plan. She needed to fire thrusters precisely when she was facing the beacon, and she had already drifted too far for that to work. The thrusters on these suits were pretty basic, mostly meant to help straighten someone out. The very use to which she'd put them after her rapid exit from the Torrens. So she had to wait until she completed another orbit around KG 348. And then she could call for a ride home. Home. Amanda Ripley hadn't had a home since her mother left on the Nostromo. But now, for the first time since she was 11, she thought of Earth as home again. Because that was where she'd be reunited with her mother. Now that she knew Ellen Ripley was still alive, she was filled with a renewed sense of purpose. Until now, she'd just been going through the motions, following up on whatever leads she might have found, but not really doing anything. Not so much living as existing. But now, she had two driving motives. One was to find and kill as many of those fucking aliens as she could. Those monsters took away Samuels and Ricardo, two people she actually considered friends, and it was because of those aliens that she hadn't seen her mother in 15 years. Even without that, they'd wiped out most of the complements of Sevastopol, the Anesidora, and the Torrens. And the Nostromo. They were a plague on the galaxy that needed to be exterminated. And she was going to do it. For her mother. When she came back around the gas giant, the beacon was still there in the wreckage. As soon as she was in position, she fired the thrusters. Jostled briefly inside the EVA suit, she flew forward, pushed by the thrust toward the beacon. Once she was sure she was on course, she killed the thrusters, counting on momentum to bring her the rest of the way. As she moved forward, she saw one of the creatures atop a piece of debris. Panic ran through her as it seemed to be clinging to the twisted piece of metal. No, it wasn't moving. Was it dead? Asleep? It didn't matter. As long as it made no move toward her, she was safe. With luck, it was just another bit of flotsam. Eventually, you'll be dead, you piece of shit. She arrived at the beacon, the identification O227 stenciled on its hull, and wrapped her arms around a ladder attached to the outside to stop her forward movement. As she'd hoped, the beacon had a much greater range. She activated an emergency signal. "This is Amanda Ripley, transmitting on all frequencies. I'm in orbit, Zeta Reticuli system, planet KG 348, relay beacon Oscar 227. I'm in one piece. I'll be waiting." She put the message on a continuous loop at full power. Damn it, someone had to hear it eventually. Sooner or later, they'd come to take her home. So she could tell the world about those awful creatures. And that her mother was alive. "I love you, Mom. I'll see you when I'm whatever age I am when I finally track you down." This concludes the reading of Alien Isolation by Keith R.A. DeCandido, trademark and copyright 2019 by 20th Century Fox Film Corporation. This book was read by Sarah Malo Christensen. This unabridged recording was produced in 2019. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Publishing. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.